Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Granted Gamer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Player 1. Midoriya was lost in thoughts, wondering about his encounter with All Might 2 weeks ago. Even after so many days, the words said by the number one hero still resonated inside his mind. You can't become a hero. You can't become a hero. You can't become a hero. Midoriya turned his computer on and started navigating through forums and blogs, reading articles from quirkless people, seeing comments on stories with no updates or follow-ups. Midoriya noticed a pattern in those comments, since they repeated from time to time, explaining that the author of the article had just taken his or her own life. He kept reading people's testimonies about how hard life was for those without a useful quirk, how unfairly they were treated around the city. Is there nothing we can do? Is there nothing for us but this? Am I just going to be a burden to mom and everyone else? He thought while unplugging the computer, disgusted by what he was seeing. As he laid down to try to sleep, he thought before drowning into the depths of his subconsciousness. I wish I wasn't this pathetic. I wish I could have a chance to show everyone I'm not a failure. I just wish I could prove my worth. I just wish. That night, as he slept, a being entered his room, drawn by the overwhelming intensity of his previous thoughts, just the strange silhouette of a woman. She looked around for some time, and back at the boy, moving closer until their faces almost touch, and then she smiled before vanishing into thin air. Midoriya woke up with a strange noise inside his head. It was some kind of alarm, but he couldn't remember setting his cell phone last night. What the hell was that noise? He looked around, still foggy, and saw nothing, until an odd red square appeared blinking on his peripheral view. His gaze slowly shifted towards it as he read. Alarm, 7:30 a.m. Dismiss snooze. Midoriya just stood there, eyeing that thing as the noise constantly beeped inside his head. After noticing the noise again, his hands instinctively covered his ears, but the noise didn't fade, so he moved his hand over the strange sign, which moved alongside his hand, to his surprise. What the hell? He thought while the window was pulled from the upper left side of his field of view to the center, blocking his vision. He moved his hand again, and this time, as his fingers passed over the two options dismiss snooze, he saw those were buttons. He moved his fingers again and saw the 3D effect around the dismiss sign. He had no idea about what was going on right now, but that sound was driving him crazy, so he just went by instinct and slightly pressed his finger forward, strangely feeling depth in it. As he pressed the button, the noise instantly stopped and he just looked around. Mom. After not getting any response, he remembered that Inko told him last night that she was going out early in the morning to buy fish. Noticing he was alone, he got up, imagining what the hell was going on. But right after getting on his feet, he dove to the floor when a strange window appeared right in front of his face, out of nowhere. He thought he was going to get hit, but after looking up, he saw it was just standing there, the same as the alarm thing. Daily quests. Go to school. Go home. Midoriya just stared and suddenly realized he was gasping, adrenaline running through his veins, his body overheating from fear. I don't get it. What is this? Is this some kind of menu? He whispered to himself, looking closely at the borders. This rectangular 3D shape is the same we see in games. This has to be some kind of game menu. DIM, he yelled as a strange sound echoed inside his head, making another message appear in front of the first. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Midoriya just chuckled once under his breath, unable to believe what he was seeing. He passed his hand over the window again, and a sign appeared V. He pressed and a page containing more information was extended below. Active skill, analyze, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction ability, enabling him to instantly analyze the world around him. Cast command, mana consumption, 10. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Midoriya involuntarily smiled and looked around again, seeing how the window followed his field of view everywhere. He touched the sign V and the information recoiled. Is this a no? It can't be. He tried not to jinx it, but he was sure. That was a quirk. It had to be. He saw that both windows in front of him had an X symbol, but since he couldn't see anything else, he felt reluctant about closing them. It is like a game. These windows popping out, I can even move them, he theorized, as he touched the top of the window and moved it freely, repositioning it to his left. Wait, is this in 3D? As he wondered that, he pushed the window forward, and it started to shrink as it moved away from him. He tried turning it around, but there was a rotation limit. Holy, all right, calm down, Izuku. This must be some kind of dream, right? I don't know. Some kind of prank. He looked around and his eyes fell on his uniform. He saw that the uniform had some strange contrast, as if it wasn't part of the surrounding scenery, being highlighted from the rest, making him walk closer. He moved his hand and saw a tiny instruction appear, almost transparent. This object can be analyzed. Midoriya smiled, imagining if this would actually work. Analyze. Nothing happened. Why isn't it working? Analyze. Still nothing. He then saw the window in his left and pressed V again. Active skill. Analyze level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction abilities, enabling him to instantly analyze the world around him. Cast command. Mana consumption 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Wait, he saw the reason why it wasn't working. Cast command. Midoriya touched the sign and another window appeared. Would you like to insert the cast command for the skill? Yes, no. He instantly pressed yes and a red button appeared. Oh. Press and hold to record the cast command. He followed the instruction and said, Analyze. After letting go of the record button, a new window came. Active skill. Analyze level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction abilities, enabling him to instantly analyze the world around him. Cast command. Analyze verbally. Mana consumption 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Midoriya quickly turned around and eyed his uniform again. Analyze. A broad smile spread across his face when he saw a window appearing. Aldera Junior High Male Uniform Black Common. Midoriya pressed the sign again and read. Blunt Defense 0. Piercing Defense 1. Slashing Defense 1. Fire Defense 1. Water Defense 1. Wind Defense 3. Stamina Recovery Rate 0. Bonus Health 10. Movement Speed 0. Additional information. Aldera Junior High Male Uniform given to Aldera High Male students. 2-piece bonuses. Grants access to Aldera Junior High School grounds. Grants title, Aldera Student. Midoriya moved his hand, which was slightly shaking, to tap on the title. Titles. Acquired obtainable. Midoriya pressed the one on the right first, but everything was blocked, showing only question marks. He pressed the other one and saw 2 titles. Player 1. Aldera Student. He pressed the first. Player 1 Mythic Title Maximum Level. A title granted to the one in possession of the player's interface. Bonuses. 25% more experience from quests rewards. 50% more gold from quests rewards. This is just like a freaking RPG. What in the world is happening? He asked himself while tapping the equip button, walking towards his mirror to see his name reflected over his head. Player 1. Midoriya Izuku. This can't be happening. This can't be true, oh my god. He moved his hand through the name on his head, noticing his hand going through with awe. Wait, what about that other window? He pulled the second window that popped to him earlier and read the info again. Daily quests. Go to school. Go home. He pressed the first. Go to school. Objective. Go to Aldera High School. Time limit 9 AM. Reward 200 EXP. Failure penalty. Decrease of Aldera Junior High Organization's trust. Decrease of Midoriya & Co.'s trust. Midoriya checked his phone and saw it was 8:07 AM. Oh no. He rushed to get ready, and 30 minutes later, after leaving the apartment, received another window. Leaving Midoriya household. PvP is now enabled. Midoriya was sitting quietly, looking around the classroom. He could see a lot of objects highlighted, so he tried to use his new power again. Analyze, he whispered while looking at his desk. High school desk brow common. Material, wood. Physical integrity 79%. Manufacturing date. Previous owner. Currently in possession of student, Midoriya Izuku. It even knows it's mine. How does it know it's my desk? Maybe because I know. And it's like, inside my mind. I need to try with something I don't know any information about. He saw Bakugo approaching with 2 friends and locked eyes with his bag. Analyze. Misutafu's high school bag blue common. Material, nylon. Physical integrity 67%. Manufacturing date. Previous owner. Belongs to Bakugo Katsuki. Contents. Wait, I can even know what's inside. Is there a way to unlock these question marks? DIM. Analyze has leveled up. Oh, finally. Midoriya pulled the window to his right and read. Active skill. Analyze. Level 5 0.01% towards level 6. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction ability, enabling him to instantly analyze the world around him. It can analyze information requirements. Level 5. Cast command. Analyze verbally. Mana consumption 5. Cooldown 5 seconds. It changed after it leveled up this time. Its cost was halved and it can analyze information now. But what kind of information? What the hell are you mumbling about, Deku? Bakugo said while approaching, and Midoriya realized he was muttering again. I was just. Quit staring at me, retard. Bakugo said while passing by him, punching his shoulder. 10 damage received. PvP is now active. Did you say something? Oh no, Kaken, I didn't. Midoriya tried to keep himself in check while he learned about his power. He covered his mouth for good this time, to not end up speaking again. PvP active. What does this mean? Is it trying to tell me to go and fight Kakin? When he hit me, I took damage, as if I was some game character. Wait, if this is a game, I should have my own profile window, right? He tried to imagine how he could do that, trying to use his hands, but nothing seemed to be happening. He then took advantage of someone telling a joke to use the sound of the class laughing to try a few things. Open system. Open profile. Midoriya's window. As the class became quiet again, he was in shock. Nothing was happening. If it wasn't for the analyze skill that was right now highlighting the teacher's wig, Midoriya would think his power was gone. I don't know how to give commands to this thing. Wait. He looked around and whispered, "Options." As he said that, a window opened, and he sighed in relief. Options. Sound, video controls, gameplay, MISC. He used his hand to touch each of them, amazed by the things inside. In the sound tab, he could actually regulate the world's volume. He pulled a marker towards the left and the teacher's voice started to gradually fade until the entire world went mute. He saw he could add music as well, but what did that mean? Music would just start playing for him. He saved that question for later. He jumped to video and changed the resolution value. As he did that, his vision blurred for a few seconds before becoming incredibly accurate in high detail. Everything became so beautiful that he could just look around like an idiot. He could even see the dust in the air. He ended up facing a classmate while looking around, and the girl frowned, disgusted. Creepy. Midoriya did a few more adjustments to the video and moved to controls. Oh, here it is. Casting commands. He opened and saw the name of the commands responsible for opening everything from this strange power. He also saw that every casting command had a red dot, and at the end of the list, the red dot was labeled as verbally. So I need to speak the command. Maybe I can change it somehow, but I'll try that later. Status window. As he said that, knowing what he was looking for, a different window appeared. It was yellow and had his photo on it. Status window. HP 990 divided by 1000 MP 38500. Midoriya Izuku level 1. Strength 2. Dexterity 4. Intelligence 20 plus 5. Constitution 1. Spirit 3. Emotions. Excited, cautious, doubtful. Informations. Race, human. Nationality, Japanese. Sex, male. Blood type, O. Age 14. Quirk, player 1. Occupation, student. Companion, none. Lover, none. Current title, player 1. Job, none. Guild, none. PvP 0. PvN 0. PK 0. Relationships. Mother, Midoriya & Co. Father, Midoriya Hasashi. Individual description. The player, Midoriya Izuku, a very timid and reserved boy, known for his keen intellect, as well as for his obsession for superheroes. Likes to write information about superpowers and review said information, speculating growth rate for their abilities. His favorite food is katsudon. Passive buffs. Player 1, access to the player's interface. No expiration date. School's grounds 5 extra points and INT expires after graduation 8 months. 3 days, 13 hours, 12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Home. Sweet home. Upon resting inside his home, the player will recover all of his HP, MP and cleanse all harmful statuses after sleep. No expiration date. Midoriya read all that information at least 5 times, amazed, but his attention kept shifting towards the status window. He touched one of the status displayed there and got a small message below. Strength. Physical brute force meant to tear obstacles. Strengthen hands, legs. Hardens body. Enhances vitality bonuses. Resistance to blunt attacks, high. Resistance to piercing attacks, low. Resistance to slashing attacks, low. For every 1 point in strength, plus 2.6 physical damage. For every 5 points in strength, plus 1 critical damage. For every 20 points in strength, plus 1% double damage. For every 33 points in strength, plus 1% physical perforation. This is freaking amazing. I need to test this right away. Physical damage for each point. So this means I have 5.2 of physical damage since I have 2 points in strength. Is that something you want to share with us, Midoriya? The teacher asked out loud, and Midoriya noticed his hand had failed its task. Wow, no. I was muttering again, wasn't I? I'm sorry, sensei. Perhaps you'd like to solve the equation, so please, come up to the board. People started giggling. Midoriya had paid no attention to today's class, so he didn't know how to solve that, but while walking towards the board, he saw that the equation was highlighted. Analyze, he said under his breath, and the teacher frowned. What now? Oh, nothing. Go ahead. If you think you're so smart that you don't have to pay attention to the class, solve this one for us. The teacher saw Midoriya dropping the chalk and eyed the board. He had written x equals 14. Wait, how did you even? What about the formula? I just did inside my head. The teacher frowned and wondered about that statement because this equation wasn't something as simple as the ones they had seen before. Very well, it is correct, so go back to your seat, but try to pay attention to the class. Moving on. Midoriya's heart was pounding as he sat, a smile spreading across his face while he tried to control himself. DIM. For understanding things, making fast decisions, or right deductions, your intelligence was raised +1. Oh, yes. After school, Midoriya was sitting near a plaza, looking around while leveling up his skill. Analyze. He kept repeating the word over and over again, checking ordinary objects that people were carrying until it finally came. DIM. Analyze has leveled up. Okay, let's see it. Active skill. Analyze. Level 10 0.01% towards level 11. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction ability, enabling him to instantly analyze the world around him. It can analyze information requirements, level 5. It can analyze people requirements, level 1020 INT. Cast command, analyze. Mana consumption, 2. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Midoriya read it again, just to be sure about the changes. Hey, this thing has a status restriction now. So if my intelligence was too low, I wouldn't be able to use this evolution, right? He thought while looking at his 21 intelligence points. And what about the verbal sign? Does this mean it doesn't require a verbal command anymore? I'll give it a try. He looked towards a woman who was walking by and thought. Analyze. Status window. HP 1240 divided by 1500 MP 242 600. Takahashi Akemi level 3. Strength 1. Dexterity 1. Intelligence 8. Constitution 3. Spirit 5. Emotions. Depressed, irritated, tired. Informations. Race, human. Nationality, Japanese. Sex, female. Blood type, AB. Age 32. Quirk, opener's fingernails. Occupation, manager. Companion, Chibai cat. Husband, Takahashi Aichi. Current title, none. Job, paper factory manager. Guild, none. PvP 0. PvE 0. PK 0. Relationships. Mother, father, husband, Takahashi Aichi. Son, Takahashi Daisuke. Daughter, Takahashi Ai. Individual description. Passive buffs. I don't even know her, and I already have this much information about her life. How is this power real? He kept leveling his analyze until he saw something strange after opening the options again. Inside the MISC tab, there was a marked box. Use minimalist interface. Midoriya unchecked the box and gasped after pressing apply. Everyone had their names on their heads, a few with titles, others with names in different colors. A lot of objects became highlighted and he could even see floating signs on top of buildings. Whoa, this is unbelievable. He looked around until his gaze fell upon a man with a red name. Why is his name red? Analyze. Status window. HP 3350 divided by 4200 MP 10/10. Sato Keiji level 9. Strength 55 plus 20. Dexterity 35 plus 20. Intelligence 5. Constitution 28. Spirit 1. Emotions. Homicidal, hungry, excited. Informations. Race, human. Nationality, Japanese. Sex, male. Blood type, B+. Age 34. Quirk, none. Occupation, private security guard. Companion, none. Lover, none. Current title, that crazy bouncer. Job, nightclub security personnel. Guild, Yakuza. PvP 76. PvE 17. PK 3. Relationships. Individual description. Sato Keiji, an aggressive man who's known for his outbursts and random accesses of violence. Passive buffs. He has so much HP, and his statuses are amazing. He must be very strong. Wait, what are those emotions? Homicidal. Midoriya saw that the man was carrying a backpack and remembered to check another aspect. Analyze. Normal bag, black common. Material, leather. Physical integrity 88%. Manufacturing date. Previous owner. Belongs to Sato Keiji. Contents. Serrated steel knife. 9mm pistol. Midoriya couldn't believe that. That man was dangerous. He was having homicidal feelings right now and was carrying a weapon. He could very well be on his way to kill someone, of course, if this system was right. I need to do something, he started thinking when he miraculously saw a police officer walking by, instantly getting up, walking towards the man. Sergeant Tanaka Kazuhiro. Excuse me, Sergeant Tanaka, Midoriya called while stopping in front of the man, who frowned. Do we know each other, young man? What? Oh, no, I saw your name in your badge. For understanding things, making fast decisions, or creating right deductions, your intelligence was raised +1. All right. How can I help you? Yes, that man. He's over there. That man over there is carrying a gun and is going to murder someone. While those are some very serious accusations, young man. What's your name? Midoriya Izuku. All right, Midoriya, how do you know all that? By quirk I mean, I have a quirk that warns me when something bad is going to happen. He tried his best to sound sincere and ignore the new window that appeared on his left. Through a specific action, a new special status was created. Not right now. Are you sure about that? You seem sure. All right, you stay right here, the police officer said while jogging towards the man, who was now buying a hot dog. As the police officer approached, Midoriya analyzed the man again. Emotions: homicidal, hungry, excited. As Midoriya saw the officer approaching the man, he had a premonition. The man named Keiji heard the officer's call, and after sneaking a glance over his shoulder, instantly reached for the weapon inside his bag, firing twice at the officer before he could even draw his revolver, running away, vanishing through the running crowd. Midoriya, who instinctively ducked after the gunshots, got up and ran towards the officer who was bleeding out with a wound in his chest. His bulletproof vest blocked the other shot. Analyze. Status window. HP 580 divided by 3500 MP 70/70. Tanaka Kazuhiro level 11. Strength 21. Dexterity 11. Intelligence 14. Constitution 11. Spirit 9. Emotions: desperate, frightened, confused. Informations: race, human. Nationality: Japanese. Sex: male. Blood type: B. Age 48. Quirk: none. Occupation: police sergeant. Companion: Chica dog. Wife: Tanaka Hanoka. Current title: sergeant. Job: supervisor, police sergeant. Guild: Musutafu's Police District. PvP 56. PvE 747. PK 0. Relationships: wife: Tanaka Hanoka. Son: Tanaka Masao. Son: Tanaka Arata. Individual description: Tanaka Kazuhiro. Slightly serious, but fair. Values respect and family above other aspects. He likes to fish on the weekends. Passive buffs: on the job, access to all police facilities under proper identification. Grants limited power over citizens. Debuffs: gun wounded, bleeding, profound. Midoriya touched the extra information, but there were only question marks. He checked the man's HP again and couldn't believe that was happening. HP 490 divided by 3500 MP 70/70. PP Pliho Hanoka. He tried to whisper something and Midoriya just stared, thinking that a man was about to lose his life because of him. No, that couldn't be happening. I need to help him. This was my fault. How can I help him? I have to think. I need to help him. HP 390 divided by 3500 MP 70/70. Think, damn it. Think, Midoriya shouted inside his head and heard. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill: mind overload. Level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through a desperate situation, the player obtained incredible concentration and focusing abilities, enabling him to enhance the speed and amount of information his brain can process. Instantly enhances INT status by 20. Enhances all cognitive capabilities. Cast command: mana consumption 100. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. Midoriya clicked as fast as he could, speaking and repeating the same word again. Mind overload. Mind overload. For 30 seconds, his mind raced across all possibilities and outcomes, about all options and shortcuts, and after gasping for air, he came back to reality, moving his hands while whispering. Skill creation. Skill creation. The skill creation system allows the player to create new skills based on aspects of his life. Continuous actions or behaviors can create a skill. Specific actions designed by the system can create a skill. Extreme situations regarding the player can create a skill. Manual command create skill can create a skill. Create skill. Insert skill name. Heal. Insert heal's description. Upon having human lives in his hands, the player The player transformed his mana into vital energy, allowing him to restore HP from others and himself. The system will now create a downside for the following skill based on the skill's status. DIM. You succeeded in creating a skill. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill: heal. Level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through extreme guilt, the player transformed his mana, obtaining a new kind of energy that can be converted into health points, enabling him to gradually heal others and himself. Cast command. Activation type: hold to interact. HP healed 10 HP, second. Mana consumption 10 MP, second. Cooldown 5 seconds. Midoriya didn't waste any time and aimed his right hand, registering the name. At the same moment he saw the man's HP blinking red. HP 95 divided by 3500 MP 70/70. Heal. His right hand glowed and out of his palm, a beam of yellow light started touching the man, engulfing his body with the color. Midoriya instantly saw the skill change, becoming brighter. Heal has leveled up. Active skill: heal. Level 2 0.01% towards level 3. Heal has leveled up. Active skill: heal. Level 3 0.01% towards level 4. Heal has leveled up. Active skill, heal, level 4 0.01% towards level 5. Heal has leveled up. Active skill, heal, level 5 0.01% towards level 6. Midoriya quickly snuck a glance to the window and read. Active skill, heal, level 5 3.21% towards level 6. Through extreme guilt, the player transformed his mana, obtaining a new kind of energy that can be converted into health points, enabling him to gradually heal others and himself. It can heal any kind of living creature requirements. Level 5. Cast command, heal verbally. Activation type, hold to interact. HP healed 50 HP, second. Mana consumption, 25 MP, second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Midoriya could feel his MP being drained as if he was seeing a tube being empty. The numbers were also popping inside his head. As he realized he wasn't going to manage, he was going to run out of mana. Midoriya Izuku, HP 1000 divided by 1000 MP 65 500. And suddenly, miraculously, you leveled up. Midoriya Izuku, HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 700 over 700. He gasped with relief, feeling the tube being refiled by an invisible hand, and continued healing the man, who was now looking directly at him, unable to see his face clearly with all that yellow light. DIM. Through a specific action, a passive skill was created. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Passive skill, the healer's path, level 1 1.41% towards level 2. Through repetition of healing abilities, the player developed an affinity to the healer aspect, enhancing all healing capabilities. Increases healing abilities by 5%. Decreases mana cost for healing abilities by 5%. Self-heal increased by 5%. Active skill, cleanse, level 1.1% towards level 2. Through the action of removing someone's harmful condition, the player learned how to instantly remove harmful statuses. Removes one harmful effect per cast. Cast command, cast time, instantly. Removes bleeding. Removes. Mana consumption, none. Cooldown, 1 second. Midoriya tapped wildly while people surrounded him, trying to understand what that quirk was. They heard him speaking to himself and then, cleanse. The target has been cleansed. Bleeding debuff has been removed. Debuffs, gun wounded. Midoriya saw that the man's HP wasn't going down anymore, so he stopped the healing and read the additional info. Gun wounded. Requires immediate medical attention. Bleeding debuff chance, 50%. Bleeding debuff time chance, every 2 minutes. So after 2 minutes, he has a 50% chance to start bleeding again. I think I get it, he thought while eyeing the man. Midoriya heard people shouting and saw paramedics arriving, followed by police officers. They saw the blood on the floor and expected the worst. But the sergeant was actually alert and sitting right now. What in the world just happened? He asked towards Midoriya, moving his hand to remove his vest, feeling and seeing the wound on his chest. I wish I had the answer as well, sir. Midoriya answered under his breath, lying on his back on the sidewalk while gasping, trying to catch his breath. Midoriya was inside the police station when Inko appeared, running to lock him in a tight hug. Are you all right, baby? I was worried sick. I'm okay, Mom. Sorry to worry you. Excuse, ma'am. Are you his guardian? An officer who was sitting near Midoriya asked. Yes, I'm his mother. My supervisor wants to talk to you. Oh, don't worry, he's not in trouble. He actually saved an officer's life today. What you mean saved? How? Inko asked, confused. With that impressive quirk off his, we never saw anything like that. Quirk. Inko turned to Midoriya, who was now with a yellow smile on his face. As the supervisor explained to Inko about the incident, Midoriya was going through the interface, trying to learn as much as possible. If I hadn't those points in INT, that man would have probably died. I have to understand this power better. He checked each status he had, learning as fast as he could. Strength. Physical brute force meant to tear through obstacles. Strengthen hands, legs. Hardens body. Enhances vitality bonuses. Resistance to blunt attacks, high. Resistance to piercing attacks, low. Resistance to slashing attacks, low. For every 1 point in strength, plus 2.6 physical damage. For every 5 points in strength, plus 1 critical damage. For every 20 points in strength, plus 1% double damage. For every 33 points in strength, plus 1% physical perforation. Dexterity, agility to dodge obstacles, enhances reaction speed, enhances movement speed, enhances critical chance, enhances hit rate, enhances dodge, chance to avoid blunt attacks, low, chance to avoid piercing attacks, medium, chance to avoid slashing attacks, medium. For every 1 point in dexterity, plus 2.6 physical attack. For every 10 points in dexterity, plus 1 hit rate. For every 12 points in dexterity, plus 1 critical chance. For every 20 points in dexterity, +1 dodge. Intelligence, wisdom to understand how to solve obstacles. Enhances cognitive faculties. Enhances thinking speed. Enhances memory size. Enhances magical attack. Enhances heal. Enhances cooldown reduction. Enhances magic perforation. For every 1 point in intelligence, +3.2 magic attack. For every 1 point in intelligence, +7 heal points. For every 25 points in intelligence, +1% cooldown reduction. For every 33 points in intelligence, +1% magic perforation. Constitution, toughness to withstand any challenges and obstacles. Enhances maximum HP. Enhances HP recovery rate. Enhances critical resistance. Enhances double resistance. Enhances elemental resistance. For every 1 point in Constitution, +28 HP. For every 1 point in Constitution, +3 HP regeneration rate. For every 14 points in Constitution, +1% critical resistance. For every 25 points in Constitution, +1% double resistance. For every 33 points in Constitution, +1% elemental resistance. Spirit, serenity to understand, adapt, and overcome the world's obstacles. Enhances maximum MP. Enhances MP recovery rate. Enhances resistance to abnormal statutes. Enhances luck. Enhances skill damage. For every 1 point in spirit, +28 MP. For every 1 point in spirit, +3 MP regeneration rate. For every 1 point in spirit, +6 skill damage. For every 10 points in spirit, +1% resistance to abnormal statuses. For every 25 points in spirit, +1 lucky. Special statuses, speech, eloquence to communicate freely, transpiring confidence to others. Enhances persuasion. Enhances intimidation. Enhances threat. Enhances lying. For every 25 points in speech, +1% persuasion. For every 25 points in speech, +1% intimidation. For every 25 points in speech, +1% trickery. For every 1 point in speech, +1 threat. Midoriya could barely hear the officer's explanation. But he was suddenly brought back to reality by a hand on his shoulder. "Are you okay, baby?" Inko asked, worried about his blank face. Yes, Mom. To think you had a quirk all this time, I'm speechless. I shouldn't have given up. You don't need to go there. Mom, I didn't even know I had this power as well. I just found out today. That's why I didn't tell you. I was going to explain tonight, but well, don't worry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. She whispered the last part while hugging him again. After that, the supervisor told them they were free to leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, they exited the elevator and found at least 50 officers spread across the hall. When they saw Midoriya, a few started clapping, and the rest turned, spotting him and following up with clapping. Midoriya became as red as a tomato, walking down the hall with his mom under an ovation, imagining how ordinary he was just hours ago, changing into this. He felt like crying, overwhelmed by emotion, but tried to control himself, as Inko hugged his shoulder, smiling as they walked by. Through a specific action, a title was acquired. Midoriya moved his hand to touch the window and his eyebrows went up. Through recognition of a specific ability by others, a title was created. Novice Healer Mythic Title Level 10.01 towards Level 2. Bonuses: 25% increased healing, 25% cost reduction for healing abilities. Holy crap, that was all he could think after seeing what could be his destiny. Or maybe just a bridge to something better. Tutorial. The doctor leading the surgery asked, "How did this happen again? It has been ages since I last saw an officer getting shot. It looks like he approached a wanted murderer, but he wasn't fast enough." Other doctor explained, "That's a shame. Well, let's not make the same mistake." Retractors. They had to do an open chest surgery, and at the moment the doctor could see inside the man's chest. He frowned. "Hold up just a second, what is this?" "Doctor, this thing right here. Can I get more light, please? Can you see from up there?" Up in the observation room, other doctors approached the monitors to try to understand what was going on. "Isn't that his carotid artery?" "Yes, it is." "Wait, how long has it been since he was shot?" 2 hours. Probably more. The doctor looked around, receiving confused looks, so he explained, "To you students, and to those watching who still don't get it, this man has serious damage in his right common carotid artery. Right here, so taking the time into perspective, I'm wondering why is this man even here?" Was he supposed to be somewhere else, doctor?" A nurse asked, confused. "Yes, this man should be dead." The silence that followed that statement made everyone apprehensive. No one could have stopped this bleeding outside of a surgery room. How was he stabilized? The officers said a teenager did the first aid. "Doctor, they said the boy healed him on the scene." "Healed?" "Yes, with his quirk." The doctor just stared at the severed artery and stopped, taking a step back from the table. Dr. Kyosuke, I don't know what I just saw, but I need someone to visually confirm, please. Just go and look at that. The others approached and saw the damaged artery, but there was no blood coming out of it. It was as if the man's heart wasn't pumping blood at all, as if he was really dead. They instinctively checked the monitors, but his frequency was steady. All right, I'm confused. Puncturing an artery should make his blood pressure drop, right? Also, since we're talking about an artery, blood should gush everywhere, correct? Am I missing something? A medical student asked. We just saw there was blood inside his cavity. We just drained that out, so we can be sure he was bleeding. But it's like someone put an invisible artery there. I don't even know how to explain. Look. He pointed while everyone came closer. This is where it was severed. But from this end, and from that end, blood should be coming out. Do you get it? It is supposed to be bleeding, but it isn't, so one can assume the blood isn't flowing correctly, but it is. This, right here, is something I never saw in all of my 30 years with a scalpel. Up in the monitor room, people were making calls, asking about the person responsible for the first aid, wondering what kind of god was able to achieve that. What they were witnessing was near the impossible, yet it was right in front of them. Well, let's leave the emotion aside and make the repair. But I'd like to meet the person responsible for this actually. I believe everyone here would. What kind of power can achieve something like that? Another doctor asked while shaking his head. Well, no offense to Recovery Girl, but I believe not even her quirk could accomplish something like this. The elderly woman pressed the communication button and answered. None taken, I believe that as well. You still have the same dangerous habit of leaving your hands inside the cavity, don't you, Kyosuke? Could you move your hands a little? Nothing as good an old scold from your teacher. Dr. Kyosuke smiled behind his mask. You're supposed to be the trauma chief, so act more like it. Move your hands a little more. I want to see the path. Yes, that's perfect. What you're looking for, sensei. He not only stopped the primary arterial bleeding, but he also stopped all the subsequent bleeding. Look further into the wound. The doctor shook his head after seeing the wound and looked up to his mentor. Sensei, what the hell is this? I don't know, dear, but I plan on finding out. Status window. HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 700 over 700. Midoriya Izuku level 27.25% towards level 3. 10 status points available. Strength 3+, Dexterity 5+, Intelligence 22+, Constitution 2+, Spirit 5+, Emotions, Analytical, Nervous, Agitated. Informations, Race, Human, Nationality, Japanese, Sex, Male, Blood type, O, Age 14, Quirk, Player 1, Occupation, Student, Companion, None, Lover, None, Current title, Player 1, Job, None, Guild, None, PvP 0, PvE 0, PK 0. Relationships. Mother, Midoriya & Co. Father, Midoriya Hasashi. Individual description. The player, Midoriya Izuku, a very timid and reserved boy, known for his keen intellect, as well as for his obsession for superheroes. Likes to write information about superpowers and review said information, speculating growth rate for their abilities. His favorite food is katsudon. Passive buffs. Player 1, access to the player's interface. No expiration date. School's grounds 5 extra points and INT expires after graduation 8 months. 3 days, 2 hours, 40 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Home, sweet home. Upon resting inside his home, the player will recover all of his HP, MP and cleanse all harmful statuses after sleep. No expiration date. Midoriya kept walking up and down his room, looking at the status window with doubt in his face. I wonder how his surgery is going. Maybe I should have asked to join them, so I could heal him again if anything went bad. No, I stopped the bleeding twice back in the ambulance, and the status chance dropped to 15% once we were close to the hospital, so he should be okay. I need to learn more about this, but first, I need to address the elephant in the room. Novice Healer Mythic Title Level 1 3.25% towards Level 2. A title granted to those recognized as walking miracles, capable of saving others around them. Bonuses: 25% increased healing. 25% cost reduction for healing abilities. Walking miracles. Well, a healer is a really valuable role in any game, but I still can't see me as one. Maybe if I put everything in perspective, maybe I should just summarize everything I know to clear my head. Midoriya whispered while grabbing one of his notebooks, writing while whispering to himself. So let's summarize everything I got until now. All started with the quirk. Player 1. The quirk led to the development of skills, titles, and statuses. Alright, skills go from level 1 to undefined. And at every 5 levels, they gain 1 more bonus or evolution. Since my analyze is at level 11 now, I need to wait for it to reach 15 so I can check if this is linear. Moving on. After getting 1 level, I got 1 point in all statuses, plus 10 points to put in any status of my choice. Once I leveled up, all my HP and MP were automatically replenished. What else? Oh, skill experience seems to count towards overall experience since the only thing I did was to create and level up skills, and yet I level up once. I guess that's it. I still need more information though. Options. MISC. Use minimalist interface. Use voice-based interface new. Show map on the interface new requires level 5. Enable AI assistance new. Show tutorials and hints new. Alright, these options weren't here when I first opened this menu. Voice-based interface. Enable AI assistance. Map, tutorial and hints. Even in the options section, things are being unlocked. I wonder if this can actually help. Well, this is my power, right? It's not like it's going to hurt me. Midoriya marked the 3 boxes. X. Use voice-based interface. X. Enable AI assistance. X. Show tutorials and hints. After pressing apply, he jumped because of the female robotic voice that shouted inside his head. Voice-based interface is now active. Downloading voice packs. That's too loud. Oh, Midoriya quickly opened the audio tab and found the new marker. Interface voice proceeding to decrease its values. Hold up, that voice said it's downloading voice packs? The system is downloading from where? The internet. Incorrect. He heard the same robot voice answering him, feeling worried. Did you just directly answer me? Nothing but silence. Hello, still nothing. It answered me. I'm not going crazy here, so why isn't it answering anymore? Calm down, Izuku. What exactly did you ask? If the system was downloading directly from the internet, correct? Let's try that again. Is the system downloading directly from the internet? Incorrect. Got you. It answers by its name. Midoriya was standing while clenching his fists, but realized he was overacting and sat, a little embarrassed. So, system, can you tell me more about yourself? The system doesn't have enough voice packs installed at the moment to perform a fully verbal explanation. Please, wait for the voice packs to be downloaded. Mother, Midoriya and Co. 13%. Physics teacher, Emi-sensei 12%. Classmate, Matsumoto Uruka 9%. Classmate, Bakugo Katsuki 5%. What the system? Are you downloading these voices packs from people I know? No. Are you downloading from these people because I remember their voices? Correct. This is incredible. Well, at least I can ask things directly to the system instead of discovering by accident. Midoriya saw the time and decided to go for a walk, telling Inko he was going to be back soon. Leaving Midoriya household. PvP is now enable. System, what does the PvP is now enable means? Midoriya thought the question, but the system didn't respond. Oh, I guess you go with verbal commands too. System, what PvP is now enable means? PvP is now enable warns the player about the high probability of a PvP event. PvP probability 13%. I was wondering about other things as well. System, what are PvE and PK? PvE stands for player versus environment. PK stands for player kills. Midoriya stopped walking and remembered that man from this afternoon. He had 3 PK points, so that meant he already killed 3 people. If Midoriya knew he was that dangerous, he would have warned the police officer. Explain PvE for me, because I don't see how I can gain levels from it. Player versus environment. The player can obtain experience points from PvE by killing aggressive fauna or harvesting beneficial flora, like picking mushrooms and hunting. Oh, that's why that officer had so many PvE points, right? It said he likes to fish on the weekends, so every fish counts as a PvE kill. But then, why was his level so low? The system said aggressive fauna, so could this be the answer? If the animal isn't aggressive, it doesn't reward exp, but still counts as a PvE kill. Oh, if I don't say with conviction, the system won't mark as an insight. Midoriya repeated his previous speculation as an affirmation and heard. For understanding things, making fast decisions, or right deductions, your intelligence was raised +1. Nice. It's good I'm still getting these, but I guess I should expect the number of right deductions I have to make to increase as well. He stopped while spotting a playground, walking to one of the swings, sitting and pushing himself back and forth. Titles. Midoriya stopped swinging and moved the list with his right hand, his left hand holding his chin. Novice Healer Mythic Title Level 10.01 towards Level 2. A title granted to those recognized as walking miracles, capable of saving others around them. Bonuses. 25% increased healing. 25% cost reduction for healing abilities. I need some answers about this. What is a mythic title? Why does this title have an experience tracker and the others don't? And why it has 2 locked bonuses? After staring for some time, he laughed out loud at how stupid he was. I keep forgetting this is a damn game. Why can't I put that through my head? This is actually a game. Midoriya stopped his hand over the title, and after a few seconds, a secondary small window appeared, giving him additional information. Mythic level, highest quality level. Hold up, I saw that in the commands. How was it? Got it. Refinement window. He saw the new window and left a tiny gasp. Refinement window. The system grants the player a way to refine items in order to obtain better statuses. Rare materials and gold are required to refine an item. Item physical integrity cannot be below 50%. Common items can't be refined gray. Unique items can be refined up to +3 blue. Elite items can be refined up to +6 purple. Super items can be refined up to +9 red. Mythic items can be refined up to +12 yellow. Alright, this is easy to understand. Common is the lowest and mythic is the highest, each having its own specific color. Got it. He placed his hand over the sign inside. Unknown. I wonder if this question mark means another item quality above mythic or some hidden aspect. Well, I can actually ask now. System, is there another item quality above mythic? #error 403. The system cannot provide information blocked by the system itself. DIM. Through a specific action, a title was acquired. Midoriya frowned and opened the title tab again. Creator of Paradox's unique title maximum level. For trying to use the system to gather unknown information about the system, the player learned how to create paradoxes. Bonuses. +1 INT. +1 SPT. Hediha. Sorry about that. I was just trying a few things. So I have 1 common, 1 unique and 2 mythic titles, meaning the 2 mythic are probably the strongest titles I could get. He got off the swing and left the playground, walking around the block to return home. Thank God for the tutorial and hints. Midoriya shook his head, wondering how he was going to understand everything without that. If I look at my status, skills, and titles, I'd assume I'm a healer now, but I just created that healing skill because of that officer that was dying right in front of me. It's not like I always wanted to be a healer or some support. I don't want to be a sidekick. I want to the one fighting. I want to be like. He remembered his encounter with All Might and his expression darkened. He returned his attention to the window and remembered another major detail. Skill creation. Skill creation. What is that? Why is it gray now? Midoriya clicked the new question mark and his jaw dropped. Skill creation is disabled until the new requirements are met. Midoriya tapped V and his expression froze. Requirements. Level 50. Strength 50. Dexterity 50. Intelligence 100. Constitution 50. Spirit 100. What happened? Level 50. 50. Why? Oi, stop yelling, dumbass. Someone shouted from an apartment window and Midoriya quickly resumed his walk, moving his hands while walking, opening the menu again to try to find anything related to that, but ended up finding something he wasn't expecting. Archivesv. Contains all information, logs, and events stored. Oh, this is nice. Midoriya clicked and searched for the subsection he was looking for. Skill creation. The skill creation system allows the player to create new skills based on aspects of his life. Continuous actions or behaviors can create a skill. Specific actions designed by the system can create a skill. Extreme situations regarding the player can create a skill. Manual command can create a skill, create skill. He tapped each question mark in the same order and heard the voice speaking at the same time the new info was appearing. Continuous actions or behaviors inherent to the player can create a skill. Actions or behaviors that divert from the player's personality will not be taken into consideration. Specific actions designed by the system in response to specific situations can trigger a skill creation event. Actions left. 44. Extreme situations that can cause physical or mental damage to the player will trigger a skill creation event. This effect cannot be triggered more than once per event. Manual command create skill can create a skill. The skill created will have its essence based on the player's statuses. If the skill conflicts with the player's statuses, the skill will not be created. Every 50 levels grants 1 manual command. Create skill requirements must be met. I never thought it would be like this. This is much more complex than I expected. I thought it would be easier to get more skills, but now I'm not so sure. Also, the way I distribute my status points will dictate the type of skill I'll be able to create. So if I put all my points in strength and try to create a new skill based on mana or magic attack, it won't work. I guess this is it. For understanding things, making fast decisions, or right deductions, your intelligence was raised +1. If I get one of these every time I make a few right observations, what would happen if? Midoriya knew he wasn't very athletic, but he dropped on his hands anyway, trying his best to do push-ups. I just need to be sure this is something linear. 5. If what I thought is right, I can get status points. Why just because of physical exercise, muscular training, or martial practice your strength was raised +1. Midoriya got up, brushing his hands, and smiled while looking at the fading message window. Oh, I think you and I are going to understand each other very well. Midoriya woke up with the same noise inside his head. Alarm, 7:30 a.m. Dismiss snooze. Good morning to you too, he whispered while yawning, tapping the left button. New quests were added. Midoriya heard a different voice speaking. It sounded like, "System, which voice pack are you using?" "Current voice pack, Mother, Midoriya & Co." "This is just weird, it could be confusing as well." "System, change voice pack to Emi-sensei." "Current voice pack successfully altered." "Current voice pack, Physics Teacher Emi-sensei." "This will do for now." New quests were added. The familiar voice repeated and Midoriya tapped the question button, expecting his daily quests, but found almost an entire page. Story quests, an eye for an eye. Main quests, physical training very easy. Mental training very easy. Side quests, knowledge is the wisest blade. Knowledge is the wisest shield. Daily quests, go to school, go home. Special quests, class ceremony. Midoriya felt a bad omen, seeing all of that. He started by the first quest, intrigued by how it was displayed as story quests. An eye for an eye. Objective, inflict at least 100 damage to Bakugo Katsuki. Time limit, none. Reward, 5000 EXP. Reward, 5000 gold. Reward, weapon box plus return crystal common. What? He closed and opened the tab again just in case, but the info was still the same. Is this some kind of joke? Why is this thing telling me to attack Kaken? Midoriya moved his hand to them, and a message appeared. The player must overcome his inferiority complex, fear, and passive behavior in order to become stronger. As the player's primary stress focus, Bakugo Katsuki must be confronted. Inferiority. I don't have a. He instantly went into denial but quickly stopped, remembering all the things Bakugo made him experience and all the times he fought back. None. He continued reading. Failure penalty. Removal of 10 spirit points if any of the player's stats reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. What the F? He just stared at that penalty, not believing his eyes. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. What the hell is this penalty? System. What happens if a status goes to negative numbers and becomes unavailable? Each extinct status will result in specific debuffs that cannot be cleansed. Strength. The body enters a state of weakness. The player may feel increased physical pain if hit. Highly decreases physical attack. Highly decreases carrying weight. Dexterity. The body enters a state of weakness. The player cannot run, dodge, jump, or land critical hits. Highly decreases movement speed. Highly decreases hit rate. Intelligence. The mind enters a state of weakness. The player cannot mentally visualize. Highly decreases memory size. Highly decreases thinking speed. Constitution. The body enters a state of weakness. The player cannot regenerate HP. Highly decreases maximum HP. All types of damages deal extra damage to the player. Spirit. The mind enters a state of weakness. The player cannot regenerate MP. Highly decreases maximum MP. All additional damage from abilities will become unavailable. I just can't let any of this happen or it will have an absurd impact in my life. I need to think about a way to get stronger fast, so I have so many points that I don't have to worry about this again. Let me check the other quests. I'll leave this one for later. Main quests. Physical training very easy. Objective. Reach 10 points in strength. Time limit. 29 days 16 hours 27 minutes 55 seconds. Reward. 1000 EXP. Reward. 1000 gold. Reward. Equipment box plus return crystal common. Failure penalty. Removal of 10 strength points if any of the player's stats reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. Mental training very easy. Completed. Objective. Reach 10 points in intelligence. Time limit. 29 days 16 hours 27 minutes 55 seconds. Reward. 1000 EXP. Reward. 1000 gold. Reward. Accessory box plus return crystal common. Failure penalty. Removal of 10 intelligence points if any of the player's stats reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. Midoriya raised his eyebrows while going to the bathroom, getting his toothbrush while eyeing the new 2 buttons. Receive via mail. He stopped putting on toothpaste and just stared in disbelief. He had forgotten one of the most basic aspects of any game. Receive. Item was added to your inventory. Inventory. A square window appeared and Midoriya looked at all the details. Inventory. XX. Gold 0, metals 0, outfits 1. There were 18 empty slots and 2 being filled by items. One contained a small gift box, and the other had some strange white crystal. Midoriya moved his hand towards the box, seeing the contoured around become red as if the item was selected. He pulled his hand, expecting the gift to come out, but it just remained there, selected. System, why can't I get items out of my inventory? Gesture-based commands were not issued by the player to access this feature. Gesture-based commands. Controls. Voice commands. Gesture commands. Oh, so I can use verbal or gesture as a command, meaning I can do that to skill as well. Midoriya's mind suddenly realized something. Archives. Skills. Due to observation and details analyzes, an active skill was created. Active skill. Analyze, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction abilities, enabling him to instantly analyze the world nearby. Cast command, mana consumption 10, cooldown 10 seconds. Midoriya saw the log from when he first got the skill and walked back to his bed, lost in thoughts. Status window, HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 700 over 700. Midoriya Izuku level 2 16.2% towards level 3. 10 status points available. Strength 4+, Dexterity 5+, Intelligence 24+, Constitution 2+, Spirit 5+, Emotions, Analytical, Agitated, Nervous. Informations, Race, Human, Nationality, Japanese, Sex, Male, Blood type, O, Age 14, Quirk, Player 1, Occupation, Student, Companion, None, Lover, None, Current title, Player 1, Job, None, Guild, None, PvP 0, PvE 0, PK 0, Relationships, Mother, Midoriya & Co. Father, Midoriya Hasashi. Individual description. The player, Midoriya Izuku, a very timid and reserved boy, known for his keen intellect, as well as for his obsession for superheroes. Likes to write information about superpowers and review said information, speculating growth rate for their abilities. His favorite food is katsudon. Passive buffs. Player 1, access to the player's interface, no expiration date. School's grounds 5 extra points in INT expires after graduation 8 months. 3 days, 2 hours, 40 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Home, sweet home. Upon resting inside his home, the player will recover all of his HP, MP and cleanse all harmful statuses after sleep, no expiration date. Are you sure about this, Izuku? If you got it wrong you'll just waste a skill point, he asked himself, but remembered there was a skill that could help. Mind Overload. Mind Overload leveled up. Active skill, Mind Overload, level 2 0.001% towards level 3. Through a desperate situation, the player obtained incredible concentration and focusing abilities, enabling him to enhance the speed and amount of information his brain can process. Instantly enhances INT status by 25. Cast command, Mind Overload. Mana consumption, 95. Duration, 25 seconds. Cooldown, 11 hours. Midoriya's eyes were closed, as only his mind was racing right now, thinking at high speed about probabilities and outcomes. He gasped for air after it ended, blinking quickly while looking around. This is like I think this must be what people feel when they do drugs. What a rush. Well, let's get this over with. He got up and found a small tennis ball in one of his toy boxes. Stretching his left arm forward, his palm was open forward as well. He squeezed the toy with his right hand and threw it at the wall with all the strength he had, watching as the ball bounced and came back towards his face. He moved in time and blocked with his left raised hand, making the ball drop. After that, confusion took his face, but whispered to himself, "All right, again." He got the ball and repeated the action, blocking it one more time, but nothing happened. Why, something must be missing, he thought while picking up the ball again, frowning. Analyze. Tennis ball yellow common. Material, rubber, wool. Physical integrity 33%. Manufacturing date 5 years ago. Previous owner, Bandai Co. Belongs to Midoriya Izuku. So since the analyze leveled up is even showing dates and previous owners. Hold on. Midoriya looked at the ball and had an insight. He positioned himself again and threw the ball with all his strength, but this time, he stood still, no lifting his arm, and the ball hit him in the face. 15 damage received. Oh, alright. Thank God it hasn't labeled it as self-inflicted. Now, let's try this again. Analyze. Tennis ball yellow common. Material, rubber, wool. Physical integrity 32%. Manufacturing date 5 years ago. Previous owner, Bandai Co. Belongs to Midoriya Izuku. Inflicts 15 physical damage if throw at fast speeds. He picked up the ball, smiling, and did it again. But after blocking the ball with his left hand, he heard the voice. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Through a specific action, a title was acquired. Active skill, block, level 1 0.001% towards level 2. Upon blocking harmful projectiles, the player developed an ability that blocks projectiles based on his mana. Cast command, activation type, instantly. Mana consumption, 25. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Exploiter mythic title level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Title acquired by those who exploit failures in any kind of system, twisting the outcome to their favor. Bonuses. 5% more gold from all sources. 5% more experience from all sources. Yes. Oh, wow, this title really is something, but it's a bonus. I was right. I can really bend the system in my favor. He pressed the sign on the active skill and read the additional info. As long as mana is present, the shield will convert and transfer the damage to your mana. Upon reaching 0 mana, the shield will be deactivated. Of course, the system thought the mana was going to be the downside, but I can actually know, let's not do something stupid. He stopped himself from putting points in SPT and closed the window, hearing Inko calling him to eat breakfast. Midoriya was walking to school, remembering the things he saw early in the morning after opening the other quests. Knowledge is the wisest blade. Objective: learn about dungeons from Hayasaka AI. Time limit: 29 days 15 hours 10 minutes. Reward: unlock dungeon access. Reward: 1000 gold. Failure penalty: removal of 5 points in each status if any of the player's stats reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. Knowledge is the wisest shield. Objective: learn about creatures from Hikigaya Iki. Time limit: 29 days 15 hours 10 minutes. Reward: unlock pet. Reward: 1000 gold. Failure penalty: removal of 5 points in each status if any of the player's stats reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. Who even are these people? I never heard those names, and I have no idea where to find them. Well, at least I have time to look for them because 10 points in all statuses. I'll probably die if that happens. Midoriya was almost at school when he saw a few kids from the closest elementary school doing something with a bush. Midoriya saw there were 3 boys and 1 girl. The 3 boys suddenly ran while laughing, but the girl stayed behind, kneeling next to the bush while crying. Midoriya stopped and approached her, seeing a bird on the floor, blood coming from its beak. Hey, are you okay? Those boys did this. She just nodded her head, sniffing, and Midoriya sighed. Analyze. Status window. HP 9 divided by 50 MP 0 divided by 0. Marshtit Posile Palistris level 1. Informations. Domain: Eukarya. Kingdom: Animalia. Phylum: Chordata. Class: Aves. Order: Passeriformes. Family: Parody. Genus: Posile. Species: Posile palistris. Sex: female. Age 2. Emotions: protective, scared. Individual description: omnivorous. Prefers to ingest spiders over other forms of food. Debuffs: broken left wing. Head trauma. Internal bleeding. So this is how the system displays something that's not human. Interesting. I imagine what can I do to help her, since even if I recover her HP, the damage will still persist. Midoriya thought while kneeling next to the girl, raising his right hand. Heal: HP 650. HP 50 over 50. HP 4950. As I thought, it won't work. The best I can do is this. Cleanse. DIM. Cleanse has leveled up. Active skill: Cleanse, level 2.1% towards level 3. Through the action of removing someone's harmful condition, the player learned how to instantly remove harmful statuses. Removes 1 harmful effect per cast. Cast command: Cleanse. Cast time: instantly. Removes bleeding. Removes stun effect. Removes. Mana consumption: none. Cooldown: 1 second. The target has been cleansed. Bleeding effect has been removed. Debuffs: broken left wing. Head trauma. Midoriya raised 1 eyebrow after spotting a distinct pattern in the skill progression. But his attention shifted and his expression saddened when he snuck a glance to the girl, who was amazed by the light but still had tears in her eyes. There's nothing we can do. No, she did nothing wrong. She can't die. How does she know it's a female? I know, but I can't fix her. She was protecting her eggs from the boys. I came to stop them, but they grabbed her and stomped on her eye. I tried to stop them. Oh, that's why. That also explains the protective emotion. Midoriya thought while looking towards the poor bird into the small nest in the bush, full of smashed eggs. You never had a chance, did you, silly? Still, you sacrificed yourself fighting a much more powerful enemy to protect your eggs. As he thought those words, he felt a shiver run through his entire body and tears fell down his face. He carefully took the bird in his hand and got up. The girl looked up and saw him wiping his eyes with his free hand and asked, "What are you going to do with her?" "I'll take care of her until she recovers." "Really? Will you help her? Will you save her? Can you really heal her?" Midoriya felt those questions ring inside his head like a giant bell. Help, save, heal. What powerful words. Yes, I think I can do that, he answered with a sad smile while walking towards school, his hand shining with golden light. Desire to protect. As Midoriya kept walking, he analyzed the tiny animal in his hand, never allowing her HP to go under 40. After at least 10 heals, he heard a noise and stopped walking. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill: Healing Hands, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through steady and unceasing healing, the player created a type of healing that heals over time. Cast command: Casting speed, instantly. HP healed 10 HP per second, total of 10 seconds. Mana consumption per cast 5. Cooldown 2 seconds. I was wondering how I was going to keep healing her since I'm using 25 mana for each heal, but this is an unexpected gift. Do you hear it, girl? I guess someone must really like you. Midoriya smiled and continued walking. System, add cast command to the active skill, Healing Hands. Cast command is ready. Please state the verbal command. Healing Weight. Can I actually change the skills names? Confirm command. Healing Weight. Can I actually change the skills names? Yes, no. What? No. System, can I change the skills names? You can alter abilities names in the Gameplay tab. Gameplay. Additional settings. Naming. Oh, good. There are a few things that I want to change. Midoriya moved his free hand and typed slowly, walking inside the school grounds. He ended and saw the result. Active skill, Mana Shield Former Block, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Upon blocking harmful projectiles, the player developed an ability that blocks projectiles based on his mana. Cast command, Mana Shield, casting speed, instantly. Gesture command, left hand up and forward with palm open. Mana consumption 25. Cooldown 20 seconds. Active skill, Healing Touch Former Healing Hands, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through steady and unceasing healing, the player created a type of healing that heals over time. Cast command, Touch, casting speed, instantly. HP healed, 10 HP per second, total of 10 seconds. Mana consumption per cast, 5. Cooldown, 2 seconds. This is better, Midoriya thought while taking his place. He was the first to arrive, so the classroom was empty. He took advantage of the silence to think. A life is a life. It doesn't matter how small, or even if it isn't human. This poor thing had the same emotion tag we humans have. I need to find a way to heal her, but how? I know I need to bend the system, but I need to be accurate while doing so. One miscalculation and I can end up losing a skill slot. I need to think of a way to not only heal but improve someone's condition. How? How can I force the system to give me this skill? I got lucky with the healing touch, but that gave me an idea. Can I manage to create very specific situations where the answer can only be the exact skill I want? I don't know. Maybe I'm being too bold with this. It would be almost like predicting the future. He stopped and eyed the bird that was still unconscious because of the head trauma debuff. A life is a life, he whispered to himself and opened his status window. Status window. HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 595 700. Midoriya Izuku level 235.5% towards level 3. 10 status points available. Strength 4. Dexterity 5. Intelligence 24. Constitution 2. Spirit 5. He pressed a few times and leaned back in his chair. So this is it. Oh, my physical and magical attacks are being displayed now. And I have mana regeneration as well. Status window. HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 812 81,227 MP divided by 10 seconds. Midoriya Izuku level 235.5% towards level 3. Physical attack 14. Magical attack 96. Strength 4. Dexterity 5. Intelligence 30. Constitution 2. Spirit 9. If I had a point to spare I could also reach 10 SPT points. Oh, I almost forgot. System, equip title Creator of Paradoxes. Creator of Paradoxes equipped. Status window. HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 840 84,030th MP divided by 10 seconds. Midoriya Izuku level 235.5% towards level 3. Physical attack 14. Magical attack 99.2. Strength 4. Dexterity 5. Intelligence 31. Constitution 2. Spirit 10. DIM. Through a specific action, a passive skill was created. Passive skill, Mana Affinity, level 1.1% towards level 2. Upon reaching 30 INT and 10 SPT, while the other statuses are below 10, the player turns his head away from the mundane, embracing the mana and its magic properties. Increase magic attack by 200. Increase maximum mana by 500. Increase mana regeneration by 10%. Status window. HP 120 divided by 1200 MP 1340 134,033 MP divided by 10 seconds. Midoriya Izuku level 235.5% towards level 3. Physical attack 14. Magical attack 299.2. Strength 4. Dexterity 5. Intelligence 31. Constitution 2. Spirit 10. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill, Mana Flow, maximum level. For having a bigger MP value than HP, the player shifts the scales on the balance, giving more importance to the mana than to his life, making the mana answer accordingly by gifting the player a way to always stay alive. Restore 80% of the maximum MP. Cast command. Casting time, instantly. Mana consumption, none. Cooldown 4 minutes. If I knew putting just 10 points across intelligence and spirit would make this happen, I would have done this sooner. Holy, look at those skills. Midoriya opened the skills tabs and watched, amazed. Active, Analyze, level 13. Cleanse, level 2. Heal, level 7. Healing Touch 1. Mind Overload 2. Mana Shield 1. Mana Flow, Max. Passive, The Healer's Path, level 1. Mana Affinity, level 1. Now back to her. How should I do this? I can't use the Mind Overload because I just used a few minutes ago at home. Alright, let's process this by parts. My heal restores HP, but it only works on targets that are down their maximum HP levels, meaning I can only heal those who are hurt. But I need a skill to surpass their HP level and not only heal but improve their conditions, consequently stopping the debuff. I have a theory, but it's risky. He looked to the bird again and pressed his lips together. I'm not the one suffering, so it's easy for me to be cautious. He pointed his hand towards the bird but felt the action was wrong, proceeding to unite his thumb, index, and middle finger with his palm up. Touch, touch, touch. Every 10 seconds, Midoriya renewed the healing. But the outcome he was predicting didn't happen, so he pushed. Touch, heal, 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 touch, heal, heal. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Please let it be right. He wished while reading the info. Active skill, Preventive Healing, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Upon preventing one's HP to fall, the player created a way to prevent harm on others. After 60 seconds, or if HP falls below 50%, heals 250 HP. Cast command. Casting time, instantly. Skill duration 60 seconds. Mana consumption 50. Cooldown 25 seconds. Damn it, that's not it. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Another, come on, give me what I need. Active skill, Restoration, level 1.1% towards level 2. Upon pushing himself to the bitter end and overloading the target with holy light, the player discovered healing capable of breaking all dark barriers. Heals the target for 1000 HP and removes one harmful debuff. Debuff removal has a 50% failure rate, decreases based on level. Cast command. Casting time 5 seconds. Mana consumption 250. Cooldown 10 seconds. Yes, Midoriya shouted and heard whispers, turning to see a few students from the class next door eyeing him with disdain. He paid them no attention, returning to the bird. He added a new name to the healing and positioned his hand, but stopped when at least 5 classmates entered the room. It wasn't like he was afraid of showing his new quirk, but something kept him from using it in front of his classmates, some kind of weird sense of shame. It felt like these years without a quirk were actually his fault. He tried to position his hand below his desk to heal the bird without anyone noticing. But as he started to cast, the skill made a strange noise, and he instantly stopped, looking away from the faces that turned, trying to look for the noise origin. More and more students arrived, and now the class was full, making Midoriya wonder if he should ditch to help the animal already. Before he could decide, a few classmates noticed the wounded bird and approached, wondering why Midoriya was with that strange expression while looking very carefully at the bird. Debuffs, broken left wing, head trauma. As his classmates surrounded his desk, Midoriya looked up. It's dying. Midoriya, what are you trying to do? Stare at it until it recovers. Ha 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 ha. You're doing one of those strange analyzes you do on quirks? Huh, that's just cruel, man. Another one smirked. Midoriya didn't answer, but his face didn't blush either, as he just stared back at the boys, who felt strangely uneasy, like if their instincts were telling them to not approach or mess with the green-haired boy any longer, as if he was dangerous. Due to a successful lie, persuasion, or intimidation, your speech was increased by +1. Bakugo entered the room and found the commotion unusual. Oi, what's going on? Oh, Bakugo, Midoriya brought some wounded bird and is doing something nerdy with it. Ha ha ha. Bakugo saw Midoriya with his face so close to the table that his nose was almost touching the bird that was in it. He walked decided towards him and the green-haired boy looked up again. Oi, Deku, what the hell are you doing? Oh, Kakin, nothing. I'm just trying to find a way to help her. Give it here. You know something about birds, Kakin? Midoriya asked with an innocent face and Bakugo snorted. Can't you see it's suffering? I'll just put it out of its misery by blowing it to pieces. As he spoke, his right hand moved towards the animal on the table, but it never reached its target. Midoriya instantly got up, loudly knocking down his chair, his hand gripping Bakugo's wrist with such force and violence that the boy froze, while everyone in the room stopped talking and looked at the two. The class was so quiet that everyone could hear Midoriya's soft whisper that sounded more like a hiss. Don't you dare touch her. His eyes weren't looking away, as usual. This time, he was staring directly at Bakugo's eyes, who was shocked by what he was seeing. He never saw Midoriya like that. His eyes were almost crazy. Bakugo recovered from the shock and, after pulling his arm, moved around the table as if he was going to punch Midoriya, but a noise made everyone turn. Good morning. What are you all doing? To your places. The class is about to begin. Have you finally lost your fucking mind, Deku? Bakugo said, staring directly at Midoriya's face, who, for the first time in his life, felt an urge to stare back instead of looking away. Midoriya just stood in silence, but his eyes never left Bakugo's face as they stared each other down. We'll talk about this sheet later. Bakugo moved to his seat and Midoriya went back to his bird, ignoring the windows in front of his face. Due to a successful lie, persuasion, or intimidation, your speech was increased by +1. Due to a successful lie, persuasion, or intimidation, your speech was increased by +1. Due to a successful lie, persuasion, or intimidation, your speech was increased by +1. Due to a successful lie, persuasion, or intimidation, your speech was increased by +1. Quest update. An eye for an eye. Objective. Deal at least 97 damage to Bakugo Katsuki. 3 damage inflicted. Time limit 23 hours, 59 minutes, 50 seconds. Reward 5,000 EXP. Reward 5,000 gold. Reward, weapon box plus return crystal common. Midoriya's heart was pounding, and he felt lightheaded after confronting Bakugo like that, so for one moment, all his anxiety vanished, making him raise his right hand towards the table while saying in a fairly high voice, "Restore." Everyone in the class turned after hearing a strange noise and found themselves face to face with something unbelievable. Midoriya started creating some strange sphere in front of his hand. That started to slowly spin. The sphere had no physical form, but it looked like it was made of some green airy substance that resembled water mixed with wind. The sphere spun for a few seconds while gathering something from its surrounds as if it was gathering energy from the air around, and then they heard a watery noise when the sphere appeared on the bird lying down on Midoriya's table, releasing a sound as if it was washing the thing, disappearing right after. The target has been restored. Broken left wing debuff failed restoration. Head trauma debuff has been restored. Midoriya saw the bird waking up, trying to move, and quickly grabbed it, being pecked in the process. Ouch, stop doing that. Midoriya looked around, and everyone in the room was looking at him with a shocked expression. Midoriya, what in the world was that? What? That thing you just did with your hand? I thought you didn't have a quirk. We're not seeing things, are we? We really saw some kind of power coming out of his hands, right? One girl was asking a friend. Holy sheet man, do you really have a quirk? Midoriya just shrugged while sitting, and before anyone could ask again, the teacher cleared his throat. Well, that's a surprise. Midoriya, I didn't know you had a quirk, but save it for the quirk class. Now, let's focus on today's assignment. The teacher resumed the class, but everyone kept sneaking glances at the green-haired boy who was focusing on that bird again. Analyze emotions. Confused, scared. After an hour, the teacher left as they got up to change and go to the gym. Midoriya forgot about that, wondering what he was going to do with the tiny bird in his hand. Before he could get up, at least 10 classmates were around his table, asking about that light, and Midoriya felt the pain in his hand as the bird tried to get free. It's nothing really, just a support quirk. Come on, show us again, man, some other time, he said while getting up, squeezing himself between his classmates, walking towards the gym, but after turning the first corner, Bakugo came from behind and grabbed his shoulder. Oi, Deku. What the hell was that thing? Kakin, what thing? Don't get smart with me, dumbass. I'm talking about your damn quirk. I don't know what to say, it's a quirk. Midoriya saw Bakugo's hand and moved his head out of the way by reflex, hearing the tiny explosion crack the wall behind him. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. You think you're funny? All this time you've been lying to me. You had a quirk this whole time. Why didn't you show us that damn thing? Midoriya just stared back until they heard the class coming and went to the gym. Midoriya sat away from his classmates, while the entire class was getting ready to play mixed dodgeball. He was never picked because of his lack of quirk, but today he didn't mind. Restore, he said for the third time and saw a message appear. The target has been restored. Broken left wing. Bone integrity 85% maximum. Muscular integrity 85% maximum. Midoriya sighed and looked at the tiny bird that was now looking at him with curiosity. Sorry, this is the best I can do for you. You'll have to heal the rest for yourself. I'll set you free now. And I'm sorry about your eggs. I hope you'll be okay after you find out. Midoriya walked out of the gym and before opening his hand, whispered again. Just to be sure some hawk won't eat you before you find your way. Preventive heal. Midoriya saw a tiny white charm appear on the bird's head and smiled. But a noise made him look to his left. Through a specific action, a passive skill was created. Passive skill, Charmer, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through attempts in communicating with animals, the player transformed his mana to allow animals to understand his behavior and to portray himself as a member of their own species. Herbivorous with passive behavior will see the player as a member of their species, will not attack. Herbivorous with aggressive behavior will see the player as a hostile member of their species, may attack. Carnivorous will passive behavior will see the player as a member of their species, will not attack. Carnivorous with aggressive behavior will see the player as a hostile member of their species may attack. What? Oh no, Midoriya said while opening his hand, but to his surprise, the bird didn't fly away, choosing to circle and sit on his shoulder instead. What is this skill? Damn, I should have been more careful with my words. Midoriya saw the bird eyeing him inside. So now you're seeing me as some kind of giant bird. Damn it, I just wasted a skill. Well, at least I can let you know that you're free. Go on. Charmer has leveled up. Passive skill. Charmer, level 2 0.01% towards level 3. Through attempts in communicating with animals, the player transformed his mana to allow animals to understand his behavior and to portray himself as a member of their own species. Herbivorous with passive behavior will see the player as a member of their species will not attack. Herbivorous with aggressive behavior will see the player as a hostile member of their species may attack. Carnivorous with passive behavior will see the player as a member of their species will not attack. Carnivorous with aggressive behavior will see the player as a hostile member of their species may attack. Player can issue basic commands depends on trust levels. I'm sorry, what? How did this level up so fast? Midoriya asked himself while eyeing the bird, narrowing his eyes. Analyze. Trust level 91%. Midoriya placed his hand over the. With trust above the 90 seconds, the target will follow the player's commands without questioning. Why in the world does this bird trust me so much? So it's your fault the skill leveled up. The bird just tilted her head, opening and closing her beak. Damn, I give it to you, you're cute. Well, you're free to leave now, so you can go and be free. Midoriya pointed his hand and received a message. Posile Palestras's trust reduced to 85%. Oh, I'm not casting you out. I'm not your owner, so I can't take you as a pet. Oi, Midoriya. Who are you talking to? Sensei, he's here. One classmate said while looking outside. What's going on? Midoriya asked while frowning. We told Sensei you have a quirk now and he wants you to be a part of the class. No, you didn't. Midoriya whispered wait outside to the bird before entering and saw her struggling to fly to the ceiling. Inside, the teams were set, waiting for the two boys arriving. I just heard the good news, Midoriya. Congratulations on finally unlocking your quirk, kid. Took you long enough, huh? H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Go on, show us what you got. Midoriya smiled weakly to the PE's teacher bravado, and walked to the end of the court, eyeing the enemy team and seeing Bakugo in the front row. Midoriya's eyes lit up as his mind clicked. Hey, I can make this work. Huh? Bakugo grunted while seeing Midoriya in the back row, his hands sparkling. The teacher whistled and they started. Warning, an emergency quest was issued. What is this? Midoriya barely saw the warning, eyeing Bakugo taking the first shot towards him, but he aimed wrong and the ball deviated, going towards a girl's face. Midoriya saw the trajectory and ran to the left, raising his left hand just in time. They all saw some kind of white circle appear out of thin air around Midoriya. And the girl, as the ball hit, making their hairs stand with the wind blast, and instantly lost its speed, being grabbed by the Midoriya's right hand as everyone gasped. The seconds passed and the members of Midoriya's team said, "Well, good catch, Midoriya, what are you waiting for?" The reason why Midoriya was standing still was because of the windows in his face. Emergency quest. PE dodgeball. Objective, win. Time limit 30 minutes. Reward 1000 EXP. Reward is special title. Reward, return crystal. Failure penalty. Removal of 10 dexterity points if any of the player's statuses reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. Active skill, dash, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. For moving through space at incredible speed, the player developed a special step to move freely. Can dash sideways. Cast command, stamina consumption 10 stamina, cooldown 8 seconds. Midoriya's mind was racing as he registered the command, but in a slight moment of sanity, he remembered his own statuses. Dexterity 6. He felt the blood being drained from his face as he realized this wasn't just a dodgeball match. This was a life-or-death situation and Bakugo was on the enemy team. Midoriya had to throw now, so he aimed towards Bakugo, of course, trying to complete his quest. Bakugo got ready for a bomb, imagining what Midoriya's quirk could do, and when the boy launched, everyone was astonished. The ball barely reached its target. Bakugo had to actually crouch to get the ball and people looked back at Midoriya, who was completely red. Don't shatter out expectations, Midoriya. People shouted and Midoriya just scratched his head, embarrassed. Oi, shitty Deku, are you looking down on me? Bakugo glared at him, but Midoriya didn't hear his words, so Bakugo assumed he was being ignored. His blood boiled and he threw the ball at the boy again, but Midoriya's body tensioned and his eyes flashed. His face lost the dumb expression, and his hand was in the right place again, as the same white sphere appeared, blocking the ball's momentum. Mana shield has leveled up. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. This time, Midoriya took his time thinking. I have to create an offensive skill right now. All I got are support or healing abilities, and although they're awesome, they can't help me take down an enemy. I need to attack. All my life I just accepted and took it in. But now I need a skill to damage my opponent, something that uses mana, something that I can throw from afar. I need to attack. I need to defeat him. I need to beat Kaken. As he thought the last part, he started the movement to throw the ball again. But for a second, he heard a sound and saw a name. TIM. He knew he had to issue a command for the skill to activate, but for some unknown reason, he went with the moment and shouted, "Sacred Blast." He never issued the command, but he felt and saw his hand becoming white as the ball flew towards Bakugo, hitting him in the chest, pushing him a few meters further in the court. Midoriya tried to ignore all the windows popping in his field of view, his focus on Bakugo's expression as he looked up. The ball caught. That fucking hurt, Deku. His voice had a dangerous edge, but Midoriya was smiling because of the outcome. Story quest updated. An eye for an eye completed. Active skill, Sacred Blast, level 133.3% towards level 2. Through intense desire for power, the player created a way to canalize holy light to his palm and shoot it with great speed. Deals 100% more damage to demons and undead-type monsters. Cast command, Sacred Blast. Casting speed, instantly. Mana consumption 50. Cooldown 1 second. Midoriya's smile enlarged when he saw another throw from Bakugo, using an explosion to help again, but the dash and mana shield hindered the ball useless again. WHOAAA, that's amazing. Midoriyas Quirk can freaking match Bakugo's. As thrilled as Midoriya was, he knew that wasn't true. This was just a silly game, but in a fight one-on-one, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Bakugo. Yet, he thought and felt surprised by himself, seeing another ball being launched, dashing to the right to intercept and instantly launch it back. But this time, he didn't aim at Bakugo, choosing another opponent. Bakugo's eyes showed shock when he looked towards Midoriya, who had a challenging expression. And although none of them spoke, Bakugo could hear the question coming from his eyes. "Hey, Kaken, can you protect your team better than I can protect mine? Wanna bet on that?" The teacher wanted to put an end to that madness, but even he was entertained by what was happening. There were students from other classes watching from outside the gym, as the two practically faced each other 1v1. Midoriya looked at his newly added stamina bar and saw that he could perform 2 dashes before running out of stamina, having to wait 16 seconds for both dashes to be restored, or 8 for each one. His offensive skill wasn't an issue, since the Sacred Blast had little cost, and his regeneration helped restore part of the spent mana, but his shield was another story. Every hit he blocked helped level up the skill, but the cost for the damage absorption was outrageous. Midoriya saw another block and felt his MP being drained. HP 1150 divided by 1200 MP 661,340. HP 1150 divided by 1200 MP 461,340. Damn it, 200 mana for every block. 2 more and I'm out. He eyed the 5 enemies left while his entire team was still standing, cheering for him. He resumed his dance with Bakugo and dashed left, seeing the boy exploding to keep up with him, but Midoriya's dash was better than his explosion, since they had no subsequent momentum, as he dashed to the right again and struck 2 players at once, hitting their legs. Midoriya heard cheers coming from the outside and saw people watching from the windows. Feeling a little embarrassed by being under the spotlight, he turned and walked back to his team, hearing Bakugo's shouts. "Damn it, damn nerd." Midoriya was slightly panting and tapped the many windows in his face. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. For dodging harmful attacks, running great distances, or performing acrobatic maneuvers, your dexterity was raised by +1. Dexterity 12. Well, I'm safe. Even if I lose, I'll just go back to 2 dex, he thought while sighing, but instead of relaxing, that thought actually made him even more concentrated. He didn't want to give away 10 points of his hard-earned dexterity to Bakugo. Bakugo got the ball and looked towards Midoriya. The expression Midoriya saw made him worry. Bakugo unleashed all his frustration, and the teacher ran towards the court, but he wasn't fast enough. The ball came, but an explosion followed right after, making everyone jump away from the blast. Midoriya's eyes shine with the light of the incoming fireball, and he vanished, making people scream while others had their hands on their heads. After the dust settled, the teacher heard before even seeing. "Don't worry, sensei, something like this won't kill me." They started seeing a silhouette and after a couple of seconds, finally saw. Midoriya was standing, the ball secure in his hand, his PE uniform slightly burned, but he was still standing. HP 650 divided by 1200 MP 0 divided by 1340. For taking damage, withstanding abnormal statuses, or carrying excessive weight, your constitution was raised by +1. For taking damage, withstanding abnormal statuses, or carrying excessive weight, your constitution was raised by +1. For taking damage, withstanding abnormal statuses, or carrying excessive weight, your constitution was raised by +1. For taking damage, withstanding abnormal statuses, or carrying excessive weight, your constitution was raised by +1. All these points for 400 damage. I'll gladly take those. Midoriya thought wildly while taking a step forward. I think that's enough, boys, the teacher said, but to his surprise, Midoriya was the one who answered first. Please, can you let us finish, sensei? Midoriya, look at you, aren't you hurt? In pain? Oh, this. Midoriya moved his open left hand down and forward as if he was picking up something invisible, lifting it up until it trespassed his head height, closing his hand in the end. Flow. Bakugo thought he was seeing a movie, as dark blue light sparkled around Midoriya for a moment before he raised his right hand with his palm up. Restore. They all saw the incredible effect one more time, like some kind of mystical water was engulfing his body. I'm all set. So, can we finish it, sensei? The teacher eyed Midoriya's arms and saw that the small scratches and burn marks were almost gone. I think. Thanks. Midoriya made the movement to throw again, and Bakugo thought, he's going to throw to my left. Midoriya's eyes were locked onto Bakugo's as they read one another, and the green-haired boy dashed. While that was all Bakugo could mumble as his eyes shifted to his right, seeing Midoriya tilting his head, aiming at the last two, hitting one in the shoulder, while the other tried to save his teammate and missed, being hit in the left hand. What a faint dude. What the heck? Jesus. Bakugo ate sheep their look at his face. Midoriya walked back to his teammates, who came back after the previous explosion and smiled before talking about something with the girl he protected earlier. Bakugo was biting his lips so hard that he tasted blood, revolted after hearing people cheering for Midoriya. Disgusting nerd. Do you think you can beat me? Bring it on. I'll destroy you, Deku. You are worthless. You can't do anything. He threw the ball with the last shout and Midoriya easily stopped it with his mana shield. But now that Bakugo was the last one standing, things became complicated. Come on, come and get me, Bakugo shouted, his hands sparkling. And Midoriya moved in to finish this. He moved forward and faked a throw, using his first dash to move to the right, seeing Bakugo arriving with an explosion. Midoriya jumped, but Bakugo's reflexes were on another level. As he easily caught up with him, his hands prepared to catch, but Midoriya smiled before whispering something. Bakugo just saw the green from his hair as he dashed away, still airborne, his feet touching nothing, moving him to the other side, as he aimed at Bakugo's blind spot. Bakugo shouted, enraged, exploding both his hands with full force, hurting his shoulders, but managing to position himself in front of Midoriya again. As he arrived, he looked up and saw Midoriya with a smile that sent a shiver through his spine. His eyes instantly focused on his left arm, already raised to the side, as a ball hit Bakugo in the shoulder. He slowly turned to his right, just to see a girl wearing glasses, her arm forward, slightly shaking. In the middle of the match, you understood my dash limit, didn't you? That's why you put everything in this last move. You knew it wasn't a feint because I can only use it twice. Your combat insights are something else, Kakin. But let's just say that when it comes to protecting others, I've become slightly better than you. Bakugo faced Midoriya and heard the whistle coming from the teacher as he walked to put between the two, already predicting Bakugo's explosive reaction. But to his surprise, the boy just got straight and looked around, to all the people with their mouths open, hands over their heads, amazed by what they just saw. Bakugo felt an incredible amount of shame and was about to move when he heard Kakin. He turned and saw Midoriya with his fist raised towards him, ignoring the teacher between them. That was pretty fun, thank you. Bakugo had a flashback, and for a moment saw the 4-year-old Midoriya in front of him, the one that followed him around everywhere, amazed by his power. Disgusting. He snorted while moving away, getting his backpack and leaving the gym, but Midoriya wasn't mad. He was actually so happy that he could barely refrain himself from shouting. Well, inside his head was a different story. Yes. Emergency quest completed. Acquired 1000 EXP. Acquired, return crystal. Through a quest, a new title was acquired. Dodgeball King Elite title maximum level. A title given to the best dodgeballs player. Bonuses. +5 dex. +15 dex while playing dodgeball. Holy, this is actually a good title. Midoriya exited the court with people praising him, and after walking through the door, heard something flapping over his head, spotting the bird. You actually waited. I guess I should name you since you'll be following me around. How about Pitchy? No, that's too dorky. I think you deserve a name that represents you. I'm thinking about B, because you fought with your life, but naming an animal with another animal's name is just weird. But then again, B also sounds really good, so I'll call you B. Would you like to name Marshtit B? Yes, no. What choice do I have? Yes. New pet added. Check the bestiary for more information. I'll check that out later. Let's get something out of the way first. Hours later, Midoriya was inside a small forest, located on the top of a small mountain. There was a shrine there, but people used to hike around the mountain before the shrine was built. Midoriya took advantage of the trail and got to this sweet spot with very short grass and trees all around, forming some kind of circular area. He spotted Bee flying around, hunting spiders. Now, it's time to go through some things, he whispered to himself before opening his status window and skill tab. Status window. HP 1312 divided by 1312 MP 1340 134,033 MP divided by 10 seconds. Midoriya Izuku level 247.5% towards level 3. Physical attack 14. Magical attack 299.2. Strength 4. Dexterity 12. Intelligence 31. Constitution 6. Spirit 10. Inventory. He saw the square window, putting his hand above the small gift box named Accessory Box and pulled it from the window, seeing a materializing effect occur as if the item was being pulled from behind an invisible curtain. He saw 2 buttons over the small box and pressed open, just to see the box disappear in a weird effect followed by a window. Item has been added to your inventory. Midoriya saw a strange ring and placed his hand over it. Beginner's ring common maximum level. 1-piece bonuses, +1 on all statuses. 2-piece bonuses, +2 in all statuses. 4-piece bonuses, +4 in all statuses. Huh, that's actually interesting. Oh, B, what were you doing? Have you found any? Midoriya jumped after seeing the spider in B's beak. Jesus, that's a big spider. How the hell did you kill that? Hahaha. Well, good job. Just don't fly to my shoulder with another one of those, please. Midoriya went back to his inventory and picked the second box named Weapon Box, repeating the same process. After checking his inventory, he tilted his head. Beginner's staff +0 common. Forged with the wood from a sacred tree, infused with magic. Magic attack 100. Critical 2. Requirements. Level 1. INT 5. SPT 5. Alright, a little more damage never hurts, but it's not like I can go around the city with a giant staff on my hands. Anyway, for now, I'll just use this. He wore the ring and saw his statuses go up by 1. Strength 5. Dexterity 13. Intelligence 32. Constitution 7. Spirit 11. Now let's think about the best way to level up. I have my focus on INT, so I should do everything around magic and mana. But I also need to level up my other statuses because I need a good foundation. So, doing physical exercise increases my STR, while running and dodging things increases my dex. Taking damage and lifting weight increases my con, while making deductions or quick thinking increases my INT. What about my SPT? What do I have to do to level that up? System, what are the requirements to level up the spirit status? Through meditation, read of specific books, or lore exploration your spirit can be leveled up. That's reasonable. Good. Now I have all I need to start training. But first I need to find out everything I can about these two. Knowledge is the wisest blade. Objective, learn about dungeons from Hayasaka AI. Time limit, 29 days 7 hours 30 minutes. Reward, unlock dungeon access. Reward, 1000 gold. Knowledge is the wisest shield. Objective, learn about creatures from Hikage Iki. Time limit, 29 days 7 hours 30 minutes. Reward, unlock pet. Reward, 1000 gold. Since I don't know what these people can do, I need to get stronger before searching for them, so I'll start a training schedule. New quests were added. Daily quests. Newbie training. 20 push-ups to improve STR. 2 kilometers run to improve dex. Study of the system to improve INT. Carry at least 5 additional kg to improve con. 30 minutes of meditation to improve SPT. Reward 10,000 EXP. Reward 10,000 gold. Failure penalty. Removal of 5 points in each status if any of the player's statuses reach negative numbers. Said status will completely vanish, becoming unavailable. I said I was going to think about a training schedule. Why are you trying to train me, system? The system's primary focus is to maintain the player alive. After further analysis of the player's intentions, the system designed a training schedule that fulfills all the player's needs, preparing him for the future he chose. I know you're using Emi-sensei voice pack, but you almost sound like a person, system. Are you sure you are not sentient? The system is not sentient. You wouldn't tell me if you were, right? Well, since you cut my meat for me, let's start this training, shall we? Midoriya didn't know, but inside his quirk, an analysis was being run. Running scan number 2154. Subject, Midoriya Izuku. Current power grade, D. Survival probability 9%. Survival probability is below acceptable levels. Countermeasures now enable. Unpack and enable countermeasure number 27. Unpacking. Countermeasure number 27 is now fully unlocked. Implement number 27 advanced training protocol based on subclass. Ignore all warning signs. Starting analyzes on new survival probability. Analyzing. New survival probability 5%. New survival probability is below acceptable levels. System actions cannot prevent the subject's imminent death. Error number 199. End of scanning program. So, system, how is my growth going? Since you keep track of everything, I'm sure you have something to say. After further analyses, the system rates your growth as exceeding expectations. Good, let's keep going, Midoriya said while resuming his push-ups with a smile, unaware of the death flag that was now peering over his head. Rabbit hole. Inside this place, there were no walls, no sky, no ground. It was just infinite space, filled with darkness and a crushing feeling of desperation. Despite being a strange place, some form of life existed here. Two beings were talking to each other while looking at some strange portal, full of distorted moving images. It makes you wonder, does it not? Alara was always eccentric, so it is odd, but not unexpected. I understand that. But to give her gift to a pitiful human, that is beyond my understanding. Since we are speaking about her, is she not the one chosen for today's activities? Yes, it should begin any time now. In another part of this endless darkness, a blonde woman was sitting over her legs, eyeing a portal of her own, with a very distinct image of a green-haired boy. The image froze and she touched Midoriya's face that was portrayed there. Could you be the one, Izuku? Could you do what he could not? Could you be the one who will finally end this? Alara whispered to herself while hearing an explosion far away, slowly getting up, materializing a massive spear. Please, make haste, she said under her breath while opening a blue portal, walking towards it. 2 weeks later, it was Sunday morning, and Midoriya was outside the gates of the place he always dreamed about going. UA High School. He pressed the intercom to identify himself, but the gates instantly opened, and a man walked directly at him. He was wearing black clothes with some kind of beige scarf. You must be Midoriya. Come with me, I'll take you to them. All right. Midoriya eyed the man and thought if it would be too disrespectful to analyze him, choosing to risk it. Analyze. Status window. HP 155.000 divided by 155.000312 HP divided by 10 second P 19.000 divided by 19.000204 MP divided by 10 seconds. Aizawa Shoto level. Physical attack 1482. Magic attack 768. Heal points 1680. Cooldown reduction 9%. Magic perforation 7%. Strength at 220. Dexterity 350. Intelligence 240. Constitution 104. Spirit 68. Emotions: lazy, analytical, tired. Informations: race, human. Nationality: Japanese. Sex: male. Blood type: B. Age 29. Quirk: Erasereth. Occupation: pro hero. Companion: none. Lover: none. Current title: Eraserhead. Job: teacher. Guild: Pro Hero Association. PvP 395. PvE 19. PK 0. Relationships. Individual description: a reserved man who relies on logic while making decisions. He has high expectations for his students, maintaining a philosophy focused on those without potential must be shut down immediately because there is nothing worse than letting a dream end in the middle of the road. Passive buffs: pro hero, gain of a limited amount of power over authorities and citizens. Access to hero installations after proper identification. UA's teacher, gain of a limited amount of power over UA's students. Access to all the UA installations after proper identification. Oh my god, what are those statuses? Midoriya was trying to make sense of the man when he asked without turning. So, how is my analysis going? How? We have been monitoring you for some time now, but don't worry, I'm not angry. It's only natural to be curious about another person's information. Does that mean? Yes, we got your quirk description from the quirk department. We know you said there that you had some kind of gaming ability, and that one of the most, if not the most important one, is your analyze. Why are people from UA looking me up? You'll know in a moment, but what about my analysis? Midoriya felt intrigued by his way of speaking. He had a strange aura of knowledge and trust. But at the same time, he looked and sounded like a lazy person. After being questioned about his power, Midoriya answered without a filter. Your statuses are amazing. I can't believe you're just 29 years old but already have statuses like this. You're the second person I analyzed that has values over 100. The first to surpass 300. Huh, so your quirk can even tell my age, and also values strength in numbers. That's interesting. I also remember your hero name. You're that hero who avoids spotlights and works anonymously. You're the Eraserhead. The teacher turned while walking, eyeing the boy for a few seconds before talking. You and your quirk have been the conversation of the moment around here for at least a week, and now I can see the reason. Hey, seriously, I guess you can't see the value of a healing ability like yours? Well, not yet at least. They arrived in front of double doors, and Aizawa turned to whisper to Midoriya. You don't have to be so tense. You're a guest here, but I must warn you that from now on there's one rule. A rule. If we stumble across All Might, you can't analyze him, no matter what. While All Might is here, Midoriya's expression sunk as he nervously looked around. It is supposed to be a secret, but yes, he's going to be a teacher here in the next semester. Now, let's get in, and remember, if you analyze him, I'll know. Midoriya frowned at the cheeky lie said by the teacher, since the first thing he did was to touch his quirk description. Erasure can erase quirks while maintaining eye contact. Blinking will cease the erasure effect, returning the quirk to its owner. Can erase multiple quirks at a time. Cannot erase transformation-type quirks. Cannot know the moment quirks are activated. Is there something wrong with All Might that they want to hide from me? Midoriya thought, but left that question for later, walking inside the principal's office, seeing a few heroes waiting for him. Oh, punctual, I like that. A white tiny animal said while walking around a giant table, coming towards him to shake his hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Midoriya Izuku, I'm Yui's principal, but you can call me Nezu. Thank you for answering our call. Hey, principal, hey, I can understand your surprise. But I'm quite certain that that amazing quirk of yours can provide all the additional information you may need about me. Isn't that right, Shota-kun? You were right, as always. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Sir Midoriya apologized for his reaction after seeing an animal that was affected by a quirk. Don't worry. Now, since you're here, I'd like to start our meeting, so please take a seat. Midoriya sat in a chair positioned to his left and eyed the other people present, not reading their information, trying to be polite. They sat beside him, in two adjacent sofas, and Midoriya saw the principal rolling a tea table in front of them, starting to serve tea and biscuits. Tea? Principal Nezu asked while offering Midoriya a cup. Thank you, sir. Midoriya took a sip and instantly gasped, dropping the cup to the ground. You have been poisoned. His eyes shot to everyone present, and in a moment, he saw something behind the principal's eyes, instantly jumping and dashing backward, knocking down his chair, moving away from the heroes as fast as he could. Active skill, dash, level 8 95.5% towards level 9. For moving through space at incredible speed, the player developed a special step to move freely. Can dash sideways, can dash backward. Cast command, dash, stamina consumption 10 stamina, cooldown 6 seconds. Oh, what was that? Did he move while in the air? His reaction was also very quick. Are you certain he's just a support? Nezu asked while putting the teapot down. He got nice instincts, Aizawa said while looking at Midoriya's defensive stance. Midoriya looked around and felt his neck starting to itch. He checked his HP and saw that it was slowly being drained, taking 1 damage every 10 seconds. He wondered what was going on, but remained on guard. Not too scared, since after leveling up his cleanse for the past 2 weeks, he actually gained 2 additional features that fitted this situation perfectly. Active skill, cleanse, level 487.1% towards level 5. Through the action of removing someone's harmful condition, the player learned how to instantly remove harmful statuses. Removes 1 harmful effect per cast. Cast command, cleanse. Cast time, instantly. Removes bleeding. Removes stun. Removes paralyzes. Removes poisoning player only. Removes. Mana consumption, none. Cooldown, 1 second. Cleanse. Poison has been cleansed. Midoriya had his hand shining with white light, gathering his sacred blast while his attention was turned to Aizawa. Interesting, Aizawa whispered under his breath, eyeing Midoriya's target choice, wondering if his quirk told him to pick him as a target, or if the pick came from the boy himself. Sorry about this little test, Midoriya-kun. We were curious about what your quirk could do, so we just did a small test to check your capabilities. We were speculating how powerful your quirk actually is, so we were going to try a few things. Oh, this other teapot here contains the antidote to the weak poison I gave you. It just makes you itchy. Midoriya stopped casting the scared blast but remained on guard. You poisoned me just to do a test. What's wrong with you? No. I told you it's just a weak poison with no threat to your life. We just wanted to know how complex your power was. You could have just asked. True, but there's nothing like a good surprise test to show one's true potential. Don't worry, we're not going to try to hurt you. You can come closer. Midoriya reluctantly approached, analyzing everyone present, not caring about their privacy anymore. Now, I believe introductions are in order. There's no need. I already know all of you. so you analyzed us. Well, I did, but I already knew all of them, apart from you, Principal Nezu. Oh, that saves us time then. You must be wondering why are you here, right? Well, you're here today as a request from our nurse. This is Recovery Girl. Midoriya remained standing and eyed an elderly tiny woman who was shaking her head in disapproval. I told you your little test was too much, Nezu. Look at him. Now he doesn't even trust us. Don't worry, I'm sure time will show him that we meant no harm. HMPH. Well, it's nice to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. Sorry about this dumb test that our principal just put you through. I've wanted to meet you for some time now. Nice to meet you. Why? Why would you want to meet me? Because of that officer you saved. Oh, Sergeant Tanaka. I got a call from his precinct telling me he was alive and in recovery. They also said they caught the shooter. Not about the situation. I'm talking about how your quirk saved him. Midoriya just waited and she got up, serving a cup from the non-poisonous teapot, sipping before talking. You have strange abilities, Midoriya-kun. In a good way or a bad way? He looked around nervously. In a wonderful way. Oh, thank you. That's the reason we called you here. Just by being able to apply that level of treatment makes you a potential candidate to an influential position in the Heroes Association, since it makes you exponentially stronger than me. What? Midoriya almost shouted, but everyone present just nodded their heads, drinking tea in silence. Midoriya turned to Recover Girl again and said exasperated, your quirk is a legend. Everyone knows about Recovery Girl and her legendary healing quirk. You saved thousands of lives with your knowledge and power. I just got my quirk a few weeks ago, so saying I'm stronger than you, I think it's a little too much. Do you know why villains still exist in our society, Midoriya-kun? She interrupted him. What? Because they're hiding. I mean, they're spread across the city and that makes it difficult to find all of them. Midoriya frowned to the sudden question. That too, but the main reason is that a fight against powerful villains always results in hero casualties. And the Heroes Association values the hero's integrity most than anything in the world. Wait, what are you saying? That we know multiple villains' locations, but sending heroes there would just result in massive fights, endangering heroes and civilians' lives. Now, I want you to think about the aftermath of said fight. What would happen if we were to lose our most precious heroes, who we're going to call to save us the next day if all our heroes are dead? Do you see where I'm going with this? You're saying that I can change that with my power. You're a smart one, that's perfect. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why Nezu and I had a talk a few days ago to come to an agreement. An agreement. UA would like to offer you a special scholarship. You wouldn't even have to attend practical exams. You'll become a regular student, but at the same time, you'll start receiving special training. A scholarship. Wait, that's too fast. And what you mean by special training? If you accept our offer, you'll receive a special type of training designed by me. What kind of training? With what objective? This special training has only one objective, to prepare you to be my successor. You're your successor. Midoriya just eyed her with disbelief. If you look at me, you can already tell I'm not at my prime age. And day after day, I worry about our city after I'm gone. You have no idea how hard it is to find good healing quirks, so when I heard about you, I knew I had to recruit you on the spot. Now, we know this is too much to assimilate, but we'd like for you to at least entertain the idea. Since your quirk is a healing quirk, we figured our evaluating system wouldn't be able to truly evaluate your worth. That's why we're offering you this unique scholarship. Nezu said. Midoriya remained quiet for a few minutes, while everyone apart from Aizawa just sipped tea, waiting for his brain to finish processing everything. Once he looked at them again, Nezu continued. Well, I expect you to at least have a partial answer by now. It's okay if you need more time to think about it, just let us know where you're headed. I refuse. Nezu, Recovery Girl, Aizawa, and Midnight, who was quiet the whole time, looked at each other. That is unexpected. May I ask the reason? Nezu maintained an educated smile while asking, but Midoriya could almost feel his tension. I think there's a misunderstanding happening here, the boy said while raising his right hand with his palm up. They saw Midoriya's hand starting to shine and felt intrigued by what the boy was trying to show them. Midoriya quickly looked around and saw a corner filled with boxes and broken drawers, suggestively looking at Nezu, who gestured with his hand. It is just garbage, go ahead. Sacred Blast. Midoriya threw the ball of white energy, watching the hero's reaction when the room shook and the boxes and drawers were exploded, leaving just pieces of burning wood behind. You may think that I'm just a healer, but I assure you I'm more than that. Active skill, Sacred Blast, level 11, 47.8% towards level 12. Through intense desire for power, the player created a way to canalize holy light to his palm and shoot it with great speed. deals 300% more damage to demons and undead-type monsters. Can be charged before casting to increase damage by time charged maximum 10 seconds. Explode on impact, dealing blast damage to a circle area radius 5 meters divided by 16 for feet. Cast command, Sacred Blast. Casting speed, instantly or charged. Mana consumption 150. Cooldown 1 second. Midoriya-kun, are you telling us you have offensive capabilities as well? Your quirk registration explicitly said you have a gamer quirk, so after some research, we were under the misconception you were a classic healer. And I am, but that's not entirely what I am. How can I explain this? How about this? Think of me as a white mage. A white mage? Yes, if you're wondering about that, just imagine that I'm too much of a mage to be a healer, and too much of a healer to be a mage. That's just confusing, Midnight said while shaking her head. I'm just trying to tell you that I'm not just a support. I'm capable of entering UA by myself, and that's why I'm going to decline your offer. You realize that if you fail our entrance exams, we won't be able to create an exception anymore, right? That's good to know, and completely fine by me. Will you at least let us give you a recommendation letter? It will allow you to attend the recommendation entrance exams. The boy frowned again and shook his head while weakly smiling as if he was apologizing. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline that as well. That's really surprising, Nezu said while drinking more tea. This childish sense of pride. I can't deny I love that, Midnight said while licking her lips, looking directly at Midoriya, who shivered. So, you're telling us that you'll get in on your own? Aizawa asked, turning towards Midoriya. Yes, that's fine by me. Looking at that destructive damage, I can see him passing our tests with ease. This is not how I expected this meeting to progress, but what can I do? Nezu shrugged and drank more tea. Midoriya wondered about the silence that followed, looking towards the door, but Recovery Girl asked, how is your healing compared to that time when you treated Sergeant Tanaka? I think I'm a little stronger. How many levels you got since then? Nezu asked, and Midoriya frowned while wondering how familiar they were with the leveling concept. I told you we did our research, he mended, answering Midoriya's unspoken question while smiling. I was level 2 when I helped him, and I barely had healing skills. And now, I'm level 4. Status window. HP 1936 193,636 HP divided by 10 second P 2600 260,066 MP divided by 10 second. Midoriya Izuku level 4 2.52% towards level 5. 20 status points available. Physical attack 78. Magical attack 731.2. Heal points 287. Cooldown reduction 1%. Magic perforation 1%. Strength 11. Dexterity 19. Intelligence 41. Constitution 12. Spirit 22. Interesting. But you said you were level 2 when you helped the man, so 2 weeks have passed since that, and you leveled up just twice? Midoriya felt slightly bothered by that assumption. It wasn't like he was just slackening off. Leveling up his general level just by leveling up skills or finishing quests was very hard. I'm trying to become stronger enough so I can gather information, he started explaining the reason. But a red window instantly popped in front of his eyes. This window differed from any other he ever saw. It was red and had an imposing aura around it. Warning, the player must not disclose information about the dungeon's system to others. What is this? Midoriya-kun. Sorry I was. You said information. What kind of information? Warning, disclosing information about the dungeon's system will result in severe sanctions. More information about my quirk, and what I can do. I see. Well, I wasn't expecting your refusal, but I can respect your resolve, young man. You still have 7 months to train your body and refine your skills so you can enter UA. Yes, that was my objective. Then, there's nothing else to discuss. Actually, there is. Recovery Girl, could you walk with me, Midoriya-kun? Don't worry, I'm not going to attack you like some kind of lunatic, she said while eyeing Nezu. Okay. Midoriya slowly walked behind the elderly lady, leaving the room. So, what do you think, Shota-kun? Still think he has no potential? It's hard to admit, but I know when I'm mistaken. He has the potential, even more than what I expected. Indeed, but what was that sudden change right at the end? Midnight wondered. That, my dear, was a secret. I don't know a reason that would make him keep secrets from us, but that was definitely one. We can only speculate about it, but who knows? Maybe someday we'll get to be a part of it as well. Where exactly are we going? Recovery Girl-san. Are you always this agitated? I mean, I kind of was really poisoned a few minutes ago. I'm just trying to be careful. That's a good point. Well, I just want you to meet a few students. All right, but why? I think you can help them. And maybe they can help you. I don't get it. Patience, boy. They arrived at some kind of giant training center. Midoriya looked around with his mouth open. He knew Yue was huge, but this was impressive. He noticed that Recovery Girl stopped walking and followed the woman's gaze, stopping his eyes on the face of the most beautiful girl he ever saw in his life. He instinctively used his analyze without even noticing. Status window. HP 55. 110 over 55. 110 MP 47. 350 over 47.350. Auto Nejire level 57. Physical attack 1063.4. Magic attack 1283.2. Heal points 2.807. Cooldown reduction 16%. Magic perforation 12%. Strength 111. Dexterity 298. Intelligence 401. Constitution 99. Spirit 334. Emotions: euphoric, curious, excited. Informations: race, human. Nationality, Japanese. Sex, female. Blood type, B. Age 16. Quirk, wave motion. Occupation, high student. Companion, none. Lover, none. Current title, Nejire-chan. Job, provisional pro hero. Guild, Pro Hero Association. PvP 77. PvE 3. TK 0. Relationships: close friend, Tagata Mirio. Close friend, Amajiki Tamaki. Individual description: a curious and talkative girl with a childish personality. Likes jasmine tea and lilies. Passive buffs: provisional pro hero. Gain of a limited amount of power over authorities and citizens if accompanied by a pro hero. Access to hero installations after proper identification. How? She has statuses as great as that teacher. How strong is she? The girl was sitting on the ground, stretching, using a very tight collant as her hero costume, and Midoriya had to turn his face away for a few seconds when their eyes met. Nejire, where's Mirio and Tamaki? Oh, Granny, I don't know where they are, but they are pretty late, so I decided to start today's training by myself. She answered in an excited voice and eyed the green-haired boy who was looking at the ceiling. Who's this? Well, I wanted you three to meet him. He's the boy we talked about a few days ago. Oh, the one with a gamer quirk. She instantly got up and literally ran towards him, her blue eyes almost glowing. Her hair was so long that was almost touching the floor. Hey, can you tell me more about your quirk? Is it really like a game? Can I see it? Nejire, back off a little, you're invading his personal space. Well, I wanted to chat with all of you, but since they're not here, I'll have to postpone this conversation. Can't you tell us what it is? I can tell the boys later. That's not a bad idea, but I think they must hear this from me, or they may think you're lying. Why would they think that? Nejire was still energetic, but her expression became slightly serious. Nejire, this boy Midoriya Izuku is going to attend UA next semester, and I'm going to make him my apprentice. What? What you mean by your apprentice? Let's just say that he has as much potential as the three of you, and that's why I want your help while training him. I thought about something while formulating a training routine, but that involves the three of you. I don't think I get it. But if this training will make it possible for me to see his quirk in action, I'll do it. I'll let the boys know, so don't worry. She smiled widely after turning to stare at Midoriya, and he just stared back, captivated by her expression. It was like staring at something very shiny for the first time. He forced himself to deviate his eyes from the girl's face and shook his head before turning to Recovery Girl. I think I'm going home. Nice to meet you as well, Hato-san. How do you know my first name? She tilted her head and a curious expression settled in her face. I am sorry. I analyzed you a few minutes ago. Analyzed? Yes, my quirk showed pieces of information about you. Sorry about that, Hato-san. Well, that's interesting. And you can call me Nejire. You're coming to UA, right? You can call me Nejire-senpai then. Study and train hard so you can pass the tests, okay? I really want to know more about you and your quirk. Midoriya never saw someone like that. It was like she was a small child in a teenager's body. Yes, I'll do my best. Let's go, Midoriya, I'll see you to the exit, Recovery Girl said while pointing her hand, but Midoriya noticed she was also holding her back. Are you okay, Recovery Girl-san? What you mean? The way you're holding your back. You're in pain, aren't you? I saw in your status window back at principal's office, but I didn't want to say anything. Status window. Nejire blocked his vision with that tight collant and he turned his eyes away again, trying to focus, so it can even show that. Well, I hurt my back a few days ago, but why did you bring that up? If it's okay, I'd like to test something. Test what exactly? This. Midoriya raised both his hands together and created two casts at the same time. Passive skill, dual casting, level 4 17.2% towards level 5. For not using weapons of any kind, the player developed a way to maximize his casting capabilities. While dual casting, a few abilities have the chance to be enhanced. Enhanced skills deal more damage, heal for more points or remove additional debuffs. Plus 50% magical damage while dual casting. Plus 500 heal points while dual casting. Dual casting skills of the same type can trigger an enhancement. Dual casting skills of different types will not trigger an enhancement. Painkiller. He saw the green skill surrounding Recovery Girl and waited, repeating the process 3 more times until she said, "Oh." The pain started to fade. "What is that?" "A skill I got after studying my quirk. I started hurting myself while taking no damage. And every time, I would heal myself thinking I wanted to stop just the pain I was feeling. And this skill appeared. Active skill, Painkiller. Level 177.2% towards level 2. Obtained after attempting to erase physical discomfort using healing abilities. Removes physical pain 70% failure chance. Cast command, Painkiller. Casting time 1 second. Mana consumption 50. Cooldown 10 seconds. Midoriya repeated the treatment at least 15 times and then he heard the elderly lady. "Well, I feel absolutely fine right now. The pain is practically gone. Yes, most of my skills can't completely erase a status. It only stops it to a certain point. Then it's up to the individual to heal the rest. That's very reasonable. Otherwise, you would be able to go around practically reviving people." Well, yes. Your quirk is amazing, Midoriya Kohai. Nejire approached, looking at his hands. I'm not really your Kohai yet, but thank you, Hado-san." Nejire. "Not Hado. Nejire." "Haha, sorry." Midoriya smiled, slightly embarrassed, and turned to Recovery Girl again. "Well, since you're feeling better, I'll be going home. Thank you for the treatment. Here, let me show you out." "There's no need," Midoriya answered while getting a white crystal out of thin air, breaking it and whispering while white light engulfed his body, making him start disappearing. "I guess I'll see you in a few months." He appeared in front of his apartment and felt amazed. No matter how many times he used the return crystal, it was always incredible. It was like traveling through a parallel dimension until he reached the place saved as his home soil. He looked around and felt the Sunday euphoria inside his chest, turning and walking away. He kept walking and walking, thinking about Yue's proposal and his response, imagining if his decision was the right one. At that moment, the only thing he thought was about Bakugo's face. Although he was a bully, Midoriya knew how hard he worked to get himself ready to enter Yue. So entering like that gave him a strange feeling. He would feel that he was cheating or something, entering Yue without any effort. No, he reassured himself again that that was the right decision. He looked up and smiled, imagining if his day could become better, doubting that fervently. Alara entered the endless darkness using the same portal she used to leave. Her blonde hair completely covered in blood, her white clothes stained from the massacre she just performed. She dissipated her spear and looked around to all the others facing her. "For how long? For how long will this keep going? If we wait for your champion, I am afraid it could take another century, Alara." A woman with blue curly hair said with a smirk, and Alara just turned and walked away, tears slowly washing the blood in her cheeks. Midoriya grabbed his carriage box and sat on a bench, checking the information in the window one more time. Passive skill, Mana Affinity, level 377.5% towards level 4. Upon reaching 30 INT and 10 SPT, while the other statuses are below 10, the player turns his head away from the mundane, embracing the mana and its magic properties. Increase magic attack by 600. Increase maximum mana by 15. Increase mana regeneration by 20%. Magic attack really goes up by 200 each level I gain. 500 mana and 5% of mana regeneration for each level as well. Maybe I should pause this week's training to concentrate on leveling up this skill. Talking about skills, let's do a check. I gotta do these checks more often. Active, Analyze, level 15 max. Cleanse, level 4. Dash, level 8. Heal, level 7. Healing Touch, level 6. Mind Overload, level 2. Mana Shield, level 4. Mana Flow, max. Painkiller, level 2. Preventive Healing, level 1. Restoration, level 4. Sacred Blast, level 8. Passive, Charmer, level 2. Dual Casting, level 4. Mana Affinity, level 3. The Healer's Path, level 1. The Analyze became maxed when it reached level 15. But it developed at each 5 levels mark, while the Cleanse developed at every 1 level mark. This pattern is strange. It's almost like every skill has a specific growth rate. Active skill, Analyze, level 15 maximum. Through extensive analyses and studies of others, the player sharpened his skills to the utter limit, obtaining incredible observation and deduction ability, enabling him to instantly analyze the world around him. It can analyze information requirements, level 5. It can analyze persons requirements, level 1020 INT. It can analyze abstract concepts requirements, level 1540 INT. Cast command, Analyze. Mana consumption, 2. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Midoriya eyed the additional bonus and looked towards the sky. He saw the strange contrast and smiled before whispering. Analyze. Sky daytime 2:04 p.m. Ozone layer integrity 72%. Rain probability 13%. So this is how an abstract concept is portrayed. I guess I could be the world's best forecast reporter if I wanted to. Haha. Midoriya was looking at his skills while eating when he heard an explosion, choking on his food, having a strange kind of deja vu. He got up and walked towards the noise, hearing the same sound a couple of times before arriving a few minutes later in a dirt street below a bride. He saw the reason those explosions sounded familiar as he watched Bakugo jumping around, fighting at least 10 people. Midoriya sighed and walked slowly towards the fight, seeing boys wearing a dark blue uniform. Oh, aren't they from the Fukayashi Middle School? Why are they wearing their uniforms on a Sunday? They were having a sports festival this weekend if I remember correctly, so maybe that's the reason. Well, they have a bad reputation around here, but knowing Kaken, he probably started this. Midoriya was really close now, and a few of the boys noticed him, pointing. Bakugo looked over his shoulder and frowned. The hell are you doing here, Deku? I was eating next to Yun's shop when I heard the explosions. I don't care. Get the hell out of my way. I can wipe these assholes by myself. Well, I'm not technically in your way. And you asked what I was doing here first. Huh, well, have your fun. I'll just finish my food. Midoriya sat in a nearby rock and started eating his carrot again, while the delinquents shrugged and whispered to each other, resuming their attack on Bakugo. Midoriya observed the fight carefully, chewing while analyzing. Status window. HP 20. 410 over 21.540336 HP divided by 10 second P12. 515 over 17.40096 MP divided by 10 second. Bakugo Katsuki level 29. Physical attack 751. Magic attack 313.6. Heal point 686. Cooldown reduction 3%. Magic perforation 2%. Strength 114. Dexterity 175. Intelligence 98. Constitution 112. Spirit 32. Emotions: enraged, homicidal, analytical. Informations: race, human. Nationality, Japanese. Sex, male. Blood type, A. Age 15. Quirk, explosion. Occupation, student. Companion, none. Lover, none. Current title, none. Job, none. Guild, none. PvP 114. PvE 25. PK 0. Relationships: mother, Bakugo Mitsuki. Father, Bakugo Masaru. Individual description: a short-tempered, arrogant, and overconfident boy with an inflated ego. Has a tendency to solve every situation with physical violence. Did he level up since the last time I analyzed him? I think he did. Midoriya saw 3 boys coming from afar and wondered how long was it going to take for Bakugo to defeat all of them. Midoriya saw the 3 throwing themselves at Bakugo, using their transformation quirks to try to pin him down. That won't work. Kaken will never put himself in a situation where he's pinned down. Bakugo used his explosions to dodge their assault, rapidly moving around to explode them away. The second group came using their emitter quirks. One had some kind of high-frequency sonar, sending waves towards Bakugo, while the other had a strange metal quirk that bent and twisted, following Bakugo around. The boy took some damage from the sonar but just smiled widely, propelling himself, dodging the incoming metal shape with a pirouette, moving to explode them too. He'll always go to the most important target of an attack group. His battle analyzes are really on another level. Oi, shut up, you damn nerd. Midoriya thought he was just thinking, but ending up muttering again, making Bakugo turn to shout at him, missing the 3 boys who just arrived using their quirks. Bakugo felt an impact and turned again to his opponents, but he couldn't move anymore. He looked down and saw 2 bubbles filled with water trapping his legs and 2 over his hands, stopping him from creating explosion. Now, one of the boys shouted and all the quirks came flying, tying him down with vines, strings, and even elastic's arms. Midoriya got up from his seat and was about to help, but Bakugo's shout made him stop. Don't you dare. He turned his head and shouted again. Stay out of this, Deku. I quote am warning you. Midoriya sat again and closed his expression, wondering how he was going to get out of that on his own. We had to call for help from our acquaintances from across town. But we got a quirk that can render your explosion useless, you bastard. The boy approached, punching Bakugo in the stomach. What's wrong? No funny comeback. I'll fucking kill all of you. He was struck again, and again, while Midoriya watched his HP drop, wondering if that was enough. But as he got up again, Bakugo turned with a deranged glare, his nose bleeding. I told you to stay out of this, don't you dare. Sorry, Kaken, but I can't do that, Midoriya said while pointing his right hand towards Bakugo. Cleanse. The bubbles instantly popped, splashing water on the ground, and the boy that was punching Bakugo tried to jump backward, but unfortunately for him, Bakugo was faster. He went all out this time, exploding everything and everyone, making even the ground shake. Midoriya just watched his HP dropping with each blast, as he inflicted small but steady damage to himself, hurting his arms. 2 minutes later, everyone was down, and Midoriya approached, walking over dead bodies until he reached Bakugo, who was panting, tired. He turned and grabbed the front of Midoriya's shirt, pulling him from the ground, making him drop his last Karaj. I told you I didn't need your damn help, didn't I? Midoriya just raised both his hands, still chewing, and answered. You got trapped because I distracted you, so I was just undoing the mess I made. Bakugo eyed him for some time before letting go of his shirt, and Midoriya saw that Bakugo's hands and legs had burn marks. Wait, was that hot water? Hold up for a second. He aimed his hand again. Restore. What? Just stand still for a second. Restore. Bakugo felt his hands and legs gradually stopping to ache, and saw the burns slowly fading after each heal Midoriya did. Done. You need to heal the rest yourself. Maybe some ointment will help with the burns. Deku, what the hell is this quirk of yours? How can I explain it? Well, for now, let's just say it's a support quirk for the lack of a better word. It's a quirk that turns me into a healer. Healer? What the hell are you even talking about? It's hard to explain, but for now, let's get out of here because if anyone sees us, we'll get in trouble. Don't tell me what to fucking do. Boy, what is happening over there? They heard a male voice and turned, seeing a police officer coming down the street. Midoriya eyed Bakugo for a second and both boys practically spoke through their thoughts. Run. They ran away, hearing the noise coming from the officer's whistle fading behind them. After running for some time, they finally lost the officer and Midoriya started laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? Bakugo asked, holding his knees, exhausted. Nothing. It's just the way we both agreed on running. That was funny. Why were those guys after you anyway? If you don't want to talk about it, then I guess I was right about being your fault. What? Why would you think that was my fault, you bastard? Then what happened? Not that I have to explain shit to you, but they were hitting on girls from our school. Ino and Kana from 3 degrees Celsius. And when the girls turned them down, they tried to grope them or some shit like that, so I gave them a lesson. The following day, more of them came to settle things and I wiped the floor with their faces. They kept showing day after day, so they became my daily training. Show off. And why are you just casually talking to me? Huh. You think that just because you have a shitty quirk now, you can be at my level. That dodgeball match was just luck. And you even cheated to win. We never said the match was just between the two of us, did we? You just assumed that and ignored all the chances you had to work with your teammates. You and that smart tongue of yours. Bakugo's hands sparkled, but Midoriya wasn't scared this time. He smiled and spoke while gesturing with his hands. I know you're a lone wolf, Kaken, but doesn't it feel good, knowing someone got your back? I don't need any help, and much less from the likes of you. He turned and walked away, leaving Midoriya scratching his head, wondering if his attempt to ease things with Bakugo had just failed. He turned to leave as well, missing the moment Bakugo stopped before turning the corner, looking over his shoulder at Midoriya as he walked away. After turning a few corners, Midoriya looked around confused. Oh, we just ran and now I don't even know where I am. Well, where am I? Midoriya looked around confused, and then remembered a feature he started using recently. Map. He saw a floating map displaying all streets in the neighborhood and even the shops' names. Oh, I see, he gasped when he saw on the far top side of the map, 2 signs. When he put his hand over the signs, he saw a message. Quest location. Knowledge is the wisest blade. Knowledge is the wisest shield. He touched his chin, wondering, am I strong enough to face this quest? I mean, I still have these 2 quests to finish and this a special quest and I'm too weak to do. He eyed the special quest one more time. Class ceremony. Objective, choose a class. Time limit, none. Requirements, level 50. 50 points in each status. Rewards, additional statuses points. Class-based title, class-based weapon, class-based accessory, class-based armor. He gave a little thought, wondering if Bakugo would agree to go with him, but at the same time, wanting to go by himself. This was something related to his power, so he should face it alone and head on. That thought made him sure of what to do as he walked towards answers. After arriving, Midoriya noticed the question mark was pointing to a small restaurant. He double-checked and entered the place. It was small but cozy. And the first thing Midoriya noticed was the name of the cook behind the balcony. Praying Mantis. Hayasaka AI. Bingo. What's with that extravagant title? Well, I'm owed some answers. Midoriya walked in and sat face to face with the woman, who said a greeting and handed him the menu. She was beautiful, but that cooking outfit was strange on her. Midoriya eyed the menu and saw they had ramen and oyakuden, making him wonder if he should actually order something first. But his curiosity prevailed. I'm sorry to ask, but do you know anyone named Hayasaka AI? Huh? Who? Hayasaka AI? Why would you ask? I'm supposed to meet her. Midoriya fished for information. Not wanting to give confirmation, he already knew it was her. Is that so? I happen to know someone who goes by that name. I could call her, if you tell me the reason, of course, she said while tilting her hand. Midoriya felt slightly uneasy. He felt like walking on a tightrope. One minor mistake and who knows what would happen. His eyes shifted to her title again. That didn't mean literally, right? Yes, it has something to do about, dungeons. Midoriya whispered the last word, trying to identify a change in the woman's expression or in her emotions. But everything remained the same. Dungeons, like real dungeons, with skeletons, torture instruments, and stuff. Well, I'm not sure about the stuff inside of it, but I was sent here to talk about that with her. And who sent you? If you don't mind me asking. Well, I can't explain it very well, but it wasn't really a person. Midoriya stopped mid-sentence and gasped when he saw the woman's image distort and vanish as if she just turned into air. He got up and looked around, hearing nothing, seeing nothing. The restaurant was empty. What in the world? Hello? As he took a few steps, looking around, he felt something. It was the same feeling you have when something huge is approaching you at high speed, like a train or a bus. He felt a shiver cross his body, noticing that what he felt was a presence so threatening, so overwhelming, that it demanded attention. He instinctively dashed aside, knocking down tables and chairs, feeling something crossing right by his side. You have been poisoned. 25 damage taken. Bleeding. Waha. Midoriya touched his neck, seeing blood in his hand, feeling a small cut next to his carotid artery, and felt a shiver run through his body again. If he hadn't moved, he would be dead by now. That attack was actually meant to kill him. Cleanse. He heard a noise coming from across the small area and raised his hands. Wait. I'm not an enemy, I just need information, he said louder, never putting his hands down, but felt the same murderous aura coming from behind him, dashing again. But the aura followed this time, making him dodge a second time, falling over a table. Oh no. Cleanse. He looked around, trying to see anything, but there was nothing. Damn, stop, Hayasaka-san. I just want to talk. Midoriya then felt before seeing. He felt her presence and saw a translucent thing coming towards him again. He activated his mana shield, but before the woman could hit, he saw blue energy appear out of nowhere. He blinked once and a man appeared in front of him, holding something with his right hand. From his raised hand, Hayasaka's body materialized, as if she was using an invisibility quirk. 2 giant curved daggers in her hands, her clothes completely different from the apron she was using when he came in. Midoriya thanked God for his unknown savior until he read the man's name. The Blue Lightning. Hikage. What are you doing to our costumers, AI-chan? He's not a damn costumer, Ikki. He's one of them. What? The man eyed Midoriya and frowned. Midoriya's expression made the man chuckle before start laughing out loud. Poor kid, I bet AI gave you a scare, didn't she? Well, lucky for you. Those were some fine moves you showed right there. Midoriya thought that this man actually knew that he wasn't a threat, but his smile faded, and his expression changed, as he spawned a sword out of nowhere, pointing towards Midoriya's chest. His eyes shone with some strange blue light and his expression became as threatening as the woman's presence, making Midoriya's body freeze. I will give you 30 seconds to explain yourself. If I dislike what I hear, I will kill you right where you stand. Talk. Midoriya's thoughts were all out of order now, but he tried to calm himself where he could actually die, right here, right now. I got a quirk a few weeks ago. My quirk is the reason why I'm here, my quirk. It told me to learn more about dungeons from Hayasaka AI and creatures from Hikage. I mean no harm at all, and if you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to. I'll just leave. The man pushed his sword forward and Midoriya reacted by instinct. Dash. He appeared a few meters away from the crazy couple, but his eyes were on the door. Is that magic? I'm sensing magic when you use that ability, but something is strange, the man said while resting his sword on his shoulder. Midoriya didn't know the right answer here, so he just tried the truth. This is part of my quirk. Look, please. I don't want any trouble. I just thought you could give me some answers, but I'll leave and I promise to never come back. The reason why Midoriya was practically begging for his life was because of the 2 details he saw when he analyzed them just now. Hayasaka AI level, PK 293. Hikage level, PK 39. His heart was racing, and his muscles were all tensioned as the couple eyed each other for a few seconds. Nah, I don't think so, young man. Sacred Blast. Midoriya threw his only offensive move at the 2, and dashed towards the exit, just to find it blocked by the man. That moved so fast that Midoriya thought that he actually teleported in front of him, some kind of blue effect around his body. Nice try. Listen, before you die, I want to know who sent you here, and this time, I want to know the truth. I can assure you that your death will be painless if you cooperate, or really, really painful if you lie to us again. Midoriya saw the woman vanishing in some kind of camouflage and turned to the man. That was eyeing him with a saddened expression. I'm wondering why would they send someone weak like you? It's just strange. Well, nobody sent me here. I told you. It was my quirk. Midoriya felt the same murderous presence and dodged another piercing attack. But again, that's some good footwork for someone who just got his quirk, the man said while frowning, and Midoriya heard a noise. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill, search, level 10.01 towards level 2. Through a life-threatening experience, the player awoke his sixth sense, learning how to find hidden presences. Cast command. Casting time, instantly. Skill duration 1 minute. Mana consumption 100. Cooldown 10 minutes. Midoriya wasted no time, pressing buttons and speaking twice. Search, search. After the second time, his word created an effect, as if a sound wave erupted from his body, moving towards everywhere. Midoriya saw that at the moment the wave touched the invisible woman, her silhouette became practically visible. She stopped her invisibility again and frowned, looking at her daggers. Icky. Yay, I saw that too. Time to get a little serious. Midoriya saw blue energy for a moment around the man as he disappeared. In that instant, Midoriya knew he was going to die, but a part of his mind was still fighting to stay alive, so he whispered something before being hit by a diagonal slash that shattered his mana shield, opening a giant wound in his chest, instantly drenching his shirt with blood, making him drop. HP 1936 193,636 HP divided by 10 second P 2345 260,066 MP divided by 10 second. HP 193,636 HP divided by 10 second P 0 divided by 260,066 MP divided by 10 second. HP 250 193,636 HP divided by 10 second P 0 divided by 260,066 MP divided by 10 second. Preventive healing has leveled up. Preventive healing has leveled up. Hikigaya stopped and swung his sword, making it disappear, looking towards AI while sighing. Is he dead? She asked, seeing blood on the floor. I didn't hold back this time, so yes. Why use a child? I don't get it. He was just a weak child, they have no limits. Well, that was really strange, but their lack of scrupulous is nothing new to us. Yay, but I'm wondering how did they find us? We were very cautious. Wait. What is this noise? Restore, flow, cleanse, touch, dash. HP 336 193,636 HP divided by 10 second P 132 260,066 MP divided by 10 second. HP 1336 193,636 HP divided by 10 second P 2212 260,066 MP divided by 10 second. Midoriya shouted the commands in sequence, as fast as he could while getting up, running towards the exit while casting his sacred blast, aiming it at the ceiling, seeing pieces of wood falling behind him, but the man was faster, blocking his way again in the blink of an eye. How the hell are you still alive? Midoriya's was completely shaken, his mind frozen again, as his last plan was just shattered. He looked around, trying to find a way out, but there was none. He saw the man running towards him at a normal speed and closed his eyes, completely aware that this was his last moment on this earth. Mom, that was the last thing he thought before closing his eyes, waiting for the impact, but it never came. He opened his eyes and saw the man with his arm raised, the sword ready to puncture his heart, but his expression changed. Eki, Hayasaka asked as he just stared at Midoriya for a few seconds, suddenly grabbing the boy's shirt, shaking him while shouting. Who the hell are you? What's your name? Tell us who you really are, now. I am my Mido Midoriya Izuku, he managed to utter before becoming lightheaded, seeing white for a moment, before fainting. Hikigaya let go of Midoriya's shirt and saw the boy hit the ground, completely passed out, looking at Hayasaka with an expression that showed only shock and desperation. I don't think he's with them. He is just a damn kid. The woman was with a similar expression, wondering what the hell was going on. New World. Principal Nezu was smoking outside of his office, his legs dangling from the balcony when he heard Aizawa knocking on the glass door, opening it, seeing the principal putting out his smoke. That's not something appropriate to a learning environment, principal. What can I say, Shota-kun? Old habits die hard. So, what happened? It is done. I just had a talk with the director of the Quirks department. Good. Why don't you get it off your chest, Shota-kun? It's painful to watch your struggle. Aizawa's expression darkened before he asked, I know he has potential, but aren't you going a little too far? You already poisoned him and now you're tampering with his Quirks documents. This is not going to look good if someone finds out. I already told you all that it wasn't a potent poison. I wonder how can I make you understand? Maybe with this. You were just a child when it happened, but can you remember Recovery Girl's first appearance as a heroine? I do. Why? Do you record that after her first month, she simply vanished for about 2 weeks. Well, in those 2 weeks, you can already guess what happened. She was captured by villains because of her quirk. Now, keep in mind that her quirk can only use an individual's energy to heal, so I'd like for you to imagine a quirk like Midoriya's that can actually heal someone using only his power in a way Recovery Girl never could. You can see the potential in that. I'm sure you can because I can't be the only one saying that. Imagine if they have someone infiltrated in the quirk department. Imagine if the documents regarding his quirk were to end up in their hands. They would kidnap him the very same day they got their hands on it. Still, don't you think this is getting a little out of hand? If you push too hard, he'll eventually notice. Nezu pulled another cigarette out, and after lighting it up, turned to Aizawa with a devilish expression. To me, this is completely in my hand. As for him noticing, that's expected of him. If he's not stupid, he'll eventually understand that our forces working behind the scenes to protect him in the same way that forces will work to destroy him. This will be his first lesson in the adult world. It seems that you and the others who are concerned about this cannot grasp the gravity of the situation, so I'll elaborate. Midoriya Izuku is our top priority. He's our city's top priority, our country's top priority. And I'll take every precaution I seem necessary to assure his safety. Like poisoning him. The black-haired man smirked, and Nezu laughed out loud, turning to him with his eyes shining. You understand that this is not a child's tale, right? There's not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. There's not a happy ending, even if every known villain is dealt with. This is an infinite cycle, and the best we can do is protect the world when our turn is due and eventually lead the next generation to do the same. It's pitiful if you think about it, but we're just here to continue to build the road. That ultimately will lead to the end, but we won't be here to see that happening, just like our predecessors. So yes, I'll poison, blackmail, deceive and destroy anyone who stands in the way of our road, including the boy if I have to. Ironic if you ask me. If he's the one who will finish the road, I only hope I'll be here to see it, and if not, it's my job to make sure others don't use him to block our path. This is our responsibility as adults, as teachers, and as heroes. Don't give me that look, Shota-kun. I want the best for him in the same way that I want the best for all of our students, but I must ensure that his power and his future will reside on the right side. I need to make him understand that our side is the right side. Not because we are the good guys, but because we understand what must be done to save our people from evil. He's just a brat. You can't expect a brat to understand things like this. Oh, but that's where you're mistaken. Are you familiar with the concept of developing one's identity? Kinda. You have until they hit the age of 3. That's when their identity is formed. And that's the window you have to educate them with values and morals you seem fit, because after that, they start gaining individual trait, thinking by themselves, and creating new values. But their base always remains the same. Even if they don't believe in it anymore, they can still respect others that do. Why are you bringing this up? To give you contrast. The teenage is one of the worst ages for character development. We all know that already, but the late teens, after 16 to be accurate, are what I like to call the regret years. You got it already, right? So, to me this age is important in this aspect. If the age of 3 determines who they are, the age of 16 marks the start of the age where they will decide who they want to be, or if you want to twist it, who they don't want to be anymore. So yes, I'll keep my eyes on the boy for as long as I can to help him reshape himself into what's needed. Suit yourself, but if he ends up not joining UA, that will be on you. You can't expect rational reactions from teens. Perhaps you're right, Shota-kun, perhaps you're right. Nezu looked up to the sky, wondering if Midoriya's mind could withstand the weight of his responsibility. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but your turn to build the road has arrived sooner than you expected. Midoriya felt like he was asleep for a long time, drifting across space until a feeling of extreme danger pulled him from the stupor. He felt like this wasn't the place he should be, remembering the overwhelming fear he felt, forcing him to wake up. He opened his eyes and there were system windows all around, but he couldn't focus on them. He instantly got up and saw Hayasaka AI with her back turned to him, picking up something from the floor, sat beside him in some kind of bed, and Hikage Iki looking at them from the room's doorstep. As soon as the man saw Midoriya getting up, his eyes widened, but Midoriya just jumped, dashing across the room, hitting the wall with his back. He just looked from the man's worried face to the woman's startled expression, feeling lightheaded again. He didn't even realize he started panting, unable of controlling his breath, his arms and legs shaking. He barely heard what the man was saying with his hands up and forward, not getting close. Calm down, boy. Take a deep breath. Come on, we're not going to hurt you. Just breathe. Midoriya looked around, but there were no windows for him to escape. He saw the man taking a step forward and instantly raised his right hand, shouting from the top of his lungs, "Sacred Blast! Sacred Blast! Sacred Blast! Sacred Blast!" Every time the energy sphere hit, Iki simply grabbed it with his left hand, squeezing it, reducing the explosion damage and radius like it was nothing. Midoriya couldn't think, he couldn't speak, he couldn't hear. Right now, his body was only reacting to keep him alive. It was fear that was pushing him to act. The man kept walking slowly towards him, and Midoriya felt like hitting rock bottom. He gasped and closed his eyes, tears starting to flow. He covered his face and slid to the floor, breaking into a sob, incapable of controlling himself. It was so unfair. He lost the notion of time. So after a few seconds, or a few minutes, he felt a touch, looking between his fingers to see the man knelt next to him, a hand on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, kid. We thought you were an enemy. I'm sorry for hurting you. We're so sorry." Midoriya saw that Hikagea's expression was full of regret, and eyed the woman, who also moved closer, seeing that she was sweeping tears with the back of her hand, trying to hide her face. He didn't know how to answer, so he just remained there, sat at the corner, eyeing the two. The man got up, turning around while wiping something from his face as well, walking to sit on the bed while the woman just sat on the floor next to his legs and stared at Midoriya with sad eyes. Nobody said anything for many minutes until Midoriya's breakdown started to dissipate. He looked around the room and saw small statues on a shelf, a closet to the left that looked really old, and some kind of wooden chest on the corner. They saw the minor change and took advantage of him getting out of his state of shock. "Midoriya, isn't it?" he heard Ikki asking in a soft voice, and turned towards him. Midoriya just nodded his head, unable to find his voice, so Ikki continued. "Again, we thought, listen, all I can do is to say we're sorry. We thought you were sent here to kill us. I'm sorry for hurting you, Midoriya. My name is Hikagea Ikki, but you can call me Ikki, and this is my wife, Hayasaka Ai." Midoriya took a deep breath and wondered what was going on with his body as he trembled again, his arms and legs shaking even more. "I'm afraid that won't go away for some time." He pointed to Midoriya's limbs, and the boy just looked back at him, slightly frowning. That overwhelming feeling of fear. "I know it. I felt it before. It will take a while for your mind to work properly again. The moment that you find yourself face to face with certain death for the first time, something inside you snaps. All I can say is that I'm sorry for making you feel that. I don't get it." Midoriya could finally find his voice. "Oh, what you don't get?" AI asked, looking impressed by the boy's recovery speed. Why would I even want to hurt you?" "Well, that's harder to explain. The people who are enemies have many ways of trying to deceive others," she said while scratching her head. "Midoriya-kun, you said you got your quirk a few weeks ago, and that your quirk told you to find us, right?" Ikki started asking. "Yes, can you please elaborate that a little better?" Okay. Well, I was quirkless my whole life, but a few weeks ago, I woke up with some kind of game interface in front of my eyes, and since then, I've been getting levels and skills." "A game interface?" "Yes, it is like an RPG. It gives me skills, statuses, quests, and rewards." "All right, go on." "Well, one of those quests, actually, two of those quests are related to the two of you. One is called Knowledge is the Wisest Blade, and the other Knowledge is the Wisest Shield. They told me to look for you to get information about dungeons and creatures." The couple was hanging in every word being said, and after Midoriya stopped, they eyed each other before AI whispered, "Midoriya, you don't. Is it possible that you don't know about the other side?" "Other side?" They eyed each other again, and the woman sighed as her eyes showed only pity and shame. "Midoriya-kun, we don't really understand the reason this interface of yours told you to ask us for information about the other side. But if we tell you about this, you may not be able to go back to live your life normally. Are you really okay with that? I want to warn you that even a small piece of information about our world will completely change your life from the moment the words reach your ears." Midoriya felt almost normal now, but something inside him was definitely wrong. "I don't think I fully understand what you mean by that," he said while looking down for the first time, seeing bandages over the cut in his chest. He frowned and wondered why hadn't he noticed that earlier, raising one hand, whispering 3 times, "Restore." He looked at the almost healed cut, wondering how he was going to explain the faint scar on his chest. "A yellow. How in the world did you do that? How did you heal that wound so fast?" I'm some kind of healer." "Healer? You're a yellow, aren't you?" Midoriya shrugged, wondering what they meant by that and why they looked so shocked. But before he could ask, AI got up and left the room while Ikki took deep breaths. After a minute, she came back with tea that Midoriya instantly analyzed to be sure it wasn't poison. What a strange instinct. As if they needed that to kill him. They could kill him anytime they want. He could die at any moment. And that overwhelming fear crushed him again. "Calm down, Midoriya." Ikki's voice broke his line of thought, and he looked at the man, who was with his right hand raised. "Breathe slowly, and please, calm down. We're not going to hurt you. I give you my word that you won't be harmed." "How does he know? How does he know what I'm feeling?" The question was so obvious in Midoriya's frown that the man answered, "I told you, I've been there before. Your brain will register any action as a hostile action while you're in survival mode, so it's only natural." Midoriya forced himself to breathe steadily, expelling the thoughts about his imminent death out of his mind. AI slowly pushed a cup towards him, hurrying to move away to sit next to Ikki. Now, there are a few things we need to ask if you don't mind. AI started. Okay, you really know nothing about the other side. If you're talking about the afterlife, I think everyone knows very little about it. That's fine, you gave us a satisfying answer. I'm sorry I'm not following. Listen carefully to this, Midoriya. What you're about to learn is extremely unsettling. Look, if you can picture an image of a desolated and destroyed world, filled with all kinds of devilish and fiendish creatures, then you can definitely imagine what the other side is. This place is something that we should have never known about it but ended up entangled with it. Going from there, the dungeons are nothing more than an extension of said world, pouring pure evil into our world. They are an abomination. An abomination? What are you talking about? The dungeons are the most dangerous place that exists in our world. When I was about to tell someone about the dungeons, the system warned me not to, saying it would have severe sanction. Is this related to what you're about to say? How strange. This system of yours. I'd like to know more about it later if that's okay with you. But for now, let us explain this to you. The dungeons are, for the lack of a better word, a piece of hell. Hell, think of it like this. When you talk about the afterlife, most religions have different views, right? They have different suppositions based on their beliefs, right? Some of them believe in heaven and hell, others in some variations of eternal damnation or infinite bliss, and so it goes. Right. Well, they're not that far off, Izuku. What you mean? When you die, and your soul is not pure, you are sent to hell, but you're not really going to the hell people know. You're going to the place called other side. Pure. There are actions that can corrupt one's soul, and once your soul is corrupted, you're destined to go to the other side. The other side is, how can I explain this, a world that exists behind our world. I don't know if you can understand. A parallel dimension. Midoriya frowned, and both AI and Nikki raised their eyebrows. Maybe you can. Yes, the other side is a parallel dimension, existing beside our own. There, the souls of the sinners are trapped. So there is a place like hell. Who would have thought? Well, I still don't understand. What does that have to do with me? Calm down, we're getting there. Oh, sorry. No, it's okay, I'm not scolding you. Look, the souls trapped inside the other side can never leave that place. They will remain there for eternity, being put through a cycle of transformation. So it is like our known hell. In this aspect, yes, but the difference is that, at first, when sent to the other side, the souls just wander, lost in despair and sadness, nothing like punishment made by something or someone. Midoriya thought about that for a second, his mind coming back to normal. So the souls are trapped inside the other side for eternity. Where do these dungeons come in? Midoriya asked, but AI was speaking in a frenzy, and barely heard his question, continuing to explain. Inside the other side, in the center of the desolated area, surrounded by horrors and monstrosities, there is a place we named the Red Tower. Please, hold up a minute. I still don't get it. What are the dungeons? Midoriya raised his hands and AI slowed down, frowning. I haven't explained yet, right? Well, let me put it this way. Inside the other side, there's just an infinite number of wandering souls that are destined to suffer in that empty, cold world. But then something happened. One day, inside that place, a giant tower appeared. This tower, upon its own creation, somehow pushed parts of the other side out of their plane of existence, making it collide against ours, opening sockets of evil energy that gained form inside our world. The dungeons. Yes, we assumed that the energy coming from the other side emulated a concept of our world and shaped these sockets into dungeons, just like in a game. And this tower was responsible for it. Exactly. The Red Tower. A place filled with monsters and horrors. We know something by now that is slightly disturbing. We created the game design that exists in our world after the Red Tower, so it's not like the tower copied the human gaming design. The person responsible for creating games was actually one of those who interacted with the tower first. So he or she copied the tower's style and took it to our world, transforming it into a game. Hold up, so our dungeons description and our games of exploring dungeons and stuff are from the Red Tower. It is a real concept that was turned into a game for our fun. The person responsible for it died horribly, of course, but his legacy is still there. He managed to spread partial knowledge of the tower's concept to the human world. And when the other side created the dungeons, we thought that the concepts were the same as our games, but they were originally the tower's concept. Wait, you said the souls of sinners were trapped inside the other side, pushed to our realm, commanded by the Red Tower. Are you saying that after they are pushed to our world, their souls become the monsters inside the dungeons? How well? Yes, that's exactly right. AI frowned and eyed Iki, slightly intrigued by Midoriya's understanding of things, but continued shortly. They become cursed creatures. Their souls are twisted and reshaped by the Red Tower, reappearing inside the dungeons in our world. I think I get it. Hold your horses, Midoriya, the shocking part comes now. Now, yes, you see, the other side always existed. It was always there, so nobody knows if it was ever created or if it has an end. What we know is that the first humans who entered that place alive gained abilities, and that said abilities vanished after they returned to our realm. Abilities. Quirks. Hey Asaka-san, are you saying that our quirks come from the other side? Quirks never existed in this realm. Quirks were gifts handed to chosen humans who entered the other side in order to stop the tower. Don't you find it strange that out of nowhere, quirks just starting popping everywhere? Did it never occur to you that something set this chain of events in motion, leading to what we have today? Quirks were gifts handed to chosen humans who entered the other side. Why? With what purpose? And who gifted them with quirks? That is unknown. We have known about a single incident where that realm's reality first collided against ours. And that's when the first humans adventured there. We can only assume that the purpose was to defeat something inside the Red Tower or the Red Tower itself, but no one ever managed. And now, here comes the worst part. Midoriya felt apprehensive, but thought he just heard wrong. The golden baby came from the Red Tower. The golden baby that started giving quirks to humans. That baby was not born in this realm. That baby came from the depths of the tower, smuggled into this world. That baby was the entity responsible for gifting quirks to the chosen humans who try to fight the dungeons or the Red Tower. Midoriya needed some time to process that. He thought about the possibilities and just shook his head, unable to believe what he just heard. Then all of our quirks, all of these special abilities, were meant to be used inside the other side. It doesn't make any sense. Someone would have already spread this information. And that's the other point. The other side's existence is a taboo, and violating a taboo result in death. Taboo, think of it as a secret. A secret that is so massive that normal humans can never know of its existence. It is the equivalent of someone dying, meeting God, and returning to tell everyone that God is real or that there is no God, or someone traveling through time to learn about something that still doesn't exist, coming back later to create the same thing. It's forbidden. The world itself won't allow the information about the other side to be shared because it shouldn't be known. The world. Zawarudo Ikki whispered under his breath, and AI slapped his arm, hissing towards him in disapproval. Stop it. This is serious. Sorry, he said while trying not to smile. Ignore this idiot. The world. You can imagine the world as a living entity, I believe it's better to call it an unstoppable force. And how does the world stops people from sharing this? By killing them. I said it's an unstoppable force, so it will use its only tool to stop this knowledge from spreading across this realm. Which is providence. What is that supposed to mean? Luck. Yup, luck. Like winning the lottery. Oh, sorry, I meant bad luck. Like being run over by a car or being hit by lightning, sudden deaths. Every time one of these events happens, it is the world getting rid of someone who had broken the rules or those who, unfortunately, witnessed something that they shouldn't. Have you ever wondered why people who don't have any kind of disease suffer sudden deaths? No medical explanation, simply falling dead. Or why sometimes people suffer the most uncommon accidents, things that you only see in movies, series of impossible events happening in succession. All of this isn't happening by chance. Those who are not chosen by the world cannot know about this, and the sanctions, as you said, are indeed severe. Midoriya went silent for some time, analyzing all the information he just received. He tilted his head and asked after a few seconds, how can one enter the other side? Ikki almost barked, looking impressed and suspicious at the same time. I thought you were going to be more cautious about this. Well, it's your life. There are portals that lead to dungeons. And at the end of every dungeon, you have the option to enter the other side. There, you can find the Red Tower. But wait, these dungeons are here in our world, right? So, at the end of these dungeons, we can go to the other side. Doesn't that mean they are not a part of the other side anymore? How are they still connected to that plane? They sound more like portals than something still connected to the other side. In theory, these random dungeons are not part of the other side. But in practice, it's like the dungeons are a part of the other side that got out of control and invaded our world. That's why some people started going into these places to stop its advances. Nobody knew what would happen if people weren't to intervene, so these special humans started entering the dungeons to put an end to them. And the Hero Association doesn't know about this. Some do. But again, if you're not one of the chosen humans, you can't spread the information. The information just finds you, and then you're in. Midoriya eyed the two, imagining a scenario where everything they just told him wasn't true, but he couldn't. He saw their powers, and he could see in their faces how everything they just explained was real. Hey Asaka-san, how are the insides of a dungeon? Well, most dungeons are based on normal places, like caverns or castles. They have only regular monsters and a boss, but there are dungeons where you can find extremely difficult puzzles or even hallucinations. These dungeons retain aspects of our world, and even though we don't know who built the dungeon, we can speculate that the tower is responsible for it. There are legends about levels with multiple bosses, but I never saw with my own eyes. Ikki mended. DIM. Quest update. Knowledge is the wisest blade completed. Oh, I just completed your quest. Midoriya moved his hand and received the rewards. Dungeon access is now unlocked. New tab added to the interface. New tab. Dungeons. As Midoriya said the word, an enormous window appeared, and he saw a list full of signs. Everything is locked, but it's giving me a page full of maybe available dungeons. Well, just in our district there are at least 5 dungeons. So yeah, there are a lot of them across the city just waiting to be sealed. So, once you finish a dungeon, it's automatically sealed. Well, not exactly. Sometimes, killing everything is all it takes to seal a dungeon and stop the other side's spread. But sometimes just killing monsters won't do. Sometimes you have to understand what the dungeon represents and deal with it. What you mean by represents. When they are created, it's almost like the dungeons have life. It feels like you're entering a living thing. You can feel something pulsating inside, like a heart. Weird. Well, yes, and sometimes you have to understand what a dungeon represents in order to destroy it. Let me give you the most famous example. One dungeon kept reappearing day after day, and nobody knew how to close it until a guy understood he had to interact with the last boss in order to seal it. Interact how? Yeah, I kid you not. He had to understand what the boss was and from there develop a way to reach an ending to its story. In the end, he had to lie to the creature that some lady that he loved was not dead, and that he needed to go back to where he belonged in order to not destroy her world. And the creature bought it, so that dungeon never opened again. Midoriya analyzed the two again, checking their emotions to see a hint of a lie, but there were none. Concerned, speculative, sad, speculative, intrigued, curious. Upon moving his eyes through their statuses, Midoriya noticed something he had forgotten. That's really interesting. Well, I have another. I'd like to ask you something about a different matter, but if you don't want to answer, it is okay. His face transpired a hint of fear. Go ahead, Ikki said. Why do you have so many PK points, and who exactly is coming after you? PK points? Yes, it's the number of people you've killed. They both seemed surprised. You can see that. Yes, well I started, but it was Ikki who explained. Remember about the humans that were sent to clear the dungeons and stop the tower? They ended up entering the other side in the red tower itself. There, they found many things, like monsters, of course, but also treasures and strange knowledge, and since these treasures could be taken back to our world, murders weren't so rare, forcing people to create groups to protect themselves. These groups later developed into larger associations, to the point they became so big that they started fighting other associations for the control inside the red tower. Inside the tower or for the dungeon's control. Both. Once you clear the dungeons and close their branches, you have the tower's floors to clear, but they are on another level, thus the associations. Like guilds. Yes, exactly like that. When you reach a certain point inside the red tower, you can find something we call oases. These oases are immense areas with almost infinite basic resources, like wood, iron, food, water, and many gems worth millions of yen. When a guild reaches an oasis, they settle a base in the said floor, not allowing another guild to pass through, weakening them, since they can't clear more floors and become stronger. So your titles come from the time you were inside a guild. Our titles? Yes, Praying Mantis and Blue Lightning. Ikki seemed really shocked right now, while I was visually uncomfortable. It's hard to believe you're not one of them because only our enemies know the information you just gave us, but don't worry, I do believe you're not with them. I'm just saying that the fact that you know this, well, that was the reason we suspected of you earlier. You called my wife Hayasaka-san, but she never said her name. Also, we thought that when you said your quirk sent you here, you were trying to throw us off. Well, we were part of one of those guilds, and we fought alongside them for decades, but after so much carnage, we wanted out. And that's when, well, they tricked us into believing they would allow us to leave, sending people to kill us a few days after we left. We killed many people, but we never killed innocents, that I can assure you. I see. Anyway, so now that you know everything about the dungeons and about the groups that lie inside of it, it's time to tell you about the creatures. Ikki changed the subject. Oh, yes, that's the last quest I have, well, apart from the other one that I can't do yet. What you mean a quest you can't do? It has requirements, and if not met, the system won't allow me to do it. So your own power is telling you you're not strong enough and is restraining you. Yes, Ikki scratched his chin and wondered, but decided to not verbalize his doubts about that system. Well, let's leave that aside for now. Creatures. The creatures you find inside dungeons are simply the lost souls sent to hell, twisted by some evil force, and placed there to destroy those who go there to conquer the dungeon. You don't have to worry since they're not human and any memories they had from their previous lives are completely gone. We don't know what, but something strips them from everything that once defined them as humans, using just their souls to create more monsters. Creatures have types, and depending on the types, you can use a specific quirk to take advantage of that. You'll find out that most dungeons have only one type of creature, which is good, but a few will have multiple types, and that's slightly more difficult if you're not powerful enough, or if your group isn't capable. Noted, the force all the quirks users have is called magic, but this term is not our term from games. It was created by something inside the other side. and it stands for mundane attraction to greed, insolence, and catastrophe. Whatever that was gifted to us, made it possible for our quirks to work in here. We think that is our stamina that allows us to keep using our quirks. But it is magic that is responsible for that. So we use magic to sustain the abilities given to us in the form of quirks, again, based on our souls, while others will gain abilities from relics like AI. Relics. Yes, that camouflage you saw earlier is not part of her quirk. It is something that comes from her daggers. Show him, AI. She moved her hands with a gracious movement and one of two huge daggers appeared out of nowhere, finally allowing Midoriya to analyze it. Analyze. Twin Viper's daggers plus 0 super. Acquired from the Twin Viper's boss. Has a high chance to poison the target. Poisoned targets take more damage, have impaired movement, and take damage over time. Physical attack 1394. Critical 25. Poison chance 75%. Unique bonuses. Viper's stalk. Can transform the light around the holder's body, making their silhouettes disappear. While camouflaged, the weapon's critical chance is increased to 50. Taking damage will cease the camouflage effect. Requirements. Green, level 80, dexterity 300, strength 200. This weapon is absurd. I mean, the physical damage alone is crazy, not to mention its plus 0. Hold up, what did you just do? Another skill. Analyze, wasn't it? Icky frowned while leaning closer. Yeah, it allows me to analyze things like information on people or objects. And what you meant by plus 0? AI asked, interested. It's a refinement value. My power also gave it a quality ranked as super, so it can be refined 9 times. I don't know how strong it can be after being refined, but I believe it should be a lot. So you can see stats in items too, and even improve the item's strength. I never tried, but I think so. It says Twin Viper's daggers plus 0, acquired from the Twin Viper's boss. That's actually impressive. I really got this from the time we killed the Twin Vipers, remember, Icky? That dungeon doesn't even exist anymore, so it's amazing that you can know its origins. AI said while making the dagger disappear again. I have a question. There is a weird requirement called green. What exactly is that? Oh, I forgot to tell you that. Quirks are defined by us who interact with the other side in colors that represent their basic attributes. Red for brute strength, green for speed or agility enhancers, blue for emitters, purple for transformation, black for mutants, yellow for healing. Only a quirk or a machine capable of identifying the item can tell which color they represent, so I guess your quirk is one of those. So if someone whose quirk isn't defined as green were to try and hold your daggers, here, try it. AI spawned one dagger and handed it over to Midoriya, who slowly reached for the handle just to feel the strangest thing. It was like the dagger weighed a ton. He instantly felt the weight in his hand and let go of the weapon, seeing Ai's hand fly to catch it before it reached the floor. You do not meet the requirements to equip the item Twin Viper's daggers. Green, X, level 80X, dexterity 300X, strength 200X. Sorry, it's too heavy. I can't even hold it. And the system is warning me I don't meet any of the requirements to use it. Well, there you have it. You can't use something defined for a type of quirk. But this applies only to these items that are found inside the dungeons, so don't forget that. Alright, so that's it. Even if it is an item, it can absorb the essence of a quirk and grant that quirk in the form of an ability to the wielder. This is what we do, using the quirks that were a gift to us, or abilities that exist in relics that are found inside dungeons or from bosses' corpses. Icky finished with a gesture. You okay? I'm just thinking about something. It is almost like the Red Tower has the same power I have, partially. If what I'm speculating is right. The tower is the entity or the residence for the entity responsible for giving people quirks, items, magic, and abilities. You know, since it was the tower itself that pushed the existence of the other side to our world. After hearing all you said, it feels like the tower did all this willingly. I don't know if that's the right word, but it feels like the tower or whatever lives in it is responsible for everything. I'm trying to understand what exactly would do that, but I can't guess that without understanding the tower. Well, nobody really knows if the Red Tower is an entity, or if there's someone pulling the strings, but you are weirdly right. It's kind of unsettling seeing you speculate things this fast and nailing it after just learning about everything. Midoriya was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the compliment, whispering to himself while looking at the floor. Now, going back to the creatures. Tell him about the types you know, Icky. AI tapped his shoulder. I was going to. Honey, listen. There are multiple creatures inside these dungeons, some even unknown, but I can teach you a few things I know about some of them. Demons and undeads, for example. Wait, what? How do you know that if you never went inside a dungeon? Remember the power I used. That white ball. That skill has additional damage against demons and undeads, so I just deduced that. Well, now that you put it like that, you are possibly the most well-equipped person to clear any dungeon. Why? Most monsters inside dungeons are either demons or undead. and many others have a weakness to holy damage. I mean, there are a few quirks that are not used in the normal world because they don't work in here. Quirks that do more damage to these types of creatures are called holy quirks. It's a kind of quirk that allows the owner to call for some kind of celestial aid, and when under their influence, the users have an edge against monsters with evil roots. It's like all of our RPG's systems and acronyms are being said. It's really weird to think about it. Midoriya scratched his head and after a brief pause noticed something he missed. Wait, what you mean by evil roots? Well, we can't actually see their types like in a game, so we just assumed after studying their physical characteristics. We ranked them as animals, beasts, demons, ephemerals, humanoids, shadows, structures, and undeads. These are the types we know something about, but there are dungeons with more types, we are sure about that. DIM, quest update. Knowledge is the wisest shield completed. Midoriya just stared in silence at the wall in front of him, wondering how much was happening on a daily basis, and yet nobody knew about it. After a few seconds, Icky spoke. It still bothers me, seeing kids play using a pattern that I only saw inside a nightmare. It also makes me wonder how many things were invented that are actually real in some other place. What other things are we doing that have a different meaning? Yeah, Midoriya quietly nodded. So, you know it all. How are you feeling? AI questioned again. It's a lot to summarize, but I think I get it all. This other side breached our world in the form of dungeons, and people went there to understand and try to stop it, being given powers by some kind of entity that controlled that baby or had that baby's power at the time. These people fought the dungeons and entered the Red Tower to fight whatever was there but never managed to see who or what was behind the curtain. And the baby was stolen. Yeah, someone brought the baby to Earth, starting to randomly distribute quirks that were meant to be used to stop the spread of the other side. I'm a little impressed. You understand things pretty quick for someone your age. Thanks. Well, although it sounds insane, I think I get it all. Well, there are still a few things you'll have to learn, and judging by the little we saw in your expression, I don't think you'll like it. AI smiled weakly and Midoriya's smile faded. Oh no. Midoriya walked out of the restaurant quietly, until he found a bench near a park, sitting while putting his head in his hands. There, he thought about what just happened. He remembered the feelings he had when Icky moved in to kill him. The feelings he had when his mind realized there was no way out. That was something he never wanted to feel again. That feeling of fear and impotence. If it weren't for Icky's hesitation, he would have died like a nobody. The 15-year-old learned at that moment that this life was more than just fighting and beating villains. It was at this moment that he understood what it takes to be in the front lines. Risking your life is nothing like what you see on the television, where you only see a hero fighting with a smile on his face. It was not black and white. It was not only good versus evil, hero versus villain. While he thought about the fight he had back at the restaurant, the whole thing was constantly crushing his spirit, death hanging over his head at all times, and the feeling of despair when he knew he couldn't fight back, when he knew he wasn't strong enough to protect his own life. It was terrifying. I need to become stronger. I have to because I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to be left at someone's mercy like that ever again. He got up and walked home, wiping an occasional tear that fell down his face. But these tears weren't from fear, as his face showed a determined expression that he never showed in his entire life. As Midoriya walked home, he tapped on the windows that he ignored a few minutes ago. Your constitution was raised +8. Your dexterity was raised +2. Your intelligence was raised +2. Your spirit was raised +25. Your speech was raised +2. Preventive healing has leveled up. Preventive healing has leveled up. Mana shield has leveled up. This is not enough, he thought while closing all the windows, taking out his phone to check the hour. But a long scream made him look around with a frightened expression. What was that? He looked behind his shoulder to the place he came from, but there was nobody there. And then he heard it again. Search. He saw the wave spreading, but it stopped too soon, probably because it was still in its early levels. So he just walked towards the noise, trying to identify its origin. After turning a few corners, Midoriya heard a third time and realized he was right in front of it, turning into a dark alley, spotting a group of men apparently trying to assault a girl. His adrenaline kicked in, and although he wasn't experienced in fighting, he didn't have to physically fight any of them. Hey, everyone back in the alley turned after hearing his voice, but couldn't even react to the blast of energy that followed, knocking down two of them. Midoriya approached to check if his saving attempt didn't harm the girl and saw that she was hunched at the corner. Are you okay? I'm sorry about that. I just heard the scream and came to help. Midoriya started explaining himself when he felt one of the fallen men grabbing his ankle. Please, the man begged, unable to speak properly. Let go. What were you trying to do to her? Please, save us. Save you. What are you talking about? And then, Midoriya looked up and saw the girl standing in front of him, staring him in the eyes with a maniac smile, a knife in hand covered in blood, the same as her high school uniform. Midoriya saw her arm moving and dashed backward, barely in time to avoid the slice aimed at his throat. He felt pain and touched his neck, seeing that it had a tiny cut, looking forward again, trying to understand what the hell was going on. And to his surprise, the girl spoke in a joyful tone. That was pretty cool. What was that? Analyze. Status window. HP 14. 230/15. 380 MP 890/890. Toga Himiko level 29. Strength 107. Dexterity 154. Intelligence 111. Constitution 77. Spirit 40. Emotions. Homicidal, excited, aroused. Informations. Race, human. Nationality, Japanese. Sex, female. Blood type, AB. Age 16. Quirk, transform. Occupation, none. Companion, none. Lover, none. Current title, none. Job, none. Guild, none. PvP 77. PvE 81. PK 13. Relationships. Individual description. A cheerful, bloodthirsty, and sadistic girl with a fixation on blood. What in the what is going on? That bleeding also looks pretty cool on you. While I thought you were being attacked, you're the one who attacked them. Why? Them? They wanted to do lewd things to me, so they followed me here. But they weren't the only ones looking for fun tonight. As for the reason, why else? Because I love it. She purred the last part while licking a bloody finger, making Midoriya's eyes widen. I need to get out of here, but I also need to help them. Maybe I should attack her, or maybe I should lead her away from here. I don't know what to do. That face you're making is so cute, but I think we can improve that a little more. The girl swung the knife around her hand with great finesse and ran towards Midoriya while laughing out loud, delivering a flurry of attacks as the boy just jumped and rolled out of the way, getting slightly cut a few times. He dashed once and saw the girl coming straight at him, her face completely red, but that was exactly what he wanted her to do. Dash. He dashed aside and instantly raised his hands. Time to put the dual cast to test. Sacred Blast 2. As the two energy spheres flew, he saw the girl's face changing into a worried expression and back to a deranged smile when she simply did an impressive jumping pirouette, like a ballerina, dodging the two projectiles that hit a wall, breaking it. Come on, stop running. It's not cute to keep running, she said while coming again. And Midoriya desperately tried to think of another plan while the fight continued, so he bought time moving away from the alley, forcing her to follow him. The seconds passed, and Midoriya was now full of cuts, bleeding in his arms and chest, and the girl started shaking, both hands on her cheeks. Yes, you're perfect now. Let me just become like you. Let me just kill you. Midoriya ran towards her, and her face expressed shock for a second, quickly recovering, moving to slice his neck. But when the blade was near him, she felt hitting something solid, confused by a strange white sphere that just appeared between them. They were face to face now, and she could only see him with his hands raised, aiming at her abdomen, releasing the two blasts at once. Sacred Blast 2. She could only feel the impact and the pain after being blown away by the blast, flying for a good 40 feet, hitting a wall. I was right. If I recognize something like a projectile, the mana shield will block it. Midoriya exhaled, grateful that the trick he just tried worked. Toga slowly looked up, feeling groggy, and saw something unbelievable. Cleanse 2. Touch 2. She saw the scratches and cuts starting to close, or simply stop bleeding, and blinked repeatedly, just to be sure she was seeing right. What was that? Midoriya raised one hand and threw another sacred blast, which she barely dodged, rolling out of the way, just to see a second one coming, hitting her in the face, knocking her down again. For a second, Midoriya worried about overkill, but the girl slowly got up, using her hand to wipe the blood that was coming from her nose. I'll look at what you've done. If you wanted to see me bleed that much, you could have just asked. Haha. Cleanse, Midoriya whispered again, and most of his cuts stopped bleeding. That thing again. What did you just do? How did you make yourself stop bleeding? Hey, answer me. Midoriya saw her expression change from a joyful smile to a murderous glare in a heartbeat. Her voice also changed, becoming low and threatening. I need another plan, he thought, too late, as the girl was right in front of him, using all her speed and strength to knock him down against a wall. He felt his head hit the concrete and felt dizzy for a moment, but before he could move, she was on top of him, a knife pressed to his neck. The mana shield can only stop harmful projectiles or things I see as a harmful projectile. It can't stop people, damn it. Midoriya just stood still, locking eyes with this girl, with this demon in front of him, and again, here he was, at someone's mercy. It was exactly as Ikki said. He learned nothing from his previous encounter with death. He should have been more careful. Hey, answer me. How did you stop the bleeding? I asked you a question. It is not polite to leave people talking by themselves, you know. A smirk appeared on her face as she pressed the knife's edge, making Midoriya flinch from the pain, feeling blood coming out. Stop, Toga, I healed myself. That's how I stopped the bleeding. I used my quirk to stop the bleeding, he said while leaning back, not paying attention, trying to avoid his death. What did you just call me? How do you know my name? Are you one of them? Are you after me? She asked while narrowing her eyes. One of who? After you. Well, I don't even know you. I just know. My Quirk showed me your name. I don't believe you. Midoriya saw in her face that she was about to kill him, so he used his left hand to cast a sacred blast towards himself, feeling the pain and the damage from the attack. That pushed both of them aside until Midoriya found himself lying down next to her. He took advantage of the opportunity to grab her wrists together, pushing them above her head, sitting on her stomach. She moved her legs, trying to kick him, but Midoriya slid further down, using his own legs to pin her legs down on the ground. He was now on top of her, holding her wrists with his hands, while pinning down her legs, their faces close, staring at one another. Arg, what the hell is wrong with you? He whispered, and she just stared back for a few seconds, smiling again. Hey, what's your name? Mine is Toga. Toga Himiko. But I guess you already know that. You can call me Toga-chan though. You know, if someone sees us in this position, they might think we're doing something lewd. Would you please shut up for a moment? I'm trying to think. Think about what? About what to do with you. You just attacked those men, didn't you? I'm sure about what I saw. Why are you asking about them? Are you a wannabe hero? I am. Then where were you when they were trying to assault me? I mean, I was just defending myself, and now you're hurting me, pinning me down like this. You're lying. You lured them there. I can see in your eyes. Your face is so cute when you're angry, and these wounds really make you cuter, but I wish they were bleeding more. She started leaning forward, her face coming towards Midoriya as he leaned back. But by doing so, he started losing strength in his grip, so he leaned in again, noticing her pointy teeth and what she was trying to do. He tried to pull his face away as much as he could, but saw that it wasn't enough. She was going to bite a chunk of his cheek, so he desperately tried to think about something when he felt the girl trying to free her hands, so he pushed it harder, losing his balance and slightly falling forward. They both stared at each other while their lips touched. 1, 2, 3. Midoriya just let go of her hands, rolling aside. But she was faster, doing a pirouette, getting on top of him before he could even get up, putting her knife on his throat again, using her right knee to pin his left hand, and her left hand to hold his right arm above his head, her right hand pulling his hair so he could face her. Midoriya glared at her, panting, and saw that her face was completely red again, as her expression turned into a strange smile. It was warm, but at the same time, it was the most terrifying thing Midoriya saw in his life. He just felt hypnotized by her weird yellow eyes, as she let go of his hair, reaching for her knife again, leaning on, but they both heard someone shouting not far from where they were. There's someone down over here. There is, oh my lord, there are some people hurt over here. Call an ambulance. She let go of Midoriya's arms and got up, stashing her knife again, looking around before running away. Midoriya just took deep breaths, looking around stunned. What the hell just happened? He was shaking, top to bottom, and after hearing more voices around, took another return crystal and broke it, vanishing. Midoriya felt his legs becoming numb and fell to the floor outside of his apartment complex, looking at both his hands, shaking like crazy. What was that? Did I just encounter a villain? She really attacked those men right there. She was about to kill them. She was about to kill me, and we kissed. What the hell is going on with the world? He tried to make sense of everything that happened, cursing himself for jinxing the day by wondering if it could become any better. He just stood there, taking deep breaths, trying to calm himself down while in another part of the city, Toga Himiko was holding the ID card she snatched from his wallet during their fight. Midoriya Izuku, I guess I'll make you take responsibility for what you did. The dungeon. Midoriya woke up startled, looking around in confusion, drenched in sweat, feeling awful. He sat and tried not to think about the nightmare he just had in detail, remembering what happened 2 nights ago as well. He had nightmares about that girl the past few days. After checking the system for some time, he got up, giving B some food before checking the clock, deciding to get ready to go to school earlier. You know you can leave whenever you want, right? That's the reason I haven't bought a cage or something like that. You're free to leave. The small bird just clicked her beak in disapproval, returning to her food. All right. While eating breakfast, Midoriya's eyes kept shifting towards Inko's face, wondering what exactly this power would imply and what his role in this new world would cost him and his mother. He didn't want to think about it, but Ikki's words resonated inside him. While Midoriya walked to his school, something strange happened inside his mind. He didn't know if this was caused by his near-death experiences, but his brain was constantly vigilant, catching any strange moves or interactions between the people around him, registering everyone as a potential threat. Somehow, it was like his survival mode was on since the moment he stepped out of his house, feeling a strange fear towards the outer world, imagining that death could jump from just around the corner at any time. How right he was, as Midoriya was midway. He looked behind his back for the 7th time and saw Bakugo walking the same way, paying him no mind, until the boy caught up to Midoriya, speaking as they walked. Oi, Deku, someone told me they saw you walking into UA this Sunday, is that true? Midoriya registered the question, but something about the phrasing annoyed him, so he kept moving without a word. "The fu, are you deaf? I'm talking to you, Deku." Midoriya turned for half a second to answer with a cold expression. "And that's not my name." Bakugo just halted after hearing that and smiled, his hand sparkling as he lost his temper and leaned forward to jump and teach Midoriya some manners. But as he blasted his hands to propel himself forward, Midoriya dashed backward, passing by Bakugo at the same time he was moving forward, making Bakugo lose track of his movement. And before Bakugo could even turn, he heard and felt 2 impacts at the side of his face, blasting him away with great speed, making him loudly collide against a trash can. Before he could even get up, Midoriya was already next to him, pointing his hand down. "Heal." Before Bakugo could react or get up, Midoriya said in a low voice, "I don't have time to play right now, Katsuki, so before you go apeshit, think about the people around us and his cell phones that are already on." As he said that, Bakugo looked around, still from the ground, and saw at least 3 people pointing to the noise made by the 2, while a few others were filming with their cell phones. "To Deku, I'm going to fucking murder you." "Sure, but not here. I don't want to lose my chance to get into UA because of a street fight with you. You're not worth it." As he said that, Midoriya pointed his left hand to cast his touch and walked away, leaving Bakugo enraged and in complete shock after what just transpired. The school day was something that Midoriya couldn't describe in words. Everything felt like it didn't matter anymore. Why was he studying theoretic math or history or grammar? This didn't matter out there. None of this mattered when someone is out to kill you. What once was his primary focus now felt like a waste of time and effort. The only thing that still tied him was the need to enter UA. And for that, he would still need good grades. After ignoring deadly gazes from a furious Bakugo, Midoriya walked out of school through a different route, trying to lose Bakugo and his bullshit. There, taking a different path, Midoriya felt an overwhelming danger. It was as if someone was literally behind him, a pair of eyes locked to the back of his head, someone breathing on his neck. He turned quickly, his hands ready to start combat. But there was no one there. He looked around for some time before relaxing. What the hell was that? Search. After waiting, the search came back empty as there was nobody there. He turned and resumed his walk, wondering if his paranoia was somehow getting to his head, and missed the ashen blonde-haired girl who leaned from an alley, resuming the stalk of her prey. Midoriya was trying to get back to his neighborhood through this new path, aware of his surroundings at all times, imagining what he was going to do from now on, when he heard a strange sound coming from a nearby alley, stopping in front of it, taking a few steps back when he heard a ghostly whisper say as if it was speaking next to his ear, "Help, somebody help." Midoriya felt a chill and looked at the end of the alley, trying to find the one speaking, but there was nothing. Some people walked by him and didn't even turn to the whisper. That came a second time. He looked around and heard the whisper a third time, taking a step towards it, but stopped, frowning. Something is wrong. This has to be a trap. Maybe done by some villain, or maybe something related to the other side. I need to be extra careful from now on or I can end up in the same situation as before. You can't be that naive anymore, Izuku. He tried to look for any signal of life coming from the alley, but found nothing. Search. As his power expanded towards the alley, it hit something, revealing a shape, like some kind of invisible oval barrier, and he walked closer to analyze it. Analyze? What is this? It's the first time my analyze can't read something. Midoriya raised one hand to touch the invisible wall, trying to understand it, so his analyze could gather information, but when his fingers touched the layer, something or someone pulled him. All images and sounds around him vanished, leaving him inside a completely dark and soundless world. He could only feel the momentum, as if he was entering something at high speed, or as if something was rapidly passing by him. Midoriya just looked at the darkness around him, until the strange sensation was gone and he could see that there was no more alley. He found himself in front of a giant arch, with a staircase leading down to an underground level that wasn't visible to his eyes. He just looked around, shocked, but before he could take any conclusions, a window appeared in front of his face. Dungeon discovered. The King's Tomb hard. A new quest was added. Dungeon quest. The King's Tomb. Objective, defeat King Targ. Optional, defeat all enemies. Rewards, 50,000 EXP, 50,000 gold. Weapon box unique plus. Armor box unique plus. Accessory box unique plus. Optional objective rewards, 50,000 EXP, 50,000 gold. Oh no. Midoriya looked down the staircase but saw only darkness, feeling the same thing he felt inside the restaurant 2 days ago, and later when meeting Toga Himiko. He pressed his lips together, feeling his legs start shaking. But before the fear could settle in, he heard the same voice that called him from the alley, but this time, it wasn't ghostly, it was a human female voice. "Someone, please, help us." Midoriya's fear disappeared as he felt a chill, instantly running down the staircase. As he descended, torches started lighting up, illuminating the way until he reached the bottom. There he saw something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He saw horror movies before, but they were nothing compared to the horror in front of him. At least 5 people were fighting against monstrous creatures, while the floor was full of severed limbs and bloody corpses. These humanoid creatures were at least 8 feet tall. Their skins were dark brown, and their arms were almost as long as their bodies. They didn't have ears, eyes, or noses, but a giant circular mouth instead, covering the entire space where its face should be. Midoriya looked to his left, noticing one of the creatures that were knelt picking up a corpse, proceeding to open its monstrous mouth, revealing rows and rows of teeth, ripping a dead woman's head off, start chewing with a horrifying cracking sound, while blood dripped from between its teeth. Midoriya instantly vomited, turning his head away from the horrific scene, recovering shortly after, spotting the people who were still alive, trying to defeat at least 8 of those monsters, while others were on the ground, bleeding to death. Midoriya never felt more afraid in his life, but for a moment, for a single moment, something inside his head snapped him out of his state of shock. Somehow, the fact that he already survived a frightening situation before, when he thought Ikki was going to murder him, helped him calm down, as if his subconscious was telling him that being in shock wouldn't help in this situation, as it didn't help before. That weird feeling of not again made him able to think through all of this madness. One moment where he took a deep breath and his mind cleared. The air was saturated with a disgusting stench, a mix of blood, excrement, and something soiled, and he wondered if that was how death smelled like. In that moment of clarity, he remembered Ikki and AI. He remembered everything they taught him, their warnings, and most important, Ikki's words when he was about to leave the restaurant. "Midoriya-kun, I want to say something before you go. Ikki-san, you have to understand that the other side isn't like a game. That place is literally hell, so I want to make you understand that when you find yourself face to face with death again, and I'm sure you will in the near future, remember this: don't ever give up. It doesn't matter how impossible the fight seems, or how powerful or frightening the enemy looks. Don't ever give up like you did today. I'm not trying to humiliate you by saying this. I'm trying to make you understand that if you want to survive in this world, in our world, you have to fight till the bitter end. I know you're a kid, but today was the last day you could use that as an excuse. From now on, you're not a kid anymore. You can't be, because if you can't take something from this experience and grow up, you'll die the next time, and then it will be game over for you. Well, I know you said near future, but this is a little too soon, don't you think, Ikki-san?" Midoriya thought while taking another deep breath, sweat running down his cheeky. Analyze. Devourer, level 15. HP. MP. A demonic form that hunts on the first floor of the King's Tomb. Physical attack 250. Magic attack 0. Physical defense 250. Magic defense 0. Type: demon. Unique bonuses: can regenerate itself after consuming any kind of organic matter. Is not working. There are too many. Where are our blues? They freaking ate her. They just ate her. We're all going to die. We're going to die. Don't let them eat me. Please, don't let them. A man was sitting while grabbing his head, leaning back and forth. Midoriya looked at him and wondered for a moment if that was how he looked like when he was in the same state. He turned to the others and analyzed them, seeing that now their status windows showed their colors. Level 12. Green, Quirk, Speed Enhancement EV. Level 10. Red, Quirk, Blades Dancev. Level 8. Green, Quirk, Archerv. Level 11. Green, Quirk, Deadly Ive. Level 9. Blue, Quirk, Spectralv. Midoriya also noticed another change. The names were being displayed over their heads just as before, but now they had hit points and magic bars, as well as the color respective to their quirk around their names. Midoriya looked up, expecting to find the color yellow above his head, but saw that his color was not the one Ikki linked to healing. His color was white. I'll save this question for later, he thought while positioning to begin, noticing that one of the people that was fighting just spotted him standing there. You just have to analyze them, Izuku. You can do this. You can do this, he shouted to himself, concentrating on the enemy ahead, who the man who noticed Midoriya started to ask out loud when he saw the boy shouting. Sacred Blast. The white sphere of sacred light hit the monster that was eating a cadaver, blasting after impact, damaging 2 more that were near the first. After the blast, Midoriya saw their HP bar over their heads became red after being slightly drained, and that their names blinked, becoming red as well. 250 damage inflicted. He saw a small white number appear and fade on top of the monster's heads and analyzed again. HP 1750 divided by 2500 MP0. Now I can see its HP. Alright, it's not impossible to defeat them. Their HP is nothing compared to Ikki's. Just stay calm. I'll need at least 10 Sacred Blasts to defeat each one. There are 10, 11, 12 of them, but my Sacred Blast can deal damage to multiple targets. So if I want to make this more efficient, I need to put them together. Right. First things first, I need to go help the wounded. Right. Rescue is the priority in any hero action. Maybe I should define the monster's speed and attack pattern while I heal those in need. Midoriya created his plan of action. remembering what he had read in the previous months about how heroes behave themselves in their work environment. For all the effects, in theory, the boy could call himself a hero because of the amount of knowledge about heroes and hero work he had accumulated through studying theoretics. He saw the 3 monsters that were hit by his attack running towards him, dragging their long arms across the floor, but even though they were fast, they were nothing compared to Ai's speed or Ikki's lightning step. Midoriya saw that from up close. The monsters had really sharp claws, as they tried to claw him, missing when he rolled out of the way, his training paying off when he realized his body really became faster and stronger. He dodged another attack and raised both his hands towards the humans, dual casting. Touch 2 enhanced. Preventive healing 2 enhancement failed. Heal 2 enhanced. Cleanse 2 enhanced. Preventive healing 2 enhancement failed. The group looked down at their own bodies, wondering why they were shining with golden or green light, feeling their wounds closing and their strength returning. What the hell is this? One man asked, looking at the preventive heal on top of his head. I don't know what the hell is going on or who he is, but we need to help him. No, Midoriya shouted and saw that all the monsters that were attacking the group were now running towards him even though he didn't attack them. Why, you're a yellow, aren't you? You can't be thinking about defeating all of them on your own. Stay away, or I may end up hurting you with my attacks. Midoriya saw one monster going towards the mage girl that was down and raised his hand again, dodging another claw attack before casting heal. He then understood at the moment the monster stopped in its tracks, ignoring the girl to turn and come after him. It's the healing. Aggro. The excessive healing was increasing Midoriya's aggro levels, making the monsters focus on him instead of the others. So my healing counts as a form of threat to them. That simplifies things. I already got their attack pattern, and their speed is slightly above mine, so a dodge can take me to safety. Well, this is perfect, he thought while another claw attack came, but this time, there were too many attacking consecutively, so he had to dash away to gain some distance. Dash. Sacred Blast 250. Sacred Blast 250. Dash. He took advantage of the distance to recover his stamina bar, running in circles, eyeing the group recovering HP overtime on the side, renewing the healing one more time, just to be sure. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill, Divine Protection, level 1 0.01% towards level 2. Through the use of multiple healing abilities on multiple targets, the player created a way to heal multiple individuals at once, pouring the grace of the goddess over them. Can heal up to 6 targets. Heal 200 HP per second. Adds buff on cast, Goddess's Grace. Goddess's Grace. While the Goddess's Grace is active, all healing will be increased by 50%. Goddess's Grace duration 15 seconds. Cast command. Casting time, instantly. Mana consumption 200. Cooldown 1 minute. Goddess. Midoriya tapped while dodging again, and saw that now all 12 monsters were completely aggroed onto him. Alright, now for the ending. Dash. Dash. He put distance between him and the monsters, raising both hands. Sacred Blast 2750. Sacred Blast 2750. Sacred Blast 22470. Devourer defeat X12. EXP gain 6,500,000 by 12. Midoriya gasped when he saw the last blast making the monsters explode. He also saw that the damage was displayed in yellow color instead of white. Wow, 2470 damage. Was that a critical hit? Holy, if I landed that before, I could have instantly killed all of them. He thought while seeing the monsters' bodies disintegrating on the floor, leaving shining objects behind. So they drop items, just like in any game, huh? He approached and saw 3 gold coins and a few strange objects. Analyze. Gold fragments. Amount 12.0. Currency used on the other side. Can be exchanged for any ordinary currency in different ratios. 110 for Japanese yen. Glass shard misc. Amount 3. Can be sold to merchants or dissolved into raw materials. Sell value 50 gold. Rotten meat misc. Amount 7. Has uses in necromancy. Sell value 5 gold. I'll get to you later. For now, I have work to do, he thought while putting everything inside his inventory, before turning to face the group that was eyeing him in shock. Midoriya noticed that after the adrenaline spike, his legs and hands were shaking again, so he clenched his hands into fists, forcing himself to stay cool. He approached the group but stopped at least 20 feet away. The 2 men that were holding the front line using swords and shields were exhausted. One of the green ones that were in the back was bleeding severely while the other was in complete shock. The blue girl was just staring at the place where the monsters were defeated. Cleanse. Midoriya pointed his hand to the green man and turned to the others after seeing the bleeding stop. Hi, who in God's name are you? The red quirked man asked, his face showing only awe after seeing Midoriya's abilities. Midoriya remembered his first lesson. Never trust people inside the dungeons. My name. Well, let's just say that's not important at the moment, so I'll skip that part for now, sorry. Boy, kid, is this the way to speak to your elders? The green quirked man came stomping towards Midoriya, and he felt apprehensive for a second, but saw the red one putting himself in his way. What the hell are you doing, Daichai? What you mean? I'm about to teach an insolent kid his place. Are you trying to get us killed again? Huh, I told you we weren't ready to defeat these monsters, but you insisted, and that cost us half of our group. And now you want to attack the person who saved us? The hell is wrong with you? The green man named Daichai sheathed his sword and turned, while the other walked slowly towards Midoriya, but the boy wasn't paying attention to them anymore. Right now, Midoriya was having a strange moment. The boy felt, for the first time in his life, his value. He heard them thanking him for his help, but he felt that they were as grateful as they were fearful of him, and that shot a strange sensation across his body. It was good not to be just a stone that people ignored or kicked around. It felt good to finally be noticed as a force and have value as a hero, and more important, as a person. While eyeing the group, a small part of his brain thought a strange thing. So, this is how strong people feel all the time. And it was a pretty good feeling. We have nothing but gratitude to offer you. Boy, I mean sorry, I didn't mean to insult you by calling you that. It's all right. And I'm wondering that maybe you can offer me more than gratitude. Is there something you need from us? Name it, and if possible, we'll do it. Information. Half an hour later, the last person was getting up, looking around at the horrifying scenario. Midoriya saw the blue girl named Leela knelt next to the headless corpse, crying profoundly, while others were recovering torsos and limbs, assembling them over a sheet. What are you going to do now? I mean, there are 2 more levels, and I don't think we'll be able to clear the dungeon by ourselves. Maybe we could join forces? The red man named Akagi asked, making Midoriya break eye contact with the corpses to look at his face. Well, Akagi-san, as much as I'd like to do that, I can't trust you so easily, Midoriya said, feeling his mind break, hearing Ikki's voice inside his head again. It doesn't matter how trustworthy they look or sound. Don't trust anyone you find inside the dungeons. Ever. How do you know my name? Oh, that's a secret, sorry. Alright, I won't push for details on how you know that. And for your words, I think that's understandable. I mean, I don't know what got into me to ask. I'm sorry. I'm just a little nervous about what happened and worried about the others since we must keep going. Midoriya narrowed his eyes and analyzed him again. Emotions. Worried, emotional, scared. Huh. Well, it's not like I can just leave this place, right? You just told me that once you enter a dungeon, you have to kill the boss or the dungeon won't allow you to leave. Yes, that's right. Since I want to understand what's inside a dungeon, I think it will be good if we stay close for now, but please, don't try anything. Murders happen all the time inside dungeons. I wouldn't dare. I believe you're stronger than all of us combined. We just got our oaths and join our guild. Oh, that's actually a topic I want to discuss if you don't mind. Here, what about it? Wait, you just said oath. Yeah, we call the action of knowing about the other side and deciding to fight an oath. It's an oath made to the world, so we are promising to fight the dangers and evils coming from the dungeons to protect the earth at all costs. What if the tower called upon humans after the other side started to leak, so they could stop it, giving them the power to do so? But if this theory is correct, the tower isn't actually responsible for the dungeons. I need more information about this, but I don't think they know much more. I believe we're done here, so are you ready to move on? Akagi asked while looking at the number of limbs and torsos stashed inside the sheets. What about their remains? Midoriya pointed, trying not to look directly at it. We'll come back for them after we finish. We need to give them a proper burial at least. I get it. Well, we can go. As they walked forward, Midoriya remained a few steps behind, imagining if this wasn't too much, hearing Ikki's voice responding to him promptly. Never give your back to anyone inside the dungeons. They kept walking down, and another staircase appeared, leading to another level. As they reached the leveled floor, they looked around suspiciously. Search. Cooldown is not ready yet. 55 seconds remaining. Wait 1 more minute. I need time to search the area for enemies. You got it. Oi, Akagi, why the hell are we taking orders from a child? Are you fucking kidding me? I already told you to zip it, Daichai. I didn't waste years of my life training to come here and just be bossed around by a toddler. I'm 15, Midoriya frowned, but the man approached him, his face enraged. Shut your damn mouth. You don't get to order me or any of them around, got it? After hearing those words, after everything he just experienced, Midoriya felt something coming up to his throat, but before swallowing it back, he let it out for the first time in his life, unaware of how it would sound. Would you like to die instead? The silence that followed that question was deafening. Daichai's hand went to his sword's grip, but Midoriya remained standing still, his dash ready if needed, not breaking line of sight with the man. Are you threatening me? Midoriya felt his heart pounding, and the same thing coming up, but since it felt good to let it out the first time, he did it again. It depends. If you're threatening me, Midoriya felt his hands tingling. This thrill was something he never experienced before in his life. What was this? What was this place that was messing with his mind this much? Before Daichai could do anything, Akagi grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back, shouting, If you want to die, go ahead and die alone to the beasts, but don't drag us with you. We already let our friends die back there, and who do you think will have to tell their families? Huh. I told you we weren't ready for this, and now that someone can help us leave this place, you pull this shitty act. Friends, are you kidding me? I barely knew them, and if they died, it was because they were weak. Midoriya felt a desire to punch that guy, but didn't have to because Leela did it for him. She wasn't physically strong, but it was a punch strong enough to push him back a little. Don't you fucking dare to insult them, you piece of shit. Ho ho, you beach. Oh, you're so fucking dead. Midoriya saw the man running towards Leela and dashed sideways, appearing between the two, raising his right hand, starting to cast the sacred blast. Once Daichai saw that, he stopped and just stared, seeing Akagi positioned to stop him as well, his sword and shield drawn. Daichai looked from face to face for some time, spitting on the floor before turning, walking directly inside the wide area. Daichai, wait. Akagi tried to warn the man, but he just looked over his shoulder. Fuck you, and fuck you too, nameless prick, you can all go to he. He never finished that sentence, because a quick sharp sound filled the air, making everyone freeze. As Daichai's head hit the floor and started rolling towards them, his body stiffening before spasming, falling to the floor, blood flowing to the ground. What the hell happened? Akagi started, and one of the green men started shaking and whispering. No, we need to get out of here. Not again. Not again. Please. I can't take it anymore. Please. Let's leave. I beg you, get me out. I'll give you anything. Just get me out. Quiet, Akagi said, looking around while Midoriya was standing still, his eyes locked on the headless body. It was the first time he watched someone being killed. Just like that. Like a fly being slapped. Like a cockroach being stomped. Just like that. A life was gone. His mind, his soul, his will, his past, present, and future. Everything this man was just disappeared in front of Midoriya's eyes, leaving just a sack of meat and blood on the floor. Midoriya heard a shout overtaking the strange continuous shrill in his ears, and looked to his right, seeing Akagi with a disturbed expression. What are you doing? Aren't you going to help us? Yes, see search, Midoriya said while swallowing compulsively. As the wave dispersed, Midoriya felt each touch, as if it was his hand touching each signature. The search made the being's silhouette visible, and Midoriya's eyes widened. Analyze. Cursed Wolf, level 16. HP. MP. A ferocious beast that hunts on the second level of the King's Tomb. Physical attack 500. Magic attack 100. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 0. Type. Demon. Unique statuses. Possesses invisibility as long as it has magic. They are invisible. Cursed wolves. 30 of them scattered across the floor. 30, Akagi asked astonished. They have half the defense of the Devourers back there, but double their attack. Devourers. Yeah, that's their names. Oh, I think you guys don't know their names. No, we don't, and my armor could barely reflect those. Devourer attacks, so I don't think I can hold these. Cursed wolves off. All right, let me think. That speed when it killed Daichai. That was weird, but I wonder if they all can move like that. I guess I'll need to try. I'll try something, so keep your guard up. Wait, what are you doing? Midoriya walked slowly, stopping right next to Daichai's body, being careful to not step on the puddle of blood, looking around, until he felt it. It was the same as AI. The overwhelming murderous presence that he sensed when he first met the praying mantis came again, as if he was inside the restaurant again. A strange warning for him to move or die. Dash. He moved back just in time to feel a breeze and felt the invisible being coming again. But the other people present couldn't feel or see it at all. Although he was really worried, he never stopped analyzing. He felt the presence coming a second time, but the speed was normal, so he dashed again and dual cast while aiming in front. Sacred Blast 2. The 2 energy balls hit the huge wolf, which instantly became visible. Its fur was completely black, and it had 6 eyes, 4 ears, and 2 tongues. Also, its tail had some kind of curved blade on its end that Midoriya deduced was the culprit for Daichai's death, since there was a small trace of blood on its edge. Midoriya got ready for another advance but saw the wolf stiffen before collapsing. Cursed Wolf defeated. EXP gained 600. He looked around again and saw another silhouette. Analyze. Cursed Wolf, level 16. HP 700 divided by 700 MP 1000 over 1000. I can one-shot all of them if I'm double casting, so I think we're good. Wait, this might help. Midoriya moved his hands and pulled the staff from his inventory, analyzing its stats again, frowning while using it. Never mind, this is a piece of junk. He concentrated again, and noticed movement ahead, as the wolves noticed the missing one walking towards the place it was killed. So they can adapt. I thought they were also controlled by some kind of system, but I guess I was wrong. Time for some experimentation then. What are you doing? Leela started asking, slowly moving towards Midoriya. Just wait, I'm trying to understand their pattern. Midoriya answered while slowly walking around the silhouettes. Is this a distance-based system? So as long as I remain out of their range, they can't perceive me, but where would it be the line? he thought while taking calculated steps towards the invisible beasts, until one of them noticed his presence, running towards him at full speed. Got you. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeated. EXP gained 600. The other wolves that were near the second to fall instantly turned and saw Midoriya running towards him, so you can hear as well. That will come in handy. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeated. EXP gained 600. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeated. EXP gained 600. Cursed Wolf defeated. EXP gained 600. Sacred Blah. The third cast was interrupted by a movement coming from behind. Midoriya hadn't noticed one wolf that made its way behind him, aiming its attack towards his head. But before the attack aimed at Midoriya's neck hit, the boy thought fiercely about something. In a heartbeat, the blade came to end his life, but it was blocked by the mana shield that was already on. MP 1983,300,141st MP divided by 10 seconds. MP 753,300,141st MP divided by 10 seconds. Yay, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, Midoriya thought wildly. The attack pushed Midoriya away, making him drop and slide across the floor, quickly looking up to see the wolf's silhouette coming again for a second strike. No, you won't. Sacred Blast 2. He saw the monster being blasted away and turned towards the rest, which was conveniently packed in the far side of the area. All right, here I go. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeat Eggs 2. EXP gained 1,200 by 2. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeat Eggs 8. EXP gained 4,800 by 8. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeat Eggs 11. EXP gained 6,600 by 11. Flow. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeat Eggs 3. EXP gained 1,800 by 3. Sacred Blast 2. Cursed Wolf defeat Eggs 2. EXP gained 1,200 by 2. DIM. You leveled up. Status window. HP 2,344 234,460th HP divided by 10 second P 3,503,500,141st MP divided by 10 seconds. Midoriya Izuku level 50.01% towards level 6. 30 status points available. Physical attack 83.2. Magical attack 737.6. Heal points 301. Cooldown reduction 1%. Magic perforation 1%. Strength 12. Dexterity 22. Intelligence 44. Constitution 21. Spirit 48. DIM. Through a specific action, an active skill was created. Active skill, Celestial Wrath level 10.01% towards level 2. Through damaging multiple demonic enemies at a time using Holy Light, the player abandoned his support role, destroying everything in his path with raw damage. Deals holy damage to a target, spreading around it, dealing 25% of the original damage as additional damage to secondary targets. Deals 500% more damage to demons and undead. Cast command. Casting time, instantly. Mana consumption 100. Cooldown 3 seconds. Dear Lord, who are you? Leela whispered under her breath, staring at Midoriya. What you mean? For you to use your quirk so fast you must be in some of the big guilds, aren't you? Yes, Midoriya lied. Your casting is so clean and precise, and it has been ages since I last saw an emitter capable of doubling the damage by double casting. Well, I thought that was just my special trait, but there are actually others that can double cast. TCH. Midoriya slightly pouted and walked to gather more items scattered around the floor. Gold fragments, amount 41. Cursed tooth misc, amount 48. Can be sold to merchants or dissolved into raw materials. Has uses in necromancy. Sell value 100 gold. Rotten meat misc, amount 26. After all the wolves were defeated, Midoriya noticed Akagi knelt next to Daichai's body doing a prayer before dragging his corpse to a corner, doing the same with his head. After they used another sheet to cover his body, they start moving towards the staircase that led to the final floor. While they walked down the staircase, the girl asked while looking over her shoulder, "Are you a yellow?" "Huh, when we were on the first floor, you healed us, right? The only color I know that can heal is yellow, but all yellows that I know of can only heal." "What you mean, only heal?" You can say that yellow engulfs slightly powerful quirks, so they can only do one thing. Yellows can only heal as if the world restricted them to not make them too powerful. So yellows are basically a group of their own, vital for any incursions or fights, of course. Guilds with strong yellows could easily defeat stronger guilds because the healing turns the battles into a resistance competition. Imagine if you had to attack someone for 2 minutes, using all of your magic to defeat them, but then a yellow comes and heals your enemy so you have to do it all over again. It is certain death to fight against guilds with strong yellows. So the guilds created plans to dispose of them behind the scenes. Most of them were assassinated or blackmailed into committing suicide using their families as leverage. That's awful. Yeah, so, are you one? Midoriya just remained in silence, wondering what that would imply from here, and Akagi just frowned while looking at the boy. They finally arrived at the last floor, according to Akagi, and looked around, but it was empty. Is your ability to search ready? Not yet, just give me a few seconds. All right, while we wait, I'd like to warn you about this boss. Warn me? Yes, this is considered a weak dungeon because of the number of enemies and floors, but the reason why very few people try to finish this one is because of this boss. Go on. I never saw it, but people often refer to it as King. Oh yes, that's his name, King Targ. Targ, how do you know that? All right, I get it, another secret, but do you know anything about it? A way to kill it without risking our lives. I'm sorry, but no. We'll have to see what he can do. Also, my search is ready. Are you two ready? He asked Leela and Akagi, who nodded. All right, what about those two? Are you sure it was a good idea to leave them behind? Midoriya asked, looking up the staircase they came. Yes, inside a dungeon, the monsters won't reappear until you finish it and leave, so it was actually fine leaving them to guard the bodies. They would be more of a liability, that I can assure you. Okay, here we go. Search. As the power started to spread, they were looking everywhere, trying to spot the boss, but the room was empty, apart from a big chest next to the far wall. Is that the loot? Leela asked while pointing, and Akagi answered. Yes, but the boss should be guarding it. Midoriya kept looking around, trying to find the monster, but eventually gave up. There was no place that it could be hidden. So, what now? We just open it. Midoriya pointed while frowning. Well, yes, but since you saved us, you're more than welcome to its contents. I didn't help you because of that. I heard someone calling for help. Oh, so my broadcast actually worked. Broadcast? Yes, it's a magic I created that allows me to communicate through great distances using my familiars. But since we were inside the dungeon, I wasn't sure if it was going to make it out. She created a spectral otter made of blue energy that played in her arms before vanishing. I was passing by an alley and heard it as a whisper. Thank God I gave it a try. Otherwise we would all be dead. Midoriya eyed the chest again, wondering, since you guys wanted it so much, how about we share what's inside? I told you that you can take everything. If it wasn't for you, we'd be all dead. Don't worry, we'll split whatever is inside. Midoriya walked timidly towards the chest, looking everywhere, his dash ready, when he heard a strange male voice speaking out loud. To those who seek what is not theirs by right, I ask you this so you can prove you're mighty. I am what you need, yet I am already part of you. I am what you seek, but too much of me will kill you. I can kill or heal, but that is up to you. I am a gift, a burden, and a curse that you have to live through. What am I? Answer me right, and yours is the prize. Answer me wrong, and the king shall rise. DIM, quest updated. The king's tomb. Objective, solve the keeper's riddle. Oh, my God, Leela whispered after looking everywhere, trying to see if the voice was actually coming from something. Is this one of those puzzles? Midoriya asked, remembering Ai's words. It's a riddle, but something changed. This dungeon never had a riddle before. I don't know what made it change, but this is great news for us. We have one chance to get it right, or I guess we'll have to defeat the boss. So the dungeon changed. I guess it will. The fact that we can finish without fighting surely is great. Yes, Leela agreed, wondering why the boy held up the name he was going to say. All right, I'm awful when it comes to these things. What about you, Leela? Akagi scratched his head. I'm worse. The girl timidly smiled. So it's up to you. Akagi looked towards Midoriya, who was completely absorbed in thoughts, with his hand on his chin. To those who seek what is not theirs by right. That's strange. All right, I'll speculate a few things, so you two feel free to jump in with any insights. Midoriya said out loud, turning to the two. Okay, so it knows we do not own the treasure inside the chest, meaning it is something sentient. Let me stop you right there. You don't need to analyze the thing that asked the question, just imagine that's the tower. All we need to do is solve the riddle given to us. Alright, I was just trying to point the whole picture, but since I'm wrong to include the being, let's go to the riddle part. I am what you need, yet I am a part of you. That can be many things. I don't know. Food. Is food a part of you, Akagi? Leela frowned. I mean, in a way, it is. Food becomes energy to our bodies. Could be, but humans need more things, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. I am what you need, but too much of me will kill you. So it is telling again that we need it. But that too many of it will kill us, so it is something that we need, but at the same time, something that can be harmful to us. It can kill or heal, but that is up to us, Leela said while looking at the ceiling. So the change is up to us. We have control over how it works. I am a gift, a burden, and a curse that you have to live through. Akagi recited the last part, and Midoriya became silent. How about we list the things humans need first? This is easy. I already know the answer, Midoriya said while looking towards the chest. And the voice spoke again. Speak. Wait, shouldn't we discuss first? Akagi started asking, but Midoriya said while facing forward, his expression showing excitement. You are water. To the wise, the prize. To the stupid, the punishment, as you cannot escape. King Targ's judgment. They saw the chest opening, and out of thin air, a ghostly form appeared. It was a ghostly skeleton wearing a golden crown, holding a sword while floating. What? I was right, wasn't I? Midoriya's question was answered when the monster flew towards him and completely ignored the boy, attacking Akagi, who rolled out of the way. Midoriya saw the attack destroying a part of the ground and wondered how in the world a ghost could do that. Midoriya saw the boss moving to attack Leela, but Akagi moved in to parry the blow, being pushed to his knees by the force. What's going on? Leela asked, looking at Akagi. I don't know, this thing is too strong, Akagi said between his teeth, blocking another attack, being pushed back by King Targ's strength. Of course, we are two different groups, and since I solved the puzzle, I'm the one who got the prize, Midoriya said under his breath, seeing the monster's name in white color, the same color as the name of the Devourers or the wolves before he attacked them. Akagi and Leela looked at each other, their faces showing horror as they realized they were by themselves. Akagi pushed the boss and used a combo of slashes, dealing some damage, and Leela got some distance, creating some kind of spectral elemental made of blue energy that started shooting strange attacks from its hands towards the boss, who instantly turned to her, passing by Akagi in a heartbeat, unleashing a devastating strike towards the elemental and the girl, who just closed her eyes. Midoriya flew by, pushing the girl out of the way, seeing the swing made by the boss destroying a part of the ground again. If that were to hit her, she would have been sliced in half. He instantly saw the boss's name becoming red and smiled nervously. Analyze. King Targ, level 25. HP 17. 400/20. MP 4. 300/5.000. The King's Tomb boss. Cannot be taunted. Takes 50% less physical damage due to ephemeral bonuses. Attack 1000. Physical defense 500. Magical defense 500. Type, ephemeral. The boss started looking around for some time, and Midoriya took advantage of the time to quickly read the additional information about that type. Ephemerals. Ghosts and specters without physical bodies. Take 50% less damage from any type of physical attack. Has improved movement speed. Can move through units. Has weaknesses against ice abilities. Midoriya healed Akagi and Leela with his touch and saw that he was with aggro again, so he just ran away, seeing that this time, things weren't going to be so easy since the ghost wasn't actually running, but floating around with great speed. Sacred Blast. 200 damage. Akagi-san, Leela-san, I need help. You two did 2.600 damage. Damn. The first time you attacked, so I'll just draw him around arc. And to keep dealing damage. If he turns on you, I'll heal you, so don't worry. Midoriya shouted orders while running, jumping, and dodging the incoming attacks. Leela cast another spectral elemental and started shooting spectral arrows, while Akagi started following the boss, striking every time he had a chance, while the boss kept floating after Midoriya. The boss HP started to decrease, and Midoriya felt confident this was going to be okay. But when it reached 10.000, the boss stopped his pursuit, leaving a roar, and its body started to twist and shake. Midoriya took advantage of that to use his flow and get his mana back, using the preventive heal on Leela and the restore on himself and Akagi. He aimed his hands and dual cast another Sacred Blast, but a window appeared on top of the king's head while he transformed. Invincible. The boss's body started to twist and bend, and suddenly they saw something growing from it, involving the ghost. It was like flesh tendrils came from his insides, enveloping him over and over again until it suddenly stopped. And now, the king had something resembling a corporeal body. Analyze. King Targ cast Resurrection. Resuction. Doubles all physical damage dealt. Doubles all magical damage dealt. Doubles all physical damage received. Doubles all magical damage received. King Targ is enraged. Enraged. Plus 50% movement speed. Plus 50 critical chance. No, get away from him, Akagi-san. Midoriya shouted when the man dashed forward, trying to get aggro before the boss could go after Midoriya again. But the boss just turned and swung its enormous blade, cutting through Akagi's shield, right arm, and right leg, who fell screaming in agony. Argug. Oh my fucking god, ahhh, nooo. Leela cried in despair, creating two more spectral elementals that started shooting arrows at the boss, who turned and ran towards her. Leela, don't. Midoriya shouted while raising his hands. Sacred Biela ST2. 1000 damage. Midoriya saw the spell turning the aggro to him, and instantly dashed twice, getting more distance to cast towards Akagi. Cleanse 2. Bleeding debuff persists. Cleanse 2. Bleeding debuff persists. Come on, please. Cielia NSE2. Bleeding was removed. Midoriya saw that Akagi was already passed out from the shock and blood loss, and saw another swing coming from the boss, rolling out of the way, but not in time, as he felt the tip of the blade slightly cutting his back. 11-0 damage received. That much. The double damage. He saw the boss coming again and wondered if he should use his mana shield, but there was no time. The king swung his blade, and Midoriya barely dodged, seeing his clothes being hit, trying to time the monster's attacks. Sacred Blast 2-1000. Dash. Sacred Blast 2-1000. Sacred Blast 2-1000. Just 6 more. Keep doing damage, Leela-san. Midoriya got some distance from Targ, thinking that if he could cast from afar, he would be safe, but the creature just raised one hand, sending a blast of strange dark energy that flew at high speed towards Midoriya's face. The attack came so fast that Midoriya wasn't able to do anything other than raise his mana shield in time, which instantly got shattered. MP0 divided by 2344. Flow 2 minutes. 13 seconds remaining. That was it. Midoriya saw the monster coming again, raising its sword, its red eyes glowing as it brought it down. His dash was ready, but his stamina was still missing, and when the swing came, Midoriya thought about Ikki's words for a moment. He quickly remembered what he was told about never giving up. But this was too much, even for him. He could only see the sword coming, and suddenly, a shape appeared in front of him. He just saw Leela's back, with her arms open, taking the blow with her body, instantly falling to the ground. Midoriya saw the small rune on top of her head exploding, healing her body, stopping her from being instantly killed, but she was still wounded, and without treatment, she was as good as dead. He looked at the boss again and saw Targ pulling his sword back. Midoriya mentally shouted to himself to move, to take advantage of the window that Leela gave her life to create. He ran and saw the boss running after him. Midoriya saw the boss starting the movement to attack, and then it hit him. This was a monster, and something was definitely pushing it to act, but this thing still had to look at him to attack. His movements were strange, but they were still movements made by something sentient. This was a thing with a mind, not just a husk. He took one big step to the right, and the monster's eyes followed him. Midoriya analyzed the moment he started the movement, throwing himself to the other side, hearing the sword opening a crater on the ground. He looked back and saw Targ eyeing him, coming for a second attempt, but Midoriya looked him in the eyes as he brought the sword down, falling into the same feint a second time. Midoriya felt his dash returning, but he chose not to use it just yet, taking advantage of this trick to buy time, seeing Leela's HP falling to dangerous levels. Flow 1 minute, 29 seconds remaining. He got up after dodging and glared at the king, who got straight and frowned, showing an enraged expression. Midoriya's eyes never left his face as he swung his blade again, but this time, as he started the movement, Midoriya took his fake step to the right. But instead of faking again, he actually took the step, seeing the sword coming and changing its trajectory in the last second, hitting the place he was about to dodge to. I knew it. You do learn. The monster pulled his sword back and didn't begin the movement for another attack, eyeing Midoriya with a strange expression. It was as if it was evaluating him. Suddenly, without any hint, he attacked, using a diagonal slash that he hadn't used yet, trying to catch Midoriya off guard. But the boy was in the zone, his eyes locked on his every movement, not missing any changes. Midoriya just dodged the next 2 attacks, looking up to face the king again, standing 10 feet away, looking him in the face. This is like rock, paper, scissors. If I can guess right, I win. Flow 48 seconds remaining. Suddenly, the king took a step forward, but Midoriya couldn't feel any danger coming from the monster, which was at least 10 feet tall. He looked up and met the king's gaze, which was looking down at him, and felt like he was dreaming when he heard the being speak with a twisted voice. You want crown? Midoriya's heart started pounding as the words were registered in his mind. The king's voice was like a mix of many voices into one. Crown? You challenge Targ. You want crown? Oh no, I don't want your crown. No crown. I just want to leave. Just leave. You leave. The king raised one finger and pointed at Midoriya. Is this thing bargaining with me? What is happening? Calm down, Izuku. They too. Midoriya pointed to the two, taking advantage to cast his touch on Leela with the mana he got from his regeneration. No, they stay. Targ's expression changed, as if he was angry again. No, they will come with me, or we can continue this. Continue. They leave too, or we fight. Midoriya tried to communicate in a way this strange creature could understand. Midoriya saw the king actually taking some time to think, eyeing him with a strange expression, and out of nowhere, his body started to dissolve as he returned to his original ghost form. Leave. His voice was held in the air as he disappeared, and then nothing else could be heard. Midoriya saw a window appearing, and this time, it has fireworks all around. Congratulations. Dungeon cleared. Midoriya took a deep breath and suddenly remembered about the two, running to check on them. Flow. Cleanse 2 enhancement failed. Cleanse 2 enhanced. Restore 2 enhanced. Restore 2 enhancement failed. Touch 2 enhanced. Restore 2 enhancement failed. He saw Leela starting to move, and noticed that her wound had stopped bleeding, running to finish healing Akagi. After a few minutes, the girl blinked slowly and looked around, dizzy, until she found Midoriya knelt next to Akagi, getting up, walking towards them to kneel next to the two. She saw his arm and leg severed and the yellow light surrounding his body, coming from Midoriya's hands. What happened? Did you kill it? No. Then how are we? How are we still alive? The boss Targ. He spoke to me. He spoke. What are you talking about? Monsters can't speak. Well, he could. He asked if I wanted his crown. And when I said I just wanted to leave, he told me to leave. Wait, are you telling me a monster actually talked to you? I was surprised as well. I told him that you two were coming with me, but he didn't want to let you go, so I said we were going to keep fighting and he let go of that form, becoming a ghost again, telling us to leave. Leela just looked at his face, trying to find a hint of a lie, but the doubt and shock in there made her believe in every word, even if it sounded insane. She saw the wound from Akagi's cut in a really good shape and was certain about this boy being yellow, but wondered how was he doing damage. This was strange. Why? Why did you help us? You could have just left. The boss wasn't attacking you. Why did you risk your life to help us? You barely know us. I could ask you the same thing. Why did you jump in front of me when I was about to get killed? The girl just remained silent, and Midoriya continued. I understand that the other side is a place where people show their worst sides, but that doesn't apply to me, and it seems it doesn't apply to you as well. You required help, and I was able to provide help, so that's what I did, he said while applying the painkiller since Akagi was almost awake, and felt a touch on his shoulder, turning to see the girl resting her forehead there, leaning into him while covering her face, crying into a sob. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving him. Thank you. Midoriya noticed from the beginning that their status windows shared the same bonus. Lover, Akagi Matsuda. Lover, Leela Nadu. After a few minutes, Akagi finally opened his eyes, being instantly hugged by Leela. What happened, Leela? Are you okay? He looked around and tried to move, but as if he just realized it, he looked to his right and saw his arm and leg missing. His face contorted into a desperate expression, but settled in a mask of acceptance. Sorry about your arm and leg, Midoriya said from afar, resting next to the stairs. You stayed. Is that really shocking? Extremely. I can't find the words to thank you for protecting my Leela. You have my eternal gratitude. Green, I'm sorry. Since I don't know your name, Akagi gestured with his remaining hand towards Midoriya's hair. It was a fairly close guess, to be honest. Well, the dungeon is over and we can leave, but I wanted to confirm with you first. What happens to you now? Well, I'll inform the guild about the outcome of the dungeon, and we'll take our friend's remains with us. We'll call Sauda and the two greens you saw earlier to help us carry. About that report that you're going to make to your guild, Midoriya started while getting up, walking towards the two, stopping in front of them, frowning at the sudden change in Akagi's expression. Please, I beg you for mercy, we're not going to tell anyone about you. Well, I'm not going to hurt you. Why would I even heal you in the first place? Midoriya frowned again, and Akagi blushed. Sorry, I meant no disrespect by saying that. Look, I can imagine this behavior being appropriate inside this place, but you don't have to fear me. Now, talking about your report, I'd very much appreciate it if you left my involvement out of it. I'm not sure I'm ready to be part of this world yet, so if you could, please, find a way to explain everything without mentioning me. You have my word, Green. You know, green can be very confusing because that's how you classify quirks. So for now, how about you call me White? Akagi eyed him and wondered about the faint smile on his face right now. Understood, White. Thank you, Akagi-san. Now, for the final thing. That chest. Midoriya pointed and instantly heard from Akagi. It's yours. I already told you we were going to split it. Please, White-san, allow me to show my gratitude with this small gesture. I can never repay you for saving our lives, so this is nothing but a small gesture. But it is the one I'm making. Everything in there is yours for the taking, please. Midoriya saw the pain in his face and gave up on trying to share. All right. Thank you. He approached the chest and pressed the yes button in the window that popped. Acquired. 100.000 EXP. 100.000 gold. Queen's ring. King's ring. Jade gloves green only. Jade bow green only. Jade hat green only. Sapphire gloves blue only. Return crystal 5. Minor refinement gem 17. Piece of King Targ's crown quest item. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. What? Status window. HP 3256 325,672 HP divided by 10 second P 4312 4,312,153 MP divided by 10 seconds. Midoriya Izuku level 9 0.01% towards level 10. 70 status points available. Physical attack 104, magical attack 750.4, critical chance 2, critical damage 3, additional hit rate 2, dodge 1, critical resistance 2%, abnormal statuses resistance 5%, luck 2, skill damage 312, heal points 329, cooldown reduction 1%, magic perforation 1%, strength 16, dexterity 26, intelligence 48, Constitution 25. Spirit 52. Why is it displaying new information now? Is something wrong? Akagi asked from afar. I just know it was nothing. Would you happen to know something about someone called Queen Amelia? Of course, it's the second dungeon. The king's tomb is the first, and the queen's crypt is the second. Have you found the king's crown piece? Yes, it's a necessary item to activate the second dungeon. Well, it is yours now. Midoriya was still amazed, seeing how much experience one single dungeon could provide. 5 levels in total. And this was a dungeon of the hard difficulty, but then he noticed that he was low level if compared to the others in here, so maybe that was the reason he gained so many levels at once. Say something. When you usually finish these dungeons, how much experience, I mean, how strong you become. A dungeon of this level won't strengthen us, so it's done only in the search for items. In this case, the most precious items are from the green lineage. Oh, I got 3 of those. You what? They both shouted in unison. Midoriya felt startled by their shouts and just stared at them, confused. Are they this rare? I mean, their quality is unique, Midoriya said while taking the items out of his inventory, analyzing them. Jade bow green only. Physical attack 555. Critical 15. Critical damage 2%. Jade hat green only. Physical defense 250. Movement speed 5. Dodge 10. Jade gloves green only. Physical defense 200. Magical defense 50. Movement speed 5. Dodge 9. 2 pieces bonuses. Plus 5 critical. Plus 1% critical damage. 5 pieces bonuses. Plus 500 skill power. Plus 50 dexterity. 7 pieces bonuses. Plus 25 movement speed. Plus 50 dodge. 9 pieces bonuses. Chance to cast Jade's Light while attacking. Jade's Light. For 10 seconds, increase all skill damage by 500%. These are insane buffs for a line of unique items. What in the world? I can't believe you got 3 of them. People come here at least 5 times to get just 1. Well, guess I'm lucky. Hold up. Isn't sealing the dungeons the real objective here? How can people do the same dungeon multiple times? Every dungeon has a sealing requirement, so if you don't do it, the dungeon will remain open. So that way you can keep grinding for its contents. Midoriya talked to himself while looking at the items again. Correct, but I never saw someone as lucky as you. Don't I have a status that gives me lucky? Midoriya remembered but realized he still had another item to check. Sapphire gloves blue only. Physical defense 50. Magical defense 200. Skill power 100. Cooldown reduction 1%. 2 pieces bonuses. Plus 100 magical attack. Plus 5% cooldown reduction. 5 pieces bonuses. Plus 500 skill power. Plus 50 intelligence. 7 pieces bonuses. Plus 50% mana regeneration. Plus 50 spirit. 9 pieces bonuses. Chance to cast the Sapphire's Light while attacking. Sapphire's Light. For 10 seconds, increase all skill damage by 500%. This blue set is also insane. You got a blue as well. Leela shouted and Midoriya walked towards them, now that the chest was empty, disappearing. Yes, this glove. The statuses are pretty good. But it's a shame I can't use it. Here. He handled the glove to Leela, who looked down at his hand and back to his face, unable to say anything. What's wrong? It's for blues, so you can have it, otherwise, it will go to waste. How do you know it's for my color? Can't you tell by the looks of it? I mean, it is slightly glowing blue. No, we can't see any glow at all. This item can belong to any color. Oh, I get it. But why are you looking at it like that? You don't know about the conflicted magic. I have no idea what that means. If you try to use an item without knowing its color, your magic can become unstable and can end up harming your body, or in rare cases, even killing you. Wait, seriously? Yes. Leela eyed the glove again and Midoriya frowned. Well, these are blue gloves, so you can go ahead and use them, I guarantee. So you can even tell their color. Akagi asked, impressed. Leela accepted the gloves and took off her own, wearing the new ones, looking at her hands with awe. How are you feeling? Akagi asked, worried. Perfect. No conflict. They both turned to look at Midoriya with impressed expressions. Who are you? Akagi asked rhetorically, and Midoriya chuckled. The man started getting up, and Midoriya was about to help, but he raised one hand. Don't worry, Leela. Ah, yes. The girl raised her hands and mana, or magic as they know, started taking form, floating towards Akagi's leg, shaping a spectral leg made of blue energy. The man got up and tested his balance, almost falling, but Leela grabbed his arm and helped him. Thanks. It's harder than I thought. I never considered that blues could do that. How does that work? Is that forever? Does it continuously drain your mana, your magic? What are the requirements? Slow down, White-san, you're overwhelming me, Leela said, looking at Midoriya's hands, moving as if he was writing something down. Sorry. This is so incredible that I got a little over the top. It's not a blue thing. It's my quirk. I have a quirk that allows me to shape my magic into spectral things. And this is one of my specialties. That's why I was recruited to my guild. I named it Reshape. I shape my magic the way I want. And by doing that, I can create multiple things. What are the limitations? Well, it depends. In my case, it works as long as I have magic inside of me. But there are stronger quirks into the other side that can actually create new limbs, even stronger than a human's, but that is beyond my pay grade. She shook her head. That's very interesting. Well, I guess I should be leaving. Midoriya looked towards two strange breaches that appeared in the middle of the room. One had a strange purple light while the other was just colored like the normal colors of the earth. Is something wrong? Midoriya asked after looking at Akage's and Leela's expressions. It's just I know this will sound fishy, but we're just after you leave. We may never see you again. And we are not very comfortable with that. Why? I mean, you saved our lives and are leaving after gifting us with this item as well. I feel like we're taking advantage of you, and if you leave, we can never repay what you did for us. I know it's weird, but that's what I'm feeling, Leela said while looking down. Midoriya took some time checking her emotions tab before answering. You know what? How about this? Let's exchange numbers, and then we can keep in touch. I can ask you guys things as well. Really? Yes, but please, don't give my number to anyone. Of course, whatever you need, if we can make it happen, we will do it. Let us know if there's anything you need. Midoriya approached the two portals and saw two windows in front of him, but decided to tap the one on the right. Red Tower Exit Dungeon. As he was teleported out, the two looked at each other and gasped. Is he a yellow? Akagi asked. At first I thought so, but I'm not so sure anymore. Akagi, what is going on? Leela said while hugging him again. Well, for starters, we're alive, thanks to him, so let's get out of here for now. What are we going to say to the captain? What else? The truth. Akagi, that God helped us. That's the only way to describe what happened here. That God sent a guarding angel to save us. He smiled, and Leela leaned to kiss him. Midoriya was eating ramen, and put the empty bowl forward before asking. Another, please. You idiot. AI punched him in the head while Ikki was making more noodles. Ouch, that hurts, AI-san. It should. What did we tell you about trusting people inside a dungeon? Are you stupid? They could be right now telling everyone about you. You even gave them your number. They didn't look like bad people. Midoriya, you can't let your guard down, Ikki said, coming with a bowl of fresh noodles, handling it to AI, who started finishing. Midoriya looked down and gave it a little thought, looking up to the two with a convicted expression. I know there are bad people in there, but I can't just turn my back on everyone because I'm afraid they're not nice. No, that's not me. I won't let that place affect me to the point that I'll lose my humanity, to the point I can't call myself a hero. I'll try to be careful, but I'll help whenever I can. Sigh, you're an idiot. And you'll end up killing yourself one day, AI said while placing a bowl of ramen in front of him, her tone slightly kinder. But you can't really dislike someone like him, can you? Ikki whispered from behind her, smiling as he walked to the other side of the restaurant. So, you're telling me that 12 of you were reduced to 4. And judging by the two green shapes, they weren't very much of a help. So you're telling me that 2 of you managed to finish the king's tomb? An elder man with many scars on his face asked Akagi, who was standing next to Leela. That's correct, sir. And how exactly you two, who are rank F, cleared a rank E dungeon as a duo? It must have been divine intervention, sir. Only God could have helped us, and I believe he did. Spare me, Akagi. I'm going to ask you again. What happened inside that dungeon? Sir, I told you we fought King Targ and won. Leela's gloves are the proof that we finish it. The man got up from his seat and walked towards Akagi, who tried to remain calm. Then, could you be kind enough to show me the crown's piece? He whispered towards Akagi, and he closed his eyes, defeated. I didn't think so. Now, Akagi, you are one of the most promissory reds I have, and you can still achieve greatness if you tell me the truth. I can contact a yellow skilled enough to create you a new arm and leg, the man said while walking back to his chair until Akagi's words made him halt. I'm sorry, sir, but that's what happened. The man looked over his shoulder, and Akagi felt he had pushed too far, seeing his leader walking closer again and stopping in front of them. I want to know the reason you're keeping this from me, and I want you to understand my position, Akagi. I'm the leader of this damn guild, and I just got word that I lost 10 members at once, and now my deputy isn't telling me the full story. Can't you see what you're doing, Akagi? Can't you see how is my responsibility to deal with this? I'm sorry, sir, but there isn't. Akagi barely saw the movement, but Leela was now being held by her neck, the man's hand becoming red. Captain, Akagi started shouting. But by losing concentration, Leela's spell wore off, and his spectral arm and leg disappeared, making him fall to the ground. You have one last chance. What happened inside that dungeon? Akagi saw Leela's expression as she desperately tried to breathe and nodded desperately. Okay, I'll tell you, stop hurting her. The man let go of her neck, and Akagi crawled to her side as she coughed. Now, from the beginning, if you may, the man said while sitting, crossing his legs. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.